construction's getting really picked up this summer.
Has she already responded?
No, that's
No. Well, who else is something else?
I was worried that you still have to commute up the ranch.
Yeah, that's why they should.
That's good.
Yeah, I know. He was in the evening program. Yeah, he was. I know. It's just that's partially how I got this job. Basically, I was down there, and I mean, I knew Jimmy because and I saw her. I was literally just like, the entire slope. environmental documents in law school when it was, BCP, and it was really interesting because I worked with Parks and Rec, State Parks and Rec, and we were commenting on trustee agency for recreation. The lady that I was working for, the general counsel,
No, we don't.
sent me some minutes of like
So,
less than positive
so
comments, and I walked into her office a couple days later on a separate assignment.
that's relevant.
Work
Well,
governor's office, appointee,
well, to the extent that it's
and like
relevant to
directly
the
related
test
to
we would
her
apply
decision to make negative
regarding
comments.
state board jurisdiction. We're trying to get in there to the point that we're not admitting that this is actually the tax and the jurisdiction. And it would so well not agree with the assertion. The assertion's a mix.
What's the decision making on this law? That I
And
just
this
don't.
just goes to show that there are circumstances that we
No.
can look back downstream.
Yeah, and honestly, like,
Not senior, not
so
senior,
like
just
this
right?
guy,
Well,
who represents it, was talking a lot about.
not necessarily a senior water right, but it doesn't have to be dangerous to secured water.
This design would cause supposedly.
Right.
cause
Do you want me next to
loss.
say what's going on? If you feel you
Still
need
be
to,
one
specify who the engine's to, but if you don't need to, then
then
order.
All right, by my clock at least, it's 9 o'clock. So please take a seat and we'll go ahead and get started. So good morning, everyone. I am State Water Board Member Tam Dodek, Hearing Officer for the Byron Bethany Irrigation District Administrative Civil Liability Complaint. On my left is State Water Board Vice Chair Franz Bivey Weber, Hearing Officer for the WSID Irrigation District Draft Cease and Desist Order. And assisting us today are to my right, Staff Counsel Nicole Kenzie. To my left, Senior Engineer Rich Sikowski and Staff Engineer Ernie Mona. And also up here is Staff Environmental Scientist Jane Farwell Jensen, and Mr. Michael Buckman, Hearings Unit Chief, is on the side table over there. So welcome to Phase 1 of the hearings regarding the ACL for BBID and the draft CDO for Westside Irrigation District. The administrative civil liability complaint against BBID was issued on July 20th, 2015, and the draft CDO against Westside was issued on July 16, 2015, by the Assistant Deputy Director for Water Rights. Okay, let me go over some general announcements. Please take a look around now and identify the exits closest to you. Should an alarm sound, we are required to vacate this room immediately. Please take your valuables with you and use the stairways, not the elevators, to exit the building to the relocation site across the street in Cesar Chavez Park. If you cannot use the stairs, you will be directed to a protective vestibule inside a stairwell. Second announcement is that these hearings are being webcasted on the internet, and both the audio and video are being recorded. So please speak into the microphone and begin by stating your name and affiliation. A court reporter, actually 2 court reporters are present today. The transcript, at least for one of the court reporter, will be available on the State Water Board's hearing website for you, or you may make separate arrangement with the court reporting service. And then most importantly, please take a moment right now to turn off or mute your cell phones. Even if you think it's already off or muted, please take a moment and double check. We will pause while you do that. Nothing annoys the hearing officer more than hearing that little sound, unless it's a really, really good sound, by then I will ask for it. All right. More information on conduct of the hearings. The hearings are being held in concordance with a notice of revised schedule for public hearings dated January 8th, 2016. As stated in the notice, these hearings have been consolidated in part and will be held in 2 phases. In Phase 1, we will receive testimony and evidence regarding water availability, and in Phase 2 of both hearings, we will receive evidence relevant to determining all issues not addressed during Phase 1 that are within the scope of the key issues in the August 19th and September 1st hearing notices for BBID ACO and the WSID draft CDO, respectively. Like I said before, today we will begin Phase 1 of the consolidated hearing. Following Phase 1, Phase 2 of the BBID hearing will immediately commence, and after that, Phase 2 of the WSID hearing will commence. The purpose of these hearings is to afford the parties an opportunity to present relevant oral testimony and other evidence which addresses the notice key issues. Unless any party object, I'm going to skip reading those Phase 3 key issues specified in the notice. Sorry, Phase 1. See, I'm getting ahead of myself already. Phase 1. Does anyone object to my skipping reading those key issues? Seeing no objection, let's move on. Before I discuss the order of proceeding, I would like to note that we have received motions from the parties objecting to the admissibility of some of the evidence that have been submitted to us. As we stated in our response to these motions, we will consider the objections in weighing the evidence based on the whole record. The parties should not raise the same objections early during these proceedings. Those objections have been noted and will be considered. All right. Now on to the order of proceedings. We will begin first with policy statements. So before the evidentiary portion, we will hear from speakers who did not submit a notice of intent to appear but wish to make a policy statement. A policy statement is a non-evidentiary statement. It is subjected to the limitations identified in the hearing notice. Persons making policy statements must not attempt to use their statements to present factual evidence, either orally or by introduction of written exhibits. Please note that we will allow all the parties to make an opening statement before presentation of testimony. So we will only allow oral policy statements at this time. No additional oral or written policy statements will be allowed prior to other phases of the hearing. So I do have some comment cards already for people who wish to provide non-evidentiary policy statement. If there are others in the room who wish to make this policy statement, please fill out a blue card and hand it to the staff if you have not already done so. Your blue card must be received by staff before we begin the time for policy statement if you wish to speak today.
Board Member Dodek, may I interrupt you for just one moment?
Yes, please raise your hand when you do that.
This is Mike Vergara, Somac Simmons and Dunn on behalf of BBID. I want to first state an objection to these proceedings, commencement of these proceedings. We have a number of motions pending, motions to dismiss, motions to disqualify the hearing team, motions to strike certain declarations. The hearing team has not ruled on those motions, and several of those motions go to the jurisdiction, the very jurisdiction of this court, to commence this proceeding. It's my opinion that to proceed without a ruling on those motions is tantamount to a de facto denial, and we have no understanding at this point why the hearing team has denied those motions.
Thank you. Your objections are noted. They have been received in writing as well. And so with that notice, we will continue.
Tam?
Mr. O'Laughlin.
Just for the record, Tim O'Laughlin representing San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. I would like to join in that objection, please. Thanks.
Noted. Before I'm further interrupted, does anyone else wish to join in on those objections? Thank you. All right. So, resuming my little spiel, if you wish to provide a policy statement, please fill out a blue card and submit it. When we begin with the policy statement, we will not be accepting any further blue cards. So if you wish to provide those policy statement, please do provide those blue cards right now. Okay, after the policy statements, let's talk about the party presentation order. As stated in our February 18th, 2016 procedural ruling addressing procedural issues raised during the pre-hearing conference, the parties' presentations will proceed in the following order and within the specified time limits, except for the cross-examination and rebuttal of BBID, WSID, South Delta Water Agency, Central Delta Water Agency, Banta-Cabona Irrigation District, and Patterson Irrigation District, who have elected to combine their allotted time. We will begin the evidentiary portion first with opening statements by the parties. We will allow all the parties to make a single opening statement before the prosecution team's testimony in Phase 1. We will not be allowing time for additional opening statements prior to Phase 2 of either hearing. Opening statements should briefly summarize the parties' objectives in the case, the major points they intend to establish, and the relationship between the major points and the key issues. Policy-oriented statements may also be included in the opening statement. We will hear opening statements in the following order: Division of Water Rights Prosecution Team, BBID, then WSID. Each will have 20 minutes, and the remaining parties will be limited to 5 minutes each in the following order: Mr. Richard Murat, South Delta, Central Delta, City and County of San Francisco, San Joaquin Tributary Authority, California Department of Water Resources, State Water Contractors, Patterson Irrigation District, Banta-Cabona, and then Westlands Water District. After the opening statements are presented, we will hear oral testimony from the parties' witnesses. Before testifying, witnesses should identify their written testimony as their own and affirm that it is true and correct. Witnesses should summarize the key points in their written testimony and should not read their written testimony into the record. Summaries of direct testimony for Phase 1 will be presented in the following order: Division of Water Rights, Prosecution Team, BBID, WSID, then South Delta. Division of Water Rights, Prosecution Team, BBID, and WSID would each have 90 minutes, and South Delta will have 30. After presentation of direct testimony, we will have cross-examination by the other parties. Cross-examination is not limited to the scope of direct testimony. It must, however, be limited to the factual issues in dispute. Cross-examination in Phase 1 will be conducted in the following order: Division of Water Rights Prosecution Team with 60 minutes. The combination of BBID, WSID, South Delta, Central Delta, Banta-Cabona, and Patterson will have 160 minutes. Then City and County of San Francisco, San Joaquin Tributary Authority, California Department of Water Resources, State Water Contractors, and Westlands will follow, each with 10 minutes. While I really do appreciate the collaboration of the parties to coordinate their cross-examination, I need to emphasize that I expect you will use your time efficiently and productively. If I find that your cross-examination of a particular witness is no longer productive, I will direct you to move along. I see hands. Mr. Kelly first.
Yes, Board Member Doduck and Vice Chair Spivey Weber, good morning. Daniel Kelly for the Byron Bethany Irrigation District. I do have a question, and I guess perhaps a request as it relates to scheduling. Susan Polson, who is one of BBID's expert witnesses, is traveling here from Southern California. She's actually on her way from the airport right now. She is here up here all week, except for that Thursday morning she has a prior commitment in Southern California that she needs to attend to. My hope is that we get through her testimony. I'm hoping tomorrow, and there may be some rebuttal. But I'm just going to request now, before we get too far along, that everybody keep that in mind, and to the extent that we can accommodate her previously scheduled matters for Thursday morning, that we try to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
And your timing is perfect because Dr. Paulson just walked in the room.
Board Member Dodek, Mike Vergara. I also have a question, or actually ask for some clarification. Will the witnesses be sworn under penalty of perjury? You said affirm.
There is an oath that they will be taking.
Thank you.
Board Member Dodek.
All right, we're going to have to handle all these. Yes, actually, I believe Mr. O'Loughlin raised his hand first.
I have two procedural questions. One is, are we planning on going all day on Friday? Friday is Good Friday. I just wanted to know.
We will definitely take that into consideration, Mr. O'Loughlin.
And can you tell me briefly what the expected hearing days look like as far as schedule? Are we planning to go 9 to 10:30, take a break so we can kind of plan the rest of our next 2 weeks?
Well, I'm not planning my next 2 weeks, except for being here, so I would expect you to be the same. The expectation is we will at least have 8-hour days, depending on how things go. We will take a break in the morning, a break in the afternoon, and about a half an hour break for lunch. My hope is we stick within the 9 to 5 time frame, but again, depending on how things go, depending on the flow of the testimony and the flow of the proceedings, I might adjust that on a day-to-day basis, but do plan to be at least here 9 to 5 every day. Yes.
Morning, Julianne Ainsley, Dwayne Morris on behalf of the State Water Contractors. Since Mr. Kelly had brought this up, we also have our sole rebuttal witness, Dr. Paul Hutton, who has a prior commitment on Friday and also for next week. I don't believe that this is a problem with the current schedule that you have set out in terms of rebuttal testimony, but I just wanted to make the hearing officers aware that he is unavailable and our one witness might have to be taken out of order perhaps on Thursday.
Thank you. All right. Where was I? I believe I just covered cross-examination. So at our discretion, after completion of direct testimony and cross-examination, we may allow redirect examination upon an offer of proof as to the substance, purpose, and relevancy of the expected testimony. Recross examination, if any, shall be limited to the scope of the redirected testimony. And we'll get more into that when we get to that point. Rebuttal. After the cases in chief are completed, the parties may present a summary of submitted written rebuttal testimony. Parties may also offer rebuttal testimony that is in response to new evidence and could not have been previously submitted in writing. Cross-examination of rebuttal evidence shall be limited to the scope of the rebuttal evidence. Rebuttal evidence in Phase 1 will be presented in the following order and with the following time limits. Division of Water Rights Prosecution Team, 30 minutes. BBID and WSID, 60 minutes. California Department of Water Resources, 10 minutes. State Water Contractor, 10 minutes. Cross-examination of rebuttal evidence will follow the same order as presentation of rebuttal. And we will determine time allowed for cross-rebuttal at later time during the hearing. Moving on to closing arguments. Oral closing arguments will not be permitted. We will allow the parties to submit one closing brief for each proceeding after completion of both phases of the hearings. All right. I have some housekeeping issue, and you've actually beaten me to the punch already with respect to time conflicts and requests for taking testimony out of order. So let me also note, Mr. Murat, that as we acknowledge in our previous ruling, you will have the opportunity to present your BBID Phase 2 testimony this week. In the event the hearings have not progressed to allow your testimony in the stated order, you will be taken out of sequence in order to do so on Friday, March 25th. I believe staff has a couple of housekeeping items as well.
Thank you, Nicole. Hearing Officer Dodek, the hearing team will include the Division of Water Rights correspondence files for BBID's Statement of Water Diversion and Use, S021256, as Staff Exhibit 1 in the hearing record. Also, we'd like to include Division of Water Rights correspondence files for the West Side Water District, water right application number A000301 as Staff Exhibit number 2 in the hearing record. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes, thank you, Hearing Officer Dodek. I'm going to object to that. We were not notified prior to the commencement of this hearing that there were going to be exhibits offered by staff in this proceeding. We've not seen any of that, and I don't understand how any of that is relevant if the prosecution team has not offered that as evidence in their case in chief. And so because we were all required to submit our exhibits by, I believe it was January the 19th or 22nd, I object to the presentation of any new exhibits at this time.
Mr. O'Loughlin?
I join in the objection. I mean, this matter has been going on for 6 months, and by putting in exhibits, this is the very thing we talked about earlier. Staff then is taking over the job of the prosecution team, whereas they're supposed to be neutral. The evidence to be presented in this case is to be presented by the prosecution team, not the staff. The staff is to remain partial, unbiased, and neutral. So we firmly object to the submittal of this testimony at this late date and view it as highly prejudicial.
John, Ms. Alesi? It would be really helpful to me if you could raise your hand because there are so many of you.
Leslie representing the West Side Irrigation District. I would echo the protest for the various reasons that were mentioned, but most particularly at this point because we don't have an opportunity to review whatever it is that's being submitted as an exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we will take that under advisement. Have all, Ms. Spalletta? Is your microphone on?
Not close enough. I understand you're taking the offer of evidence and the objections under advisement, but because none of the parties have a copy of the documents that the staff is asking to add as an exhibit, unless you grant or, agree with the objections and exclude the offer, then I would request that at some point today you make a decision on the objection, and if you decide to let the evidence in, you require staff to immediately provide a complete electronic copy to all of the parties.
Thank you, Ms. Spalletta. I will take that under consideration. Now I would like to hear policy statements. I do have some cards. Does anyone else have comment cards for policy statement? Seeing none, I will close the window for submitting policy statements, and we'll start calling up those that did provide cards. I will provide you 5 minutes each. We'll begin with Ms. Gail Delahant and followed by Mr. Dennis Lopez.
Your microphone on?
It's right on the arm here. Yes.
How's that? Sorry. Gail Delahant with Western Growers Association. Just for the record, Western Growers is a grower, packer, shipper of probably about 50% of the nation's fresh produce in this state. We have a lot of growers who rely on our water managers and our water rights process, and I'm here to speak on behalf of BBID this morning. Just for the record, in 2014, Western Growers was very concerned that the drought was affecting water supplies. We called your staff, asked that the water managers and the water rights folks be at the table as they're discussing how to manage the water in this state. And we were told that that actually didn't happen. They were getting information second and third hand, and they really weren't allowed at the table. And then in a proceeding before your board, you guys decided that this next year, 2015, that the process would be more open, that the water managers would be allowed to come to the table and discuss, since they are the ones who have managed the water in this state for decades and decades. They really have the expertise on how to do it rightly, in our view. We were also told that didn't happen. And that is very discouraging to us and frankly egregious. There are significant questions raised in this proceeding that causes trust to be completely eroded in how the state will implement the curtailments going forward. We know that the drought probably is not over, and we're going to go down this road again. And it is critical that you have an open process, a public process, that the water managers are at the table, not hearing it second and third hand from bureaucrats in the administration, either federal or state, but that they are at the table so that trust can be built back up, because frankly, we see that it's completely eroded. Doing a proceeding such as this, we believe, is punitive. This is a very small irrigation district who, in our view, was just asking question after question to make sure that the information that they were getting was accurate. We had a hearing before this board on the temperature of Shasta. And the federal government was wrong in what the temperature was. That caused a significant curtailment on water being released. This proceeding should be actually, in our view, dismissed. You should go back to the table with the water managers and you should work this thing out so that the confidence is not eroded going forward. And I appreciate your hearing my views this morning, and do ask that you dismiss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delahant. Mr. Lopez, followed by Mr. Greg Gartel.
Lopez from Byron, California. I'm in the Byron MAC. And we came to Byron, and my family came from Byron to Byron in 1889 from Germany and Portugal. And we gave 4 lives fighting for this country, 4 lives. And my grandparents and my great-grandparents helped build the canals and administrate the water and worked for the water district in periods of time off of our ranch. I can't believe that we're living in a period of time where we're fighting with water. One of my great uncles one time said that oil and water are going to be the 2 most important things that we're dealing with in modern day times. And this was, 50 years ago when he said it. I can't believe that we're picking on BBID, water district, when they've always managed the water and distributed the water in a professional manner. There was nobody who got over anybody or anything else. I think the management, I think the board of BBID is doing a great job. I'm very nervous for being up here because I see so much wrong and not so much right. It's like there's just this water issue is just, if it was misused or mismanaged, I can understand you'd have something to complain about. But every drop of water creates employment, creates food, creates everything. It's like right now. I'm worried about the water being cut off because we're dealing with Gallo Wine, we're dealing with G3, we're dealing with people that employ 4,000 or 5,000 people. We're dealing with people that create glass bottles for wine, for agriculture. I mean, we're dealing with food products, we're dealing with people products, we're dealing with the whole Marianne. And it seems like that we're talking about water, but we're talking about human lives, we're talking about the future, we're talking about a lot of issues that have nothing to do with just plain water. This water is necessary for agriculture. My job is agriculture. I can't live without water. My cows won't survive without water. It won't happen. It's a situation where I think it's all it's so far out of line. It's not even directly to do with water. It's to do with politics, and it makes me sick. It really bothers me. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is not the forum for applause. Mr. Gartrell, followed by Ms. Jill Durick.
Good morning, board members and hearing officers. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. I just have a few quick points I'd like to make. First, for a couple of reasons, I believe your final order should state explicitly that the methodology used ultimately for determining water availability does not set a precedent. And I say that for a couple of reasons. One is that while the notice regarding water available discussion was specifically to a certain period in 2015, the testimony of a number of parties, or all of the parties that provided that, really assume there is a universal methodology, although their testimony and their exhibits don't agree on that methodology. And there really isn't. And this I think is a problem, not just for this hearing, but out into the future. This isn't the last time we're going to be discussing this. With climate change, this is going to become more and more frequent. In my view, I think that there's a lot of good expertise here. There's a lot of merit to the methodologies that have been presented to you, but each has its own flaws, and none of them, in my view, is definitive. I think that if the state board were to, and I think they should soon, convene a process that allows the stakeholder expertise that you have here plus others, and there's plenty within the USGS and universities in the area, that you can get independent experts together along with stakeholders and develop a process that is reasoned, that is fair, and that is clear and available to everybody in advance of the next process, so everybody can know and see what's coming. If you do that right, I think you'll have much less adversarial issues in the future. Part of the reason for this is the complexity of the Delta, and once again, whether it's regarding fish or water availability, the Delta is immensely complex. It is, in effect, a wide spot in the river. It has its own storage. In dry times, the amount of storage within the Delta channels is much, much greater than the flow coming in and out. And in particular, and that everybody has taken advantage of that storage, from the projects and how they operate to meet standards, water quality standards, to the water users within the Delta. It's not unprecedented to keep track of what's the water that is in a reservoir. For example, the state and federal projects do that on a daily basis with San Luis. There's water coming in, there's water going out. They don't get into the mess that you can get into if you get too complex on this. Well, my water is near the intake and I don't have to take mine before yours. You can make it reasoned and simple, but you can do a tracking methodology. I think that is something that you need to look for and do in the future, but I think that it's important that you not make this a precedent on the methodology for future use. I think that needs to be a separate process. Finally, I conclude with saying, based on the testimony I've reviewed, I think that you'll find that there is clear evidence that there was probably water available for BBID up through June of 2015. Beyond that, I think it becomes more complex and more difficult to say precisely based on the evidence and the exhibits I've examined. It is a complex problem. I wish you well in making your determination on that. I don't think it's an easy issue, but I think I will just leave it at that, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Durick, followed by Mario Arnado.
Sorry, being short, I have to relocate it. Good morning, Hearing Officer Dodick. And
you'll need to get closer to the microphone.
Is that better? Yes. Okay. Good morning, Hearing Officer Dodick and Hearing Officer Spivey-Weber. My name is Jill Durig, and I'm the manager of Zone 7 Water Agency, which serves eastern Alameda County. Zone 7 is a state water project contractor that receives state project water conveyed through the Delta via the Banks Pumping Plant and the South Bay Pumping Plant, which then pumps into the South Bay Aqueduct. Byron Bethany Irrigation District diverts water from the Banks Pumping Plant intake channel and then into the South Bay Aqueduct. Zone 7 has a long-standing contract with BBID to receive up to 5,000 acre-feet annually of surplus water from BBID when it is available. This water, again, is delivered to Zone 7 the same way the state project water is delivered. Zone 7 has a long-standing contract, and it receives this routinely. While we have not received any water under this agreement since 2013, that water is an important part of our overall water supply portfolio because it enables us to serve not only our irrigation customers, we have about 3,500 acres that are largely vineyards, but also our 4 retail water agencies, which in turn serve water to 225,000 people and businesses in the cities of Livermore, Pleasanton, Dublin, and the Doherty Valley portion of San Ramon. Zone 7 has been following the State Board's enforcement action since its inception last summer. We understand and support the State Board's desire to work with water agencies across California to manage our state's scarce water resources, especially during an extended drought. In fact, we commend the State Board for its creative efforts to ensure that all parts of California have sufficient
Ms.
water.
Durick, I actually do have your written policy statement. Thank you very much. And it seems to me you're just reading it. I need to urge you to summarize and move on.
Okay, I would be happy to do that. I wasn't sure of that. In any case, primarily I was here to emphasize that we are supportive of the state's approach to the pre-1914 rules, and we want to emphasize that we support the idea that the legislature, when it adopted the Water Commission Act of 1913, did so with a grandfathering of all water rights that were pre-14. We feel very strongly that the State Board cannot and should not take any action in excess of that authority. For that reason, we urge the State Board and the hearing officers as their representatives to dismiss this action and return to the previous policy of working cooperatively with the water users, especially during droughts. We feel that we have expertise to contribute, and we think that the water agencies as a whole can work with you to manage the state water resources in such a way that we can meet the needs of the state. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your written statement, which we will include. Mr. Arnado, I apologize if I mangle people's name, and then followed by our final policy statement from Mr. Jason Peltier.
All right, yeah, my name is Mario Arnado. I'm the manager of our family farm in the BBID irrigation district. I'm a third-generation farmer on this property that my grandfather purchased in the late 60s. The ranch is approximately 600 acres of farmable land and 300 acres of hills and pasture. We employ 5 workers, 3 seasonal, and 2 full-time. Between working cows and working the fields, these men stay very busy. Last year was especially hard for us because we had to sell about half of our herd and only harvest 2 cuttings out of 7 of alfalfa that we should have had. Due to the lack of work, because of the uncertainty from the State Water Board of when and if we're allowed to irrigate, we had to lay off 2 of our 3 seasonal employees, and explaining to the men as of why they lost their jobs was extremely difficult to do. If we are not allowed to obtain water this year, I can guarantee you we will have to lay off the rest of our employees. However, it comes to my understanding that with water prices may go up due to the lawsuit on the district, as you all may already know, the price of crops around the area have decreased drastically. There is no way we will be able to afford such increases on the water. Thus, if we can get the water, but at an outrageous rate, we will still have no water. Once again, we will not be able to farm. We will not be farming, and we'll have to lay off the rest of our men. And then also, my family farms some land in the Stockton Delta, and in that area, we were able to produce by 25%, but didn't get completely cut off. And it's hard to understand why an irrigation district such as BBID, that has been around for over 100 years, got shut off, while just down the road, we were able to keep the water flowing. We need to be able to farm this land for many reasons. One benefit to keeping ranches such as ours with water is that these ranches employ men. These men are the providers for their families. If they don't make money, they do not feed their families. Farming employs so many more people than that, however. So many businesses function of men and women in the fields. I don't think the state realizes the importance of agriculture. Without it, our economy will collapse, and we need to keep the water flowing, but at a rate we could afford. Thank you.
Mr. Peltier?
Good morning. I'm Jason Peltier, Executive Director of the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. I appreciate the opportunities to speak with you briefly this morning. Our 29 member agencies have all suffered through the hydrologic drought we've gone through in the last few years. The authority has expended significant resources attempting to protect the water supplies developed by the Central Valley Project, and we continue and will continue on into the future as we're certain to have regulatory drought on into the future as we go forward. This proceeding, however, does not appear to us to be the proper venue, and as numerous folks have said previously, going to a more cooperative, collaborative kind of venue and forum and means of doing business would be most productive, much more productive given the complexities and of the case, the issues before you. If there was a silver lining to the drought, certainly it was that there was very little, considering the consequences of the drought and the breadth of impacts, there was very, very little litigation, very little regulatory conflict like you're setting up here. And I was quite, I think we should all be quite proud of that, the way we worked through the last few years and not focusing on conflict so much as how do we provide mutual aid, how do we work together, how do we collaborate, how do we recognize the needs of each other and do what we can to help everybody through the process. So that is exactly the kind of way that I would suggest that the board move forward in a more collaborative process than what you're about to embark on in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Mr. Peltier, that concludes our policy statement. So now I will invite appearances by the parties who are participating in the evidentiary portion of the hearings. And let me just go ahead and just go through, recognize you. And will those be making appearances, please, as I call your party, state your name, address, and whom you represent, so that the court reporter can capture this information for the record. I will begin Division of Water Rights Prosecution Team. This is just to identify yourself for the record.
Andrew Tarianen of the Office of Enforcement, 1001 I Street, Sacramento, for the prosecution team.
Byron Bethany Irrigation District.
Daniel Kelly with Somac Simmons and Dunn, 500 Capitol Mall, Suite 1000, Sacramento, California, 95814. With me, I have Rick Gilmore, BBID's General Manager, Mike Vergara with my office, Aaron Ferguson with my office, and Teresa Barfield behind me, also with my office, all here for the Byron Bethany Irrigation District.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Westside Irrigation District.
Good morning. Jeannie Zalezi, Harem Crabtree Suntag, 5757 Pacific Avenue, Suite 222, Stockton, California, 95207, representing the Westside Irrigation District. I also have with me from my office, directly behind me, Janelle Kradiger, also representing the district. And I'm also representing Patterson Irrigation District and Banna Carbona Irrigation District. Thank you.
Thank you for your efficiency. Mr. Richard Murat.
Is it working?
Yes.
Thank you. Richard Murat, representing myself, 2821 Berkshire Way, Sacramento, 95864.
Thank you, Mr. Murat. South Delta Water Agency.
Morning, Dean Reese from Harris, Parashone and Reese, 3439 Brookside Road, Stockton, California, 95219, representing South Delta Water Agency.
Central Delta Water Agency.
Good morning, Jennifer Spalletta, Spalletta Law PC, 225 West Oak Street, Lodi, California, 95240, representing Central Delta Water Agency. And with me today from my office is Russell Frank.
Thank you. City and County of San Francisco.
Morning. My name is Jonathan Knapp. I'm representing the San Francisco City Attorney's Office on behalf of the City and County of San Francisco and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. And my address is 1390 Market Street, Suite 418, San Francisco, California, 94102. And with me to my left is Robert Donlin from Ellison Schneider and Harris, outside counsel for the City and County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. San Joaquin Tributaries Authority.
O'Laughlin Paris LLP, 2617 K Street, Suite 100, Sacramento, California, 95816.
California Department of Water Resources.
Robin McGinnis, Office of the Chief Counsel, California Department of Water Resources. Also here is my co-counsel, Kathy Kavanaugh, from the Office of the Chief Counsel. Our address is 1416 9th Street, 11th floor, Sacramento, California, 95814. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. State Water Contractors.
Morning, Jolianne Ainsley with the law firm of Dwayne Morris, LLP, here representing the state water contractors. My address is 1 Market Plaza, Suite 2200, San Francisco, California, 94105. With me today is Becky Sheehan with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California for the state water contractors. Thank you.
And that was Ms. Ainsley?
Julianne Ainsley.
And Ms. DeLezzi was already very efficient in identifying herself for Patterson and Banna Carbona. So Westlands.
Morning, ma'am. Philip Williams, representing Westlands at 400 Capitol Mall, the 28th floor, Sacramento, California, 95814. I'm joined by Ms. Rebecca Aykroyd and Ms. Elizabeth Leeper of Chronic Moskowitz at 400 Capitol Mall, 27th floor, Sacramento, California, 95814. Thank you.
That's Mr. Williams. Thank you. Those are all the parties I have. So now we will begin opening statement with the prosecution team.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, Board Member Dodick, members of the hearing team. I'm Andrew Tarianen of the Office of Enforcement for the...
You need to get closer to the microphone.
Oh,
if I
pardon
can
me.
barely hear you, then...
I'm Andrew Tarianen with the Office of Enforcement for the prosecution team. These cases are about water districts that blatantly ignored board staff efforts to protect water right priority during the worst drought in recorded history. They're also about how these districts should be punished. Evidence will show that there was no water available for BBID's diversions or Westside's actual or threatened diversions during parts of 2015. Evidence will also show that BBID should receive an administrative civil liability of not less than just over $1.4 million, and that Westside should receive a CDO prohibiting diversions during periods of unavailability, unless Westside can ensure that any diversions are within its valid rights. Unauthorized diversion is a trespass subject to administrative civil liability. The board may issue a cease and desist order to any person who's violating or threatening to violate the prohibition against unauthorized diversion. In these proceedings, each party has the burden to prove each fact that's essential for their claims or defenses by a preponderance of the evidence. That's a low standard. It just means that the party needs to provide evidence that demonstrates that their fact is more likely than not to be true, which means greater than 50%. In the case of conflicting evidence, preponderance means the more convincing evidence. We don't need a higher standard in these proceedings because no water right claimant holds a vested right to divert water that's not available for that right. Phase 1 is about whether there was water available for BBID and Westside during the relevant periods. It's not about whether any notice is enforceable that was received by the parties. It's about whether they diverted or threatened to divert during the relevant periods. In this relatively wet March, we shouldn't forget that we've experienced the worst drought in recorded history. In 2014, or by 2014 and 2015, the governor, the legislature, and the board took action to protect the water right priority system. This is the backdrop to the division's water rights or water availability determinations in 2015. Brian Coates with the division will describe the supply and demand methodology that the division used to determine water availability in 2015. The methodology compares the available water supplies to water demands in watersheds and subwatersheds. It has its roots in the 77 drought. The division implemented a version of the methodology in 2014. In 2015, they refined the methodology in ways that benefited diverters. The methodology is simple math, like what you'd use to set a budget. And with any budget, when demand outstrips supply, you need to adjust your spending. Mr. Coates describes how staff defined the watersheds for the supply and demand methodology. For 2015, staff included the delta in both the Sacramento and the San Joaquin River watersheds, and then assigned delta demands depending on how much water supply was flowing into the delta from each watershed. This prorated delta method credits Southern Delta diverters like BBID and Westside with Sacramento River flows that they would not naturally receive. This allowed them to divert for longer in 2015 after San Joaquin flows had dropped almost nothing. Mr. Coates and Jeff Yazell describe how staff determined the available supplies using DWR's Bulletin 120 full natural flow forecasts and DWR's full natural flow daily calculations. Steve Nemeth of DWR describes how DWR develops those forecasts and those calculations. DWR has been doing those forecasts and those calculations for decades, and they're relied on by many public agencies and private entities. Mr. Coates and Mr. Yazell will also discuss how staff adjusted the supply information in ways that more generously estimated the available supply, which benefited diverters. Most notably, staff included a 40% return flow credit to Delta stakeholders at the stakeholders' request. Mr. Coates and Mr. Yazell describe how staff determined the demand for water in the watersheds. The demand comes from the board's own information, which is provided by the water users themselves in the forms of the annual reports of licensees and permittees and the triennial reports from statement filers, pre-14s and riparians. Staff also incorporated usage data received from the February 2015 information order, which went to the top 90% by volume of riparian and pre-14 claimants. Staff performed significant quality control on the demand data, again making every estimate in favor of diverters. All told, this is the best available demand data. What the supply and demand methodology showed in 2015 was that the late winter and spring runoff season was absolutely dismal. There was not enough water to serve post-14 rights in the Sacramento watershed and in the Delta, including Westside's license, by May 1st. Staff issued a notice of unavailability to these water right holders by May 1st. These conditions of unavailability lasted for those right holders until November 2nd. Conditions were so bad that by June 12th, there was no water available for diversion by pre-1914 right claimants with priorities of 1903 and later. This means that any diversions by post-1902 diverters took away water from senior right holders or from parties who had released stored water upstream. Staff issued a notice of unavailability to these right holders, including BBID, on June 12th. The conditions of unavailability for those right holders lasted until September 17. Staff will show how the data available since those notices went out validates the findings of unavailability noticed in those notices. For example, this chart shows the combined Sacramento and San Joaquin River Basin supply and demand as of August 19th. It includes the actual full natural flow readings, which is the dark squiggly line. You can see that after June 12th, the available supply dropped precipitously and actually reached into riparian levels by around July 1st. Mr. Coates, this chart shows San Joaquin flows measured at Vernalis with actual flow data through most of July, all of which is well below the demand levels of rights at BBID and Westside's priorities. Mr. Coates and Mr. Yazell discussed the various critiques of the supply and demand methodology offered by the Delta Party's witnesses Greg Young and Nick Bonsignor. The witnesses critique aspects of the methodology, but they don't expose any significant flaws. For illustration, Mr. Yazell shows how this chart, which is based on a chart from Greg Young, and incorporates critiques presented by Young and Bonsignor, and makes every assumption in their favor, shows that even then, there would not have been water available for BBID after June 12th. Les Grober, in a couple days, will discuss the Delta Party's latest iteration of the Delta Pool theory, as expressed by Burke and Paulson. The Delta Parties argue that the principles of supply and demand basically work differently in the Delta. Even using their own assumptions, though, 2015 was so dry in terms of late winter and spring runoff that there was no water available to serve BBID and Westside last summer. 2015 was much worse than any other drought year, worse even than 1931. The drought was so bad, in fact, that the DSM-2 model essentially breaks down as a predictive tool, at least for the purposes that Burke and Paulson try to put it. While there may have been fresh water in the channels at BBID and Westside's points of diversion, that water belonged to others. Mr. Grober also discusses how Dr. Paulson's assumptions regarding the residence time of water in the Delta are just wrong. This figure shows that the Delta is not an unlimited pool of fresh water that can always provide water for in-Delta uses and still hold back the tide. The Delta, and particularly the southern Delta, which is the very small blue square kind of on the right-hand side, have extremely limited volumes, and they rely on freshwater inflow to keep the saltwater out. In a year like 2015, when there was very little freshwater inflow during the spring runoff season, the state and federal project releases kept the water fresh at BBID and Westside's diversions during the summer. BBID and Westside are not entitled to divert that water. The prosecution team recommends for Phase 1 that the board find that no water was available for BBID's diversions from June 13th through June 24th, 2015, and that no water was available for Westside's actual or threatened diversions during May 1st through November 2nd. BBID Phase 2 examines how BBID responded to the conditions of unavailability after June 12th. Kathy Maroka and Paul Wells discussed BBID's rights and their diversions. The sole right available for BBID's diversion during the relevant period in June 2015 is a pre-14 claim, Statement 21256, that has a priority date of May 1914. BBID, therefore, was subject to the June 12th unavailability notice, and it was served with that notice. It's important to note, though, that this proceeding is not about enforcing that notice. That notice was not an order of the board. That notice was not even a staff order. It was simply notifying the parties that staff had done math and had determined that there wasn't any water available for them. Now, this is an important point. What got the enforcement unit's attention about Byron Bethany was public statements made after June 12th regarding Byron Bethany's continued diversions. This is an article from June 25th. It quotes Byron Bethany's general manager, Rick Gilmore, as saying that Byron Bethany had just turned off its pumps on Wednesday the 24th, and that Byron Bethany hadn't decided whether to keep the pumps off yet. Needless to say, statements like that during the worst drought in recorded history will get the attention of the board staff who are tasked with investigating unauthorized diversions. So Investigate staff did. One of the lessons from this drought is the importance of having real-time data. Byron Bethany self-reports its diversions every day to the Department of Water Resources, and those diversions get posted to a public database called the CDEC website. Mr. Wells looked there and took this information. This shows BBID's June diversions in average CFS per day. Now, it turns out there's a day lag in between the reporting and the actual posting, so June 1st's diversions show up on CDEC as June 2nd. But the enforcement unit took a look and concluded that BBID's diversions during June 13th through June 24th were generally consistent with its diversions from June 1st through June 12th, and that therefore Mr. Gilmore was speaking the truth in the newspaper. On that basis, the prosecution team issued the ACL complaint. The evidence will show that all told, BBID diverted 1,887 acre-feet from June 13th to June 24th. They haven't provided any basis for reducing that volume for calculating an administrative civil liability penalty. 1,887 acre-feet is reasonably close to the amount that you would expect Byron Bethany to divert during any 12 days in June based on Byron Bethany's recent year reportings. Applying the enhanced drought penalties available under Water Code Section 1052, BBID's maximum penalty is just over $4.7 million. However, the prosecution team applied factors as required under Water Code Section 1055.3 and concludes and recommends that Byron Bethany should be awarded an administrative civil liability of just over $1.4 million. This amount is an appropriate punishment for BBID's unlawful diversions, and it provides a strong disincentive to others who might be tempted to disregard staff notices regarding water unavailability. Westside Phase 2 examines how Westside responded to conditions of unavailability starting on May 1st. Kathy Maroka and Kathy Baer discuss Westside's License 1381, which is a post-14 right with a priority date in 1916. License 1381 was subject to the May 1st notice, and Westside was served with the notice. But as with the Byron Bethany matter, the Westside enforcement matter is not about enforcing the May 1st notice. The May 1st notice simply provided notice that there was no water for Westside starting on May 1st. In 2015, Westside also had an agreement with the Banna-Carbona Irrigation District to divert water pursuant to Banna-Carbona's pre-14 claim, which has a priority date of 1912 and was itself subject to the June 12th notice. Kathy Baer discusses her investigation into Westside, which began in March 2015 after a public complaint regarding an agreement between the city of Tracy and Westside, under which Westside was going to divert Tracy's wastewater out of the old river. John Collins of the Delta Water Master's office describes his May 18th site inspection, during which staff told him that the district continued to divert, but that they were diverting tailwater from the Bethany drain. So staff investigated and determined two things. First, that the Tracy wastewater agreement had not sought or obtained wastewater change petition as required under the Water Code from the State Board. And second, that Westside may not have rights to divert all the water coming out of Bethany Drain. By July 7th, the district's counsel, Ms. Zalesi, wrote to the board staff and indicated that the district may resume diversions at any time. The same letter also confirmed that Westside diverts tailwater from Bethany Drain. On the basis of these threatened diversions, the prosecution team issued the draft CDO. Another lesson from this drought is how important it is to have the right information gathering tools. This is part of a table that Westside provided in response to an information order that was issued contemporaneously with the draft CDO. And also, we had to seek the same information later under a subpoena. It shows that Westside diverted over 735 acre-feet from May 1st through May 13th. The evidence indicates that these diversions were likely under License 1381. Well, wait a minute though. Perhaps these diversions were under the Banna-Carbona pre-14 right, which Westside also had in 2015. Well, no. Westside's information order response tabulated the Banna-Carbona diversion separately and demonstrate that Westside didn't start diverting under the Banna-Carbona agreement until June 1st, pardon. But Westside also diverted over 85 acre-feet from June 17th through June 27th in 2015, after the June 12th notice and when no water was available for the Banna-Carbona right. Wait a minute, maybe those diversions are all tailwater diversions. Westside claims a right to divert tailwater from Bethany Drain. Maybe that's what those were. Well, no. The May 1st through May 13th diversions and the June 17th through June 27th diversions weren't tailwater because Westside tabulated those differently. Westside diverted tailwater, which it calls accretion water, throughout the entire unavailability period. There are a number of problems with the diversion of flows from the Bethany Drain. First, the evidence shows that Westside doesn't measure them properly, doesn't measure them precisely. Second, not all of the flows arise on Westside's lands. Third, Westside does not even attempt to balance the diversions with the discharges from the drain. Instead, Westside balances its deliveries to the discharges from the drain. The discharge goes into the old river and Westside pulls the water back out of the old river. By balancing its deliveries with the discharges from the drain, it ignores potential conveyance losses within its own system. So after the investigation and discovery process in this case, there are at least 4 bases for a CDO against Westside. We'll see in a few days in phase 2 that there might be a 5th. Any of these actual or threatened unauthorized diversions by themselves warrant a cease and desist order against Westside. Finally, the prosecution team recommends an ACL against Byron Bethany of at least $1.4 million and a cease and desist order against Westside in accordance with the terms that Kathy Maroka proposes in her testimony. These cases are important. These cases aren't important because we're violating some sort of collaborative process. I think if you had been part of the proceedings the last couple of years, you would see that there was an attempt by the board staff to engage with the regulated community and with the pre-14 and riparian community. That's part of the evidence in this case. Instead, these cases are important because Byron Bethany and Westside blatantly disregarded staff notices that there was not water available to serve their rights during the worst drought in recorded history. They took water that should have gone to senior right holders or which was released to upstream storage and which belonged to others. Other similarly situated water right holders heeded the call to cease diverting when there wasn't sufficient flow, this time. But if this level of blatant non-compliance goes unpunished, the board should expect less compliance in future droughts. Thank you.
Thank you. BBID.
So while we're waiting for the PowerPoint to load, I have a few slides that are going to help with my opening statement today. I just want to recognize a few folks that are in attendance today. Russell Kagehiro, BBID's board president, is here, along with BBID's vice president, Tim Majori, Mark Majori, one of our board members. Rick Gilmore is here. Kelly Geyer, BBID's director of administration, is here. Seth Harris, the district's general manager, is also here. And we have San Joaquin County Supervisor Bob Elliott also here to observe these proceedings. And I just want to let you know that they're all in attendance because they recognize the importance of what's going on here. Just so I know here, which button do I hit to advance the slide? Okay. I think what you're gonna see a lot of in this proceeding is confirmation bias. I wasn't going to talk about that at all right now until I listen to the prosecution team's opening statement. And so I'm going to deviate a little bit from what I was going to say. Is the prosecution team and all the parties were presented with overwhelming evidence in this proceeding about the availability of water in the Delta. None of what you're going to see from the prosecution team addresses any of that. And so I'm concerned that what we got going on here is confirmation bias. It's a predetermined result that everything they did following that June 12th notice was done with the sole purpose of proving that they were right. And it's not right. Now, I'm also going to say that the administrative civil liability in this complaint in this proceeding was not based on a newspaper article that somebody read on June the 25th. You're going to see evidence that when BBID sent a letter to this board on June the 23rd questioning what this board was doing in court with respect to water availability and curtailments, within 24 minutes of receiving that letter on June the 23rd, the prosecution team, Office of Enforcement, and State Water Board Management directed the action be taken. It has nothing to do with a newspaper on June the 25th. It has everything to do with the fact that BBID stood up for itself and stood up for other water diverters and questioned what was going on, and they were targeted for this proceeding. And the evidence will demonstrate that unquestionably. Now, with that as background, on June the 12th, 2015, the State Water Board issued a curtailment notice to BBID. It wasn't from staff, it was from the State Water Board, and it was under Tom Howard's signature. It directed BBID to cease diverting water under its pre-1914 appropriative water right from the Delta. The notice was based on a watershed-wide assessment, and you're going to see that, and nobody's going to debate that. It's undisputed. And so in addition to having errors that overstated demand and understated supplies, it absolutely failed to take into account the historic conditions of the Delta. It failed to take into account the Delta as a reservoir that you heard in some of the policy statements, and you're going to see a lot of evidence in this proceeding on that issue. So why are we here? When the State Water Board initially issued the curtailment notices, it believed that water right holders needed to comply with the directives contained in the notice. It ordered everybody to stop diverting. That's what the notices say, and that's why the courts found them problematic. While this board later rescinded and clarified that June the 12th notice, the prior finding of unavailability was maintained, and you're going to see evidence of that as well. So how can the State Water Board curtail water rights without having considered the source of water that's been available to BBID and the rest of the folks in the Delta for the past 100 years? Well, in order to find out, BBID sought reconsideration of the findings contained in that curtailment notice with this board. But you rejected it. You refused to even hear the request for reconsideration. We asked you to have a hearing so we could test the water availability that required us to curtail our water rights, and you said you can't have it reconsidered. So BBID filed a lawsuit challenging that notice to try to defend its water rights. It challenged the June 12th notice and the rescission and clarification because you and your staff failed to consider that historic source of water in the Delta. You, not the prosecution team, this board argued in court that BBID not only couldn't seek reconsideration, but couldn't bring a judicial action to challenge what you did and to challenge that water availability notice in court. You argued to the court that BBID couldn't do that unless and until you brought an enforcement action. So what did you expect for BBID to do? What did the Office of Enforcement expect BBID to do? After receiving that curtailment notice and the rescission and clarification, well, after receiving the curtailment notice then, BBID had two options. Let's make this very clear. Two options. One, comply and stop diverting. That's what staff wanted. That's what staff demanded. Two, keep diverting and be subject to enforcement. That was it. There was no way for BBID to come here and to ask you to verify what had been done. There was no opportunity for a hearing. There was no opportunity for a workshop to test that water availability analysis at all. BBID had to either comply or subject to itself to enforcement. Now, if BBID would have just walked away and stopped diverting, it would have not protected the water rights of all the farmers that you see here in the room. It would not have done that. It would have just walked away, and it would never have had its day in court on this water availability question. That's unacceptable. It's an unacceptable result. But that's why we're here today. Now, it is undisputed that BBID diverted water that was present in the Delta when flows into the Delta subsided. Prior to the existence of the federal and state water projects, BBID diverted water from the interior of the Delta when flows dropped into, coming into the Delta, when flows dropped off. That source of water was ignored. So what you see on the screen is going to be a part of evidence. It was referenced in Dr. Paulson's report. It's BBID Exhibit 384, and we're going to look at that this week. And what that shows is the condition in 1931. The two darker lines at the bottom of the graph show flows into the delta, dropping off in late June and early July to not only near zero, but it appears they go actually below zero. And if you thought about that graph in the context of the water availability analysis that the staff did, that would mean that there was no water available for any water rights. It would be physically impossible. There were no state and federal water projects in existence in 1931. And based on that kind of analysis, there shouldn't be any water physically available for anybody here to divert. But what do we know? Can we go to the next slide? Oh, there we go. What do we know? This table is from that same DWR report, Bulletin 23. What do we know? In that bottom graph, the second line is the Byron-Bethany Irrigation District. And in 1931, you see that they diverted water all summer long. All summer long. So why are we here? In your rulings on the motions in limine, with respect to some of the testimony, you said that you were interested in hearing evidence on the historic conditions of the Delta and water availability in the Delta prior to the projects. Prosecution team had this. Prosecution team had this during depositions. None of this was considered. The water that was present in the Delta when the flows dropped was never considered. Why are we here? Why is the prosecution team and the Office of Enforcement holding a sledgehammer over these farmers with a proposed over $5 million fine when they didn't include any of this supply? Now, Hearing Officer Doduck, I saw you were surprised about that. They've said in the ACL that the largest possible fine exceeds $5 million, and they're here asking for at least $1.4 million. But that's what's hanging over these folks. And nobody considered this. And we want to know why. And we wanted to know why when we filed our petition for reconsideration in June. We wanted to know why when we filed the litigation challenging this after we filed the petition for reconsideration. We still don't know why. Another thing that I find interesting and perhaps a little troubling is at least the hearing officers here have heard from these people before. These same folks that you're going to hear testimony from have appeared before you for the past year and a half on curtailments and water availability. And they've shown a lot of what they're going to show you today to you already. And it's unclear to me why now these questions are being asked and they weren't asked when the analysis was being conducted originally. Why are we here? Back in July of 2014, you committed to a process to figure this out, to figure out how this could happen, and to figure out what water availability means in the Delta and watershed-wide. You committed to that process in 2014. San Joaquin Tributary Authority outlined that whole process that you promised to have in their opening brief, so I'm not gonna repeat it now. But the goal of that proceeding or that process was to understand this. It never happened. So with the water availability analysis that the prosecution team is going to put before you, what it failed to do is it failed to consider water that remained in the Delta, even in a pre-project condition, when flows upstream of the Delta subsided. It simply can't do that. What history tells us is that even in the driest years, BBID could divert. And it did divert water from the Delta, even when inflows into the Delta dropped off. It's not in dispute. You're going to hear testimony with respect to delta conditions, diversions, and ag production in 1931. Some people are going to tell you about how, yeah, they diverted in 1931, but there was crop losses and there were voluntary curtailments that happened to enable these people to continue to divert all summer long. But what the evidence is going to show you is the production loss is less than 5% of the total delta ag value. And so it's not a significant drop in crop production. But what it does show you is that diversions and ag production proceeded all summer long when flows into the delta dropped off to zero. The State Water Board prosecution team's analysis cannot explain that. It's physically impossible under the analysis that they did. You're going to hear criticism of what Dr. Paulson and what Tom Burke did, and you're going to hear criticism of Greg Young and Nick Bonsignor, and you're going to hear criticism from me of Dr. Hutton, and you're going to hear criticism from me of Paul Marshall. But what you're not going to hear is you're not going to hear any credible testimony that says that it's an inappropriate method, that looking at what happens in the delta when flows drop off, nobody's going to say it was an inappropriate method in determining water availability. You're not going to hear that testimony. And none of the experts are going to be able to explain to you, using the State Water Board prosecution team's methodology, how this was possible. This is a slide from a complaint that the state water contractors filed against in-delta diverters on June the 6th of 2015. You're going to see this. This was submitted prior to the curtailments going into effect, watershed-wide. They had CH2M Hill conduct an analysis of the California Delta in a with and without project condition. Now, I'm going to be critical when Dr. Hutton comes on and testifies about this, about what they used to do this modeling. Because I think they made some incredibly conservative assumptions that aren't supported. But what does this show you? Now, they ran this for 3 years, from 2012 through 2015. So they gave the model a couple years to spin up, as they say. And what does it show you? It shows you on June the 13th of 2015. Now, the with project model run is on the left, and the without project run is on the right. And what does it show you? That without the projects being in place at all, no projects, the delta would have been sufficiently fresh for people to use that water for agricultural purposes. It's not in dispute. Prosecution team has had this since June. It was part of the depositions. I asked the prosecution team questions about this. Did you consider it? Is it relevant? And everybody looked confused. Why are we here? Why are these people under threat of those fines? Everybody has this information. This is the state water contractor's modeling run. It's not mine. Like I said, what you're not going to hear is how 1931 could have happened using the method that the prosecution team employed. This can, and it does. It shows you why. It captures the concept of the delta being, as Greg Gartrell phrased it, a reservoir at the end of the system. None of that water was part of the analysis. So at the end of the day, the prosecution team hasn't even come close to establishing that there was insufficient water available for BBID or for WSID. Certainly not for BBID in those 2 weeks in June. That's what the delta would have looked like in June without the projects. BBID is at the bottom of that diagram. Not in dispute. This is what BBID came to you about in its petition for reconsideration in June. You insisted BBID stop diverting and be subject to enforcement. With this kind of information, what did you expect BBID to do? Walk away and give up its water rights and let the farmers that came here today go without water, without putting up a fight? Absolutely not. No way. And so with that in mind, I want you to listen carefully to what the prosecution team witnesses testify to. Because they testify that there was no available based on the analysis they did. They're not going to say that there was no water available. There was no water available based on the watershed-wide simple math analysis that they did. That's not good enough. It's not good enough. The analysis wasn't good enough. It didn't capture any of this. You cannot issue an administrative civil liability complaint against BBID. Aside from all the legal issues we raised, when you look at this from the state water contractors, you can't impose an administrative civil liability penalty on BBID based on an analysis that doesn't capture any of this. You can't do it. I'm actually glad the prosecution team used this in their opening statement, because I've been looking at this since the fall, and I'm trying to understand what it means. And Mr. Tariainen explained that if you look at the dark blue squiggly line, that was the full natural flow number that supported what they did. That when the demands dropped below the squiggly line, that anybody who diverted above that, there was insufficient water available for them and they were violating Water Code Section 1052. So let's put this in context. You're going to see a lot of graphs that show only the pre-14 and riparian demands as part of the testimony. This shows all the demands in the watershed. All the pre-14, all the riparian, and all the post-1914 demands. Look at where that squiggly line is. It's at the roughly 10,000 CFS mark on March the 1st. Prosecution team said that the unavailability notices went out May the 1st to post-1914 water right holders. What does this show? This shows then that anybody above the 10,000 CFS demand in the month of March diverted when there was insufficient water available, according to their analysis, insufficient water available for diversions. Look at how much water falls within that demand section. I will tell you that the California Department of Water Resources water rights for Oroville to store water, that their demand shows up in the top of that graph. We've looked into it. Their demand falls into the top of that graph. The Department of Water Resources diverted water under its 1951 priority from December the 23rd through April the 17th of 2015. When you plot their priority on that graph, all of the water that went into storage in Oroville is well above that full natural flow line. Well above it. Why aren't they going after the Department of Water Resources? Why aren't they going after any of the other people in that area above the squiggly line prior to May 1st? Why BBID? It's because BBID stood up for itself. There's no other explanation. There's none. BBID's diversions and portion of that pre-14 demand are a very thin, paper-thin slice of that demand. Look at all of the water and all of the demand above that squiggly line in March and in April. Why aren't they going after those people? If this is so important to teach people a lesson, and if it's solely based on availability and not on the receipt of a notice, and if it's not based on BBID standing up for itself, why aren't they going after those people? It's outrageous. The farmers in this room are being punished because that district stood up for itself. It's outrageous. So I certainly hope that this proceeding isn't being maintained to prove a point or to tee up a legal issue.
I hope you're wrapping up. I wasn't paying attention to the clock and you're out of time.
I'll wrap up. I hope that this proceeding isn't being maintained to prove a point or to get at an important legal issue that people think need to be addressed. because doing it in the context of a $5 million fine against these farmers is not the right way to go about that. If you want to get at those legal issues, we'll get at those legal issues. But don't do it under the threat of a $5 million fine when you know, and they know, that the analysis didn't capture the water that was available in the Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Before WSID comes up, let's address this logistic issue. I actually have a timer in front of me. Do you know how to operate that? Okay, so please, so that I can keep an eye on it, because I'm not going to turn this way. All right, WSID?
Thank you. Jeannie Zalesi for the West Side Irrigation District. I'm going to address only Phase 2 issues, so you'll have to try to remember those for about a week. And what you will see in Phase 2 of the proceedings regarding the West Side Irrigation District is a district desperately trying to provide water to its landowners in full compliance with the law. The situation for West Side in 2014 and 2015 was desperate, and without minimal supplies of water, trees and crops in the district would have died. So what West Side did was take its staff, they put their head together in consultation with their attorneys, and with the generous support of its neighboring districts, the district was able to get by just barely. No trees died, fortunately. In the 7 years prior to 2014, the district pumped an average of 22,000 acre-feet of water every year. In 2014, the district pumped just over 8,000 acre-feet, and in 2015, the district pumped just under 6,000 acre-feet of water. In 2015, to put it into perspective, the district pumped 75% less than in a normal year. Now, for some reason, the prosecution team wants you to see the district as irresponsible and as flouting the law. The testimony and other evidence that you'll hear, however, will paint a different picture. What you'll see is a district that worked hard to develop legal alternative sources of water to prevent trees and crops from dying. It took pains to comply with the law. There are two issues to be addressed in West Side's Phase 2. The first is West Side's use of its irrigation tailwater and groundwater supplies, and the second is its use of treated wastewater under contract with the City of Tracy. Now, regarding the tailwater, West Side's actions in using the tailwater and salvaged groundwater have been supported by California water law for over 150 years. We are not creating new law here. The right has been recognized by the California Supreme Court, by this board, and by the legislature. Why the prosecution team has chosen to challenge West Side's reuse of its return flows and groundwater, particularly when they've known about them for at least 18 years, is uncertain. The testimony in Phase 2 will show that water in the Bethany Drain during the irrigation season, when it was being reused by the district, is comprised solely of two sources. The first is irrigation tailwater from lands within the district. That is, water that is irrigated will have some of that surface water applied to irrigation run off the land and back into the drain. That is a very minor source of water in the drain. Now, the prosecution team told you that West Side is not entitled to some of the water in the drain because it comes from outside of the district. The sole source of water, and it's a minor source, but the sole source of water coming outside of the district into that drain is groundwater. Groundwater is intercepted through tile drains that were installed by the district decades ago. The majority of the water in the Bethany Drain during the irrigation season is that shallow groundwater captured by the district through tile drains. And the flow does not vary much year-round. The flow sustains itself. It is not increased when there is irrigation. It's not decreased when there's irrigation. It remains the same year-round. WSID captures the water in the Bethany Drain, this tailwater and the groundwater, and transport it to the district's intake canal, which is not Old River. You'll see through the testimony that it is set back from Old River through a man-made dredged canal, and it dumps it into the end of that intake canal shortly before where the district pumps from the intake canal into its laterals. And the Bethany Drain is discharged there for the specific purpose of recapture into the district's irrigation system. Now, for some reason also, the prosecution team said today that WSID does not measure the discharge into that Bethany Drain. And I continue to be confused as to why they maintain this. They have information from the district about exactly how we measure. And we measure consistent with accepted engineering standards. And you will hear testimony to that effect. You also heard that the district doesn't even attempt to balance what it pumps from the Bethany Drain dumped into the intake canal with what it delivers to its landowners. The record will show, and the testimony will establish, that in 2014 and 2015, WSID recaptured less than 70% of the water discharged from the Bethany Drain into the intake canal. We believe that provides more than enough leeway for any kind of conveyance loss, which you will also hear testimony is approximately 5%. In short, WSID's actions in recycling and reusing the tailwater and shallow groundwater are in full compliance with the law. In fact, California law and statutes allow exactly the kind of actions that WSID undertook in 2014 and 2015 that are being challenged by the prosecution team. Regarding the City of Tracy wastewater, again, WSID worked closely with its attorneys. It worked closely with the City of Tracy and the City of Tracy's General Counsel to develop a plan to utilize this treated wastewater. And again, while the prosecution team paints us as a rogue district acting in disregard of the law, nothing is further from the truth. WSID spent a lot of money working with the city to determine whether or not its actions in entering into the contract in 2014 would be in compliance with the law, and concluded that it was. It then fully complied with the California Environmental Quality Act, received no comments on that, and proceeded in 2014 to pump water under the agreement. Now, all parties agree, including WSID, that Water Code Section 1211 requires approval of the state board in most instances when treated wastewater is contracted with a third party for reuse. It's very clear. However, the law expressly provides an exception to that rule. Section 1211B in the Water Code provides that no approval of the state board is needed for changes in the discharge or use of treated wastewater that do not result in decreasing the flow in any portion of a watercourse. Now, this exception to the rule was added to the law in 2001 at the request of the State Water Resources Control Board, which argued to the legislature that where there is no threat to in-stream flows or third-party water right holders, requiring state board review is an unnecessary burden on wastewater reclamation. So in its written testimony submitted to you, the Division of Water Rights staff acknowledged that a single small diversion of 14 CFS from the Delta, such as that being made by WSID Irrigation District under contract with the City of Tracy, from a relatively large channel would have no substantive observed effect on flow or levels in the Delta channels. Again, this is not WSID's testimony. This is testimony submitted by the prosecution team. Therefore, by its own testimony, the prosecution team has acknowledged that Water Code Section 1211 does not apply to Westside's diversion. The Division of Water Rights is also, staff is also for some reason now claiming that not only should Westside comply with 1211 of the Water Code, but that for some reason it needs a water right permit to divert that water, and that water under the control of a party being conveyed in a natural water course cannot be diverted without a water right permit. And it seems, for reasons of being right here, it's simply reinventing the law and placing another layer on water rights, because any water right lawyer will tell you that's simply not the case and has not been the case in California for over 100 years, and has most recently been supported by the courts in 2012 in the Santa Maria groundwater adjudication, where the court again stated that when you have control of that water, you developed it, and you are transporting it in a natural water course, it is not subject to appropriation. It is in your control, and you have the prior right to take it. So in conclusion, as to the Phase 2 issues, we believe the prosecution team brought the CDO simply as a knee-jerk reaction to seeing the fact that Westside was continuing to pump after the curtailment notice went out. What the prosecution team didn't do, and we were very shocked to see, is they didn't do a thorough investigation of the legal basis for why Westside was pumping. They didn't contact Westside. They didn't sit down with us one time to ask us under what right we were pumping and allow us to give that information. They simply brought the CDO action. The approach has cost both the district and the state a tremendous amount of time and money that could have been spent elsewhere. We believe it was an unnecessary enforcement. The evidence will show that Westside has ensured that its diversions in 2014 and 2015 were authorized under the law, so no CDO is warranted. And I have to echo Mr. Kelly's statements that why are we here? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Zalesi. I promised you a morning break, so let's take it now before we go into the remaining opening statements. It's now 10:40. We will resume at 10:50. If you please take your seats, we'll begin shortly. Right, it's 10:50, everyone. Take a seat, and we're going to resume. Before we begin, 2 items. First, regarding the objections made earlier this morning regarding staff's introduction, or at least the hearing team's introduction of 2 exhibits. I've considered your objections, and I am ruling that these exhibits will not be included in the record. I am not doing it on the basis of your argument, Mr. O'Laughlin. The hearing team does have the opportunity to provide exhibits and introduce exhibits into the record, but I am not allowing these particular exhibits because they are not available to be made to the parties today. And in future practices, looking at my staff, we will ensure that any exhibits introduced by the hearing team will be made earlier and will be made available to all parties. With that also, I wanted to give you a little bit of logistics. We have about 10 other parties providing opening statements. What I would like to do is take our short 30-minute lunch break after those parties have provided their opening statements so that when we reconvene, the prosecution team can present their direct testimony in its entirety without having to take a break in the middle. So with that, I will now turn to Mr. Murat for your opening statement, followed by South Delta Water Agency, and you will each have 5 minutes.
Officer Dodock, I'm with Phase 2 BBID. You have my written opening statement. I don't think it would benefit you or the staff to summarize it. If that's okay with you, I'll pass.
Thank you, Mr. Murat. You are setting a fine example. South Delta Water Agency, followed by Central Delta.
Good morning. Jennifer Spalletta and I will be providing a combined opening statement for Central Delta and South Delta this morning. So if I do exceed the 5 minutes, I would like the ability to have the time for both agencies. Thank you.
Granted.
First of all, when we started this process, it wasn't really clear how involved the Delta agencies were going to be. And I will just tell you that as the process went along, it became imperative that the Delta agencies become more and more involved because of the way that the prosecution team handled the cases, both the filing of the initial draft enforcement actions, the handling and preparation of the case, and the way they're presenting the arguments and the evidence to you here today. It has become clear to us that this is really not a hearing about addressing egregious behavior in the time of a drought. Rather, it's a hearing about trying to get to some key but very complex factual and legal issues that the state board wants to resolve regarding water availability in the Delta. And that's why these 2 entities, located almost next to each other on a Delta channel, appear to have been selected for enforcement. And the Delta agencies feel very strongly that this enforcement proceeding is not the right place to address those complex legal and factual issues. We agree with some of the prior comments that when the state board suggested in the middle of 2014 that there be a public workshop process on water availability in the Delta during drought, that was by far a better process than trying to get at the issues in these enforcement proceedings. Now, when it comes to legal issues, we have raised several in our pretrial briefings, and I will not repeat those here. We will deal with them in the closing brief. So I want to focus instead on the factual issues, what you're going to hear in this hearing and how the burdens of proof are going to work. I took issue with something that the prosecution team's counsel said during their opening. They made the argument that this was a preponderance of the evidence case, There's actually significant case law in the state of California that indicates that preponderance of the evidence is not the right burden of proof when you are dealing with important rights. And so the proper burden of proof when you're dealing with important rights is that there's no doubt that the evidence proves the point. And I think that we've briefed that for you, but I want to make it clear that this is not a preponderance of the evidence case. And so this is not about whether it's a close call. It's about whether the prosecution team can prove beyond any reasonable doubt, essentially, that they are correct. Now, I also want to talk about what they have to prove. And I think Mr. Tariainen mentioned this, but his evidence doesn't reflect it. The prosecution team has to prove that there was actually, in the real world, not water available for either WSID or BBID to divert during the relevant time periods at the specific points of diversion in the channel. They have no evidence that addresses that burden. Instead, they are attempting to meet that burden by relying on calculations that were performed a year ago using forecasted or projected information as a proxy. And that is a problem. What's particularly troublesome about it is that here we are a year later, and we have, and the prosecution team has, and the state board has, the actual data. We have the actual updated DWR unimpaired flow data that shows that unimpaired flow, assuming that's the proper measurement as the state board has asserted, was significantly higher than any of the forecasted flows that are going to show up on the charts that they show you during their case in chief. But they haven't updated a chart for this proceeding that includes that most recent updated DWR monthly flow. The other thing you're going to see is that Mr. Tariainen, in his opening, claimed that they used the best available information because it was what they got from the 2015 information order. That's a misleading statement. The 2015 information order requested 3 types of information: 2014 actual diversions, 2015 projected diversions, and then by the 5th of every month, actual 2015 diversions. The only data from the 2015 information order that was used by state board staff for curtailment and then incorporated into the prosecution team's case was the 2014 diversion information. So even though this board authorized information orders for the specific purpose of getting 2015 actual diversion data, it was not used. And when you look at it after the fact, that diversion data shows that diversions were significantly less than what the state board staff projected. There are several other things that are missing from the state board staff's water availability analysis, and you're going to hear a lot about those today and over the course of the next couple days. For one, Mr. Tariainen asserted in his opening that on these charts, these colorful charts that show supply and demand, that the data validated the state board staff's determinations. Now, he promised you the data would validate the state board staff's determinations. But what he didn't tell you is what the data is that's on those lines. And what you're going to find out is when the state board staff did its analysis, it looked at full natural flow, but it also looked at other sources of supply, like return flows, a significant amount of return flows in the Delta. It looked at return flows from the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River. It looked at additional flow from minor tributaries that's not included in DWR's full natural flow calculations, and it put that data into its spreadsheet. But when it generated that nice solid blue line on all these charts, it didn't include any of that supply. So when Mr. Tariainen promises you that the data validates their prior determinations, I'd like you to think about that as each one of his witnesses testifies. And we asked them exactly what was included in the data points that are on his graph and what was excluded. The other thing that you're going to hear is what was completely missing from the State Board staff's determination of water availability, what was omitted. And what was omitted is really, really important. Now, staff is going to say that they attempted to collaborate, in Mr. Tyryainen's words, with the stakeholders. But to be frank, having an impromptu meeting 2 weeks before or after a curtailment notice is issued and providing no explanation of how staff came up with the numbers on the chart is not collaboration. It has taken us every single bit of the time you provided in these hearings to understand what is in Mr. Yezel's spreadsheets. And to this day, there are still questions. From his testimony, which took, I believe, a combined more than 30 pages to explain what he did, he references 9 separate spreadsheet models. Those are not available on your website. They certainly were not provided to these stakeholders prior to the curtailment, nor was there any formal process for these stakeholders to explain to the State Board staff why the operations in the spreadsheet did not make analytical sense in the real world. So the biggest missing component, of course, is supply in the Delta channels. And you're going to hear a lot about how the Delta channels work, how there's a reservoir of water there, how water that flows in from the Sacramento River in prior months hangs around in the Delta, sloshes back and forth, and provides an available supply for months after it enters the Delta. None of that was considered by the State Board staff. And not only was it not considered when they did the curtailments, but as Mr. Kelly described, it wasn't even considered for the purposes of these enforcement proceedings. And that is troubling. It is if staff in the enforcement proceedings chose not to look at something that they fully understand exists. And we are still trying to get to the bottom of why that choice was made. It's as if someone told them to ignore part of the real world. There are other things that are completely missing from the prosecution team's case and also from what the State Board staff did with respect to curtailments. There was a significant amount of stored water that moved through the system in 2015 and satisfied demands. The North Delta Water Agency has a contract with DWR. None of the stored water released pursuant to that contract was counted in supply, but all of the demand was. Similarly,
Give Ms. Bleda another 5 minutes since she's presenting for 2 parties. No, you only gave her 5.
West Side had unused time, and I'm actually addressing the water availability issues for them as well. I will wrap up, though, quickly.
Thank you.
Yep. The other thing about stored water is a lot of stored water was delivered to settlement contractors on the Sacramento River, settlement contractors on the Feather River, and most significantly, the San Joaquin River exchange contractors. All of the demand for the exchange contractors was included as riparian demand showing up on the charts that the staff prepared. But none of the stored water that was delivered to satisfy that demand was included in supply. And that results in an incredibly misleading picture of supply and demand. And it took us a lot of time to sort through the minutia of the cells in these very large databases and questioning of Mr. Yezel to figure that out. And that's really, really unfortunate. That's not how this process should work. Finally, Mr. Tyryainen put up a chart prepared by one of our experts, Mr. Greg Young, and asserted that this chart, which adjusted demand downward, makes every assumption in favor of the diverters and shows no significant difference in the supply and demand determination. He was flat out misleading this tribunal and violating the duty of candor. Greg Young prepared that chart to represent a single adjustment that was one of many criticisms that we made to the prosecution team's theory of water availability. There was significant other information that you will hear from Mr. Bonsignor and Mr. Young about other adjustments, and you'll also hear the prosecution team's own witnesses explain adjustments that they have now made after the fact for purposes of rebuttal. So again, I take the duty of candor to this tribunal very seriously. You will not hear our witnesses or our experts overstate anything. You will not hear them make conclusions that are not supported by the evidence. And I hope that you hold that same standard to every other party in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valletta. And just for the record, there are only two of us here, unless you count me twice. City and County of San Francisco, followed by San Joaquin Tributaries Authority.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Knapp. I'm a Deputy City Attorney with the City and County of San Francisco. I'm here on behalf of the City and County and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. San Francisco appreciates the opportunity to give this opening statement and to appear in these proceedings. San Francisco is appearing in these proceedings for the limited purpose of preserving its rights and positions with respect to certain threshold matters, and joins in the positions taken by several parties regarding these matters. First, San Francisco questions the State Water Board's jurisdiction to bring the enforcement proceeding against Byron Bethany Irrigation District, a pre-1914 appropriator, under the authority of Water Code Section 1052. San Francisco respectfully submits, as set forth in our briefs, that Water Code Section 1052 does not authorize the State Water Board to administratively prohibit the use of valid pre-1914 appropriative rights that are being exercised within the proper scope of such rights. Second, San Francisco shares many of the concerns raised by other parties about the methodology developed by a State Water Board staff to determine water availability, which ultimately led to the enforcement actions in these proceedings. In particular, San Francisco believes that the water availability methodology developed and used by State Water Board staff constitutes a rule or regulation of general applicability under the California Administrative Procedures Act that was not lawfully adopted and promulgated by the State Water Board. San Francisco also shares concerns with several other parties regarding the inadequacies of the methodology itself. San Francisco does not intend to put on a direct case in this proceeding, but respectfully reserves the right to participate in all other respects. San Francisco also plans to fully participate in post-hearing briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. San Joaquin Tributaries Authority, followed by the Department of Water Resources.
Morning, Tim O'Loughlin, San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. We're going to be spending a lot of time here this year, it seems like. A couple quick ones. I think the evidence will show that in California, and I don't think there's any disagreement on this point, that we have a dual system of a riparian and appropriative system. I think the evidence will show that the methodology used by staff was only applicable to a riparian analysis, and it cannot be used in an analysis of water available subject to an appropriative right. The other point I'd like to make, and we left it in our brief, and I'm not going to belabor the point, but I remember appearing in front of this board and talking about a collaborative process whereby we could arrive at a methodology to inform water users of water availability. That process did not occur. What did not happen, and it's unfortunate that it did not happen. But even though that process did not happen, the point that was most important coming out of would have been important coming out of that process would have been the information. But we can't lose sight that in an enforcement proceeding, it is fact specific as to each diversion and each diversion's location, and cannot be done on a basin-wide general applicability of water availability. And finally, I'd like to address what I think is probably the fundamental flaws in this case. The prosecution team in their opening statement said that they were here to protect water right priorities. Well, that's an interesting statement. Is that protecting water right priorities in the abstract? Because that's not allowed under the law. In fact, what the problem with this case that I've seen from the get-go is that the prosecution team flip-flops between water right priorities and protecting senior water rights. And yet to this day, at every deposition that was taken, and you'll hear it as we go through the case, not one single entity has been identified that has suffered a injury or impact to their water right diversions. But you heard the veiled underlying kind of threat or threat to a water right, and the prosecution team stated this in their opening statement, that the DWR kept the water fresh at their, i.e. BBID and Westside's diversions. This all goes back to DWR's complaint that their stored water was being diverted in the Delta. And to date, the State Water Resources Control Board has failed to take action on that complaint. And in this case, there's a major fundamental issue. And the major fundamental issue is this. 4,000 CFS was being released by DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation in this time period to maintain Delta outflow. And the sole question that comes to mind is, was that water protected? Because remember, the water released under that criteria is for a water quality objective and is not a water right. So when the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority went to implement the San Joaquin River Agreement in the 1995 Water Quality Control Plan, we had to do a 1707 to protect our water being released to meet a water quality objective at Vernalis. We've asked of all the witnesses from the prosecution team if there's any protection for the water being released by DWR and Reclamation to meet the 4,000 CFS outflow requirement. Because you're going to hear from experts that that 4,000 CFS just doesn't leave in one day. It sloshes back and forth, back and forth. Well, if it's abandoned water but previously stored, it is subject to appropriation by a senior appropriative right. May not be available for riparians, but it's clearly available for an appropriative right. So we think in a large way that, and you've read the testimony of Mr. Michael George, that this is an indirect attack or approach to resolving the DWR complaint. And this problem isn't going to go away because this problem is going to raise its head, unfortunately, in the water fix proceeding as well. Until this board tells the regulated community how water that's being released under a water right to meet a water quality control plan objective is or isn't protected as it moves through the system, we will continue to have this problem on the Sacramento, the San Joaquin, and in the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Loughlin. DWR, followed by the state water contractors.
Good morning, hearing officers and hearing team members. Robin McGinnis for the California Department of Water Resources. I'm pleased to present the opening statement of DWR. These enforcement actions are about whether BBID and Westside diverted water illegally. They are not about the board's statutory or constitutional authority, whether water is stored in Delta channels, or rights to stored water. DWR supports the actions taken by the Division of Water Rights in 2015 regarding alleged actual and threatened diversions by BBID and Westside. Water Code Section 1051 states the board may determine whether water appropriations are legal, and the California Supreme Court held that the board has authority to prevent illegal diversions, waste, and unreasonable use of water, regardless of the type of water right. DWR sought to be designated as a party in these enforcement actions to provide information to the board and clarify issues related to the operation of the State Water Project. DWR was concerned that the parties to these enforcement actions would submit evidence outside the scope of the hearing notices and mischaracterize conditions in the Delta and agreements between DWR and BBID, which is exactly what happened. DWR's rebuttal testimony offers evidence in response to information and assertions made in the direct testimony of BBID and Westside. In BBID's exhibit numbers 384 and 388 and Westside's exhibit numbers 123 and 124, their experts state that water is always available in the Delta in terms of quantity and quality. However, they offer an incomplete description of delta hydrodynamics and the California water system as a whole, and the relative influences of various factors, especially in a drought year like 2015, when the delta system was in balanced conditions. DWR's evidence shows there is no water stored in the delta. It is not a source of water. That water comes from upstream. During the ongoing drought and pursuant to board orders, DWR and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation released stored water to meet Delta water quality standards, which we're required to do as a condition of our water right permits. As DWR's testimony shows, illegal diversions during these extraordinarily dry conditions caused DWR and Reclamation to release more water from reservoirs than would be released in the absence of those diversions. These additional releases have the effect of reducing the stored water available for critical water needs, endangered species protection, and Delta water quality protection. DWR also followed these actions because it has entered into agreements with BBID over the years. In BBID's Exhibit 201, BBID's witness states that DWR provides BBID with 50,000 acre-feet of water per year, but this statement is contrary to the express terms in the agreements between BBID and DWR. DWR submitted rebuttal testimony to set the record straight here. BBID diverts under its water rights, which are subject to the board's authority. Also in Exhibit 201, BBID mischaracterized discussions it had with DWR in 2015 regarding its efforts to obtain alternate water supplies. DWR's rebuttal testimony offers its view of these discussions. These enforcement actions are fairly straightforward. Did BBID and WSID divert illegally, and are they subject to any penalties? In their cases in chief and legal briefs, other parties have attempted to enlarge the scope of these hearings beyond what is appropriate to be heard and decided in these enforcement actions against these two parties. DWR decided to follow these enforcement actions, hoping they would remain limited in scope and the parties would not attempt to confuse the issues and muddy the record. However, this has happened because the parties submitted incomplete evidence, mischaracterized agreements, and made strained legal arguments. Thank you. DWR looks forward to participating in these hearings.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. State Water Contractors, followed by Patterson Irrigation District.
Good morning, Julianne Ainsley for the State Water Contractors. We just briefly want to state that we are here not putting on a case in chief. We are here simply for the limited purpose of protecting stored water supplies in the context of its, as it has come up in these proceedings regarding water availability. We do intend to fully participate in cross and rebuttal, but we did want to emphasize the limited nature of our involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Alesi, Patterson.
Patterson Irrigation District and Bannock-Corona Irrigation District do not have an opening statement. Thank you.
Westlands.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Philip A. Williams. I serve as the Deputy General Counsel for Westlands Water District. As I'm sure you know, Westlands is a Central Valley Project water contractor. As such, we rely on water captured at Shasta, later released, and that water has to survive its journey through the Delta. In particular, in the past few years, we have relied extensively on water transfers from our fellow water users, and our neighbors have kept us alive in the past 3 years. But that transfer water also has to survive its journey through the Delta. Westlands is a party to the WSID Irrigation District draft CDO proceeding only. WSID advances arguments, as I believe they have done in the past, about the availability of water for diversion in the Delta. Participating in this one proceeding preserves our ability to engage in larger legal issues about the availability of water for diversion in the Delta without getting distracted in the noise of what was characterized as punishment of $1.4 million against other water users. It injects a significant amount of murkiness into an already pretty muddy process. We have two major objectives, and this was a deliberate exercise that we went through at Westlands. The first is we protect stored water and transfer water as it passes through the Delta. The second, we want to support the State Water Board's ability to properly and effectively administer water rights and administer against unlawful diversions. We intend to establish two main points. The first is the State Water Board has the authority to issue draft CDO against Westside Irrigation District. Secondly, and relatedly, the exercise of that authority leaves much to be desired. The recent decisions in Millview and Young provide this body with ample authority to conduct the kind of threshold inquiries necessary to effect a statutory mandate. Now, hindsight's 20/20. We can always look back and look at the way we could have done things better. The proper perspective here is a prospective one and not a retrospective one. And to the second point about there being room for improvement, the question is whether the analyses underlying the water availability determinations and this enforcement proceeding were proper. Everything flows from there. And that, frankly, is an open question. To the extent the underlying analyses are not proper, then we are only perpetuating a problem of ineffective administration. And it will not be long before we all find ourselves here again arguing the exact same issues again. It's imperative that we keep the question before us precise and we not get distracted by noise and, frankly, what could be characterized as bloodlust. Three primary flaws stand out. State Board used an aggregated water availability analysis where demand from one stream was counted against the supply from a hydrologically disconnected stream. Theoretical impossibility and perhaps even nonsense. There's no basis for return flows in the Delta other than a conversation between water users and State Board staff where apparently 40% was the number arrived at. And while it may be a valid opinion, rightfully held, there's no data to support it. And yet we are administering and curtailing or shutting people off from their water based on an opinion, no data. And relatedly, no data, no measuring, no monitoring, toothless reporting requirements. For years we've been talking about this issue. It's not a new issue. The fact is that the availability analysis the State Water Board conducted suffers from, frankly, surprising technical and hydrological imprecision. Now, that being said, and I'll disagree with Mr. Kelly, it's probably not. It probably is good enough. And that's embarrassing, personally. Given the standard of review, it probably is good enough. This proceeding is a result of a dereliction that we have inherited, a legacy of imprecise application of fundamental tenets of California water law, a legacy of imprecise or altogether absent data on water availability, diversion, and use, and a resulting legacy of an imprecise and arbitrary application of authority to the ultimate detriment of men, women, and children who rely on a reliable water source. The only real question before us is whether we will perpetuate that legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. That concludes the opening statement. You all have been much more efficient than I anticipated. So let me ask Mr. Tariainen, do you anticipate using up the entire 90 minutes for your direct?
Yes.
All right. In that case, then my preference is to take the lunch break, and then we will resume. I will resume at noon to begin the prosecution team's direct testimony. All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. It's noon, so we will resume. A couple of items before we get to the prosecution team. I have a correction to make with respect to our evacuation procedures. I've been advised that our assembly location in the event of an alarm and evacuation is not the park, but it is now J. Neely Johnson Parking and Community Garden located at 516th 11th Street on 11th Street between E and F. So if we need to evacuate, find your way to that location. Second item I wanted to quickly go over, even though Mr. O'Loughlin is not back yet, is with respect to Good Friday. I'm entertaining the notion of breaking early Friday to accommodate those who wish to pursue those activities. Any parties wishing to express any concerns or suggestions with respect to the potential of breaking early on Friday? Mr. Murat, we will not break before we get to you, obviously. Was that your only concern? All right. In that case, then, let's plan on breaking at an appropriate time, but no later than noon. And with that, we will now hear from the prosecution team, ready to present your direct testimony. At this time, I will ask the prosecution team's witnesses to stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth? Thank you. You may be seated, and counsel, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Dodek. A couple of very minor housekeeping points before the witnesses start their presentation. First, once my computer gets booted up, I will email to all the parties and to the hearing team a PDF copy of this presentation, which is marked as Prosecution Exhibit 253. And second, I think we should be able to get through this today, but we will have we have one witness from the Department of Water Resources who needs to get back to work tomorrow. So I would ask that to the extent that any cross-examination will be done today, that we can include Mr. Nemeth as part of that cross-examination or for board questions for today so we can fully dismiss him at the close of today's proceedings.
We'll note that. Thank you.
With that, the bulk of our witnesses will be giving one PowerPoint presentation, but Mr. Nemeth won't be part of that PowerPoint presentation. He's going to just do a brief statement first, and then we'll go into the PowerPoint witnesses. Mr. Nemeth?
My name is Stephen E. Nemeth. I have taken the oath. I am a professional engineer, and I work in the snow survey section of the Department of Water Resources at the Joint Operations Center located at 3310 El Camino Avenue, Sacramento, California. My written case-in-chief testimony is Exhibit WR-17. I have reviewed Exhibit WR-17, and it is true and correct to the best of my knowledge, and I do not have any changes to it. The exhibits referenced in my witness statement are also true and correct. I am a member of the team that develops the Bulletin 120 full natural flow forecasts of the April through July and October through September full natural flow for major rivers in California. My group prepares and publishes these forecasts each year. My team also calculates daily full natural flow values for major rivers in California and publishes them to the internet. The department has been preparing full natural flow forecasts and calculations for many years, and these forecasts are relied on by a host of public and private entities for water supply planning purposes. I will be available for cross-examination.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Maroka, and I have taken the oath. My written case-in-chief testimony is Exhibit WR7. I have reviewed Exhibit WR7, and I have 3 minor corrections to it. On page 2, at line 5, the word "or" should be "of." The line should read, available under the priority of right. On page 3, there are 2 minor corrections. On paragraph 2, line 3, it should read, unavailability. There was no water available. And the word "was," the second word "was," is deleted. Page 3, paragraph 3, line 3, there's an extra word "was." It should read, there was no water available. With those edits, my testimony is true and correct. I'm the program manager for the enforcement program in the State Water Board, Division of Water Rights. I manage units responsible for complaint inspections, compliance inspections, drought response, development of regulations, and other tasks, including enforcement actions. The drought response has included determining the adequacy of water supply to serve the various priorities of water rights in the Sacramento, San Joaquin, Bay Delta watersheds, as well as inspections to determine whether anyone has diverted water after receiving notice from the State Water Board that there is inadequate water supply to serve their priority of right. I directly supervise, among others, Paul Wells, Brian Coates, who supervises Jeff Yazel, and Victor Vasquez, who supervises Catherine Bear. My supervisor is the Assistant Deputy Director for Water Rights, John O'Hagan. During my tenure as Program Manager for Enforcement, I have supervised and I have been directly involved in drought response activities. Along with my supervisor, John O'Hagan, I actively participated in and helped to direct the 2015 water availability analysis conducted by Coates and Yazel. I am the prosecution team lead in both enforcement actions. In 2015, California was in its 4th year of drought, the worst in decades. 2012 was below normal. 2013 was the driest year in recorded history for much of California. 2014 was the 3rd driest in 119 years of record, and 2015 had the lowest snowpack on record. The governor responded with a series of proclamations. The January 17, 2014 proclamation ordered the board to notify water right holders throughout the state that they may be directed to cease or reduce water diversions due to shortages. Pursuant to the governor's direction, the board notified water right holders of potential shortages. The legislature has vested the State Water Board with the authority to prevent unauthorized diversions and supervise the water right priority system. Drought management of water rights is necessary to ensure that water to which senior water right holders are entitled is actually available to them. This requires that some water remain in most streams to satisfy senior demands at the furthest downstream point of diversion of these water rights. The failure of junior diverters to cease diversion when no water is available for their priority of right has a direct, immediate impact on other diverters. The division's drought water supply and demand analysis and the enforcement actions against BBID and WSID are within the scope of the board's authority and the division's duties. Although I was not program manager for the enforcement unit during most of 2014, as Mr. O'Hagan served in that capacity then, I have become familiar with the supply and demand analysis conducted during that year. Along with my supervisor, Mr. O'Hagan, I actively participated in the 2015 drought water availability staff determinations, and I am familiar with the supply and demand analyses as supervisor to Brian Coates and Jeff Yazel. As part of my duties, I regularly interacted with members of the public and with the water rights community regarding the drought water availability analysis. To make water availability determinations during the drought emergencies, the division started with the 1977 drought report as a conceptual template. Nobody had performed an analysis like this in recent years. To respond to the significant drought emergency and extreme water shortage, division staff adapted the 1977 template to modern data processing capabilities using the best available supply and demand information. And they did an excellent job given the urgent circumstances and tight timeline. The drought water availability analysis methodology evolved from 2014 into 2015 as we gathered new and better information. Mr. Coates and Mr. Yazel will discuss the water supply analysis in greater detail. Based on the division's drought water availability supply and demand analysis, there was no water available under the priority of WSID's License 1381 as of May 1, 2015. For BBID's claim pre-1914 right, the drought water availability supply and demand analysis indicated there was no water available as of June 12, 2015. WSID and BBID were both sent notices on the appropriate dates that I just mentioned. The notices for WSID and BBID were both based on an appropriate drought water availability analysis methodology and incorporated the best available supply and demand information. The division has used the term water availability analysis in 2014 and 2015 to describe the drought supply and demand analysis conducted leading to the various notices of unavailability of water, including the ones at issue in the BBID and WSID enforcement proceedings. The division also uses the term water availability analysis to describe a site-specific water availability analysis conducted as part of the water rights permitting process. I worked in the permitting unit for many years, and I am familiar with the permitting water availability analysis. Those analyses are relatively common. They use the face value of the water rights in the computations, and many persons are familiar with them. The drought water availability analysis is fundamentally different. It is a supply and demand analysis methodology that can be used to determine whether water is available for various water right priority levels over entire watersheds or groups of watersheds during extreme drought emergencies. To my knowledge, until 2014, nobody attempted this type of drought water availability analysis in modern times. A lot has changed since the 1977 drought curtailment, so this was really something nobody had done before. Still, the division did a great job gathering information, analyzing supply and demand, and notifying right holders. I will now turn the presentation over to Brian Coates.
Good afternoon, board members and hearing team. My name is Brian Coates, and I've taken the oath. My written case in chief testimony is Exhibit WR9. I have reviewed Exhibit WR9. It is true and correct to the best of my knowledge, and I do not have any changes. A true and correct copy of my statement of qualifications is attached as Exhibit WR10. I have been an employee for the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights for 16 years. I received a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from the UC Davis in 1996, and I'm a registered professional chemical engineer with the state of California. I'm currently supervised by Kathy Maroka to my left, who is the enforcement program manager. As a senior water resource control engineer, one of my duties includes supervising engineers, one of which is Jeff Yazel to my right, who you will hear from shortly. My remaining duties currently include compliance and enforcement of water rights and coordinating supply and demand analysis for select watersheds. purpose of my testimony today is to describe the supply and demand analysis undertaken for 2015. My written testimony outlines the specific details of the analysis. I will be testifying to the data or inputs we used in the analysis, whereas Jeff Yazell will be addressing how the data was collected, organized, and analyzed. Mr. Yazell reported the outcome of the analysis to me, which was relayed to Kathy Maroka, who decided if enforcement actions should proceed. The most basic tenet of water rights in California is the first in time, first in right principle, which essentially means whoever has an earlier claim to divert water has the higher priority for that water, should water supply be restricted. During a drought, water supply is limited and allocation of the restricted supply follows the first in time, first in right principle. The three main classes of rights are riparian, pre-14 claims of right, and post-1914 water rights. While exceptions do exist, riparian claim of rights generally have priority over pre-14 and post-1914 rights, but are not allowed to store water for use at a later time. The types of water frequently encountered can be classified as either natural, stored, or abandoned. Natural water is rainfall or runoff that has not been diverted for use. Only natural water is subject to priority allocation. An adjustment for return flows can be made if applicable. Stored water is water that has been diverted to storage for use at another time. Since the paramount right to the water lies with the party storing the water, stored water is not subject to priority allocation. Abandoned water is water that has been used for a purpose with the excess or unneeded amounts released with no claim of ownership, such as some return flows or wastewater treatment plant discharges. Due to a diverter's uncertainty of the type of water available at their point of diversion, division staff may issue water shortage notices or notices of water unavailability to clarify. Following Governor Brown's drought proclamation and executive order, the division issued an informational order to the top 90% of diverters within the Sacramento River, San Joaquin River, and Delta, requesting use data for the 2014 diversions and anticipated 2015 diversions in advance of the irrigation season. Division staff incorporated the results of the informational order responses into our 2015 supply and demand analysis. Once the division completed the supply and demand analysis for select watersheds, notice of water unavailability were issued to affected parties. Notices of water unavailability are letters informing water right holders that due to a supply shortage, water has been determined to be unavailable at their priority of right. Diverters who do not consumptively use water, such as for power generation or for aquaculture, are exempted from the supply and demand analysis since water is not used. The unavailability notices only consider the specific right. Other claims of right, such as senior rights held by the diverter, or alternative basis of rights, such as private contracts, water transfers, or groundwater supplies, are separate. For 2015, water unavailability notices were issued to post-1914 water rights in the Sacramento and San Joaquin Rivers and Delta on May 1st, 2015, due to declining water supplies. As the water supply worsened, unavailability notices were issued to 1903 and later pre-1914 claims of right in the Sacramento River, San Joaquin River, and Delta on June 12, 2015. Both notices reflect division staff determinations that existing water was insufficient to meet demands. The pre-1914 notice affecting Byron Bethany Irrigation District was in effect until September 17, 2015, with the post-1914 notice impacting WSID in place until November 2, 2015. Before any notices were issued, the division compared the water supply to reported demands. Division staff performed a similar analysis in 1977, comparing the natural water supply with water right demand by month. The starting point for the 2014 and 2015 analyses was a graphical summary prepared by the Divisional Water Rights Application Section Program Manager, Mert K. Lininger, in 1977. This graphical summary, shown on the following slide, was prepared alongside the 1977 dry year report and was adapted to current conditions in 2014 and 15 using the best available information. In the 1977 chart shown here, water supply is shown as a red curve peaking in the winter and receding in the late summer. The three main types of rights referred to earlier, riparian, pre-14, and post-14 rights, are shown as blue curves building up from the time axis, reflecting the decreasing seniority as you move upwards. The time axis is shown in month increments. As supply drops and intersects the demand curve affected does not have enough supply to meet the demand, and a portion or priority are notified. Here we see a 2015 version of the 1977 curve adapted to the Sacramento River watershed. Here is the 2015 version of the combined Sacramento and San Joaquin River watershed, the specifics of which will be addressed by Jeff Yazell later. For the supply and demand analysis, the general method is to first identify an area of interest, define a boundary for that area of interest, compare water supplies to the demands within that boundary, and issue unavailability notices to those with demands exceeding the available supply. For the area of interest, that is determined by management, for example, the Sacramento, San Joaquin, or Russian rivers. After the area has been decided, the next decision is what type of boundary or boundaries should be used for that area. Boundary options include a global, local, tributary, or subtributary boundary, as shown in the following slides. Here we see a global boundary incorporating the entire Sacramento and San Joaquin River watershed, including the delta. The drawback to using a global boundary include the availability of supply issues, which we will talk about later. Here we have a couple local boundaries which are for the Sacramento and San Joaquin River watersheds. In the first Sacramento River boundary on the left, we see the high number of senior claims of right in the delta, which are shown as dark purple dots. The second boundary on the right is a similar area for the San Joaquin River watershed. The advantage of the local boundary in these cases lie with a large number of downstream senior rights shown as the dots, which depend on the fresh natural supplies provided by the upstream locations. Going even further, a tributary boundary option exists, as shown here for the Stanislaus River. The tributary option is acceptable for hydraulically disconnected areas where natural water would not reach beyond the tributary boundary, perhaps due to natural depletion losses or unauthorized diversions. Thus, downstream higher priority rights are moot. Lastly, an even smaller boundary down to the subtributary level can be chosen, but the drawback here lies with not knowing how much natural supply is available and issues of downstream higher priority rights laying claim to the water. In summary, the choice of boundary depends on the distribution of high priority rights and hydraulic connectivity. Smaller boundaries are chosen for low natural water supplies where natural depletions would absorb the flow in the absence of diversion. Larger boundaries are chosen for downstream higher priority rights with flows supporting hydraulic connectivity. The ideal boundary is as small as possible where natural flows are known and no competing claims to the water outside the boundary exist. For Westside and Byron Bethany, both points of diversion are located within the South Delta. Question is, what boundary to choose for the supply and demand analysis? For 2014, the boundary was chosen based on geography where, due to the source listed as the San Joaquin River for a majority of rights within the Central and South Delta, the boundary was extended into the associated areas. For 2015, the boundary was chosen to include the entire delta, but instead of allocating all of the demand, only a prorated or proportional amount based on the percentage of natural supplies coming into the delta from the Sacramento or San Joaquin River watersheds was included. As noted in the graphs incorporating this proportional demand allocation, the choice of a prorated demand is not a policy decision by the State Water Board, but instead just used for supply and demand analysis. Since the delta is hydraulically connected to both the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, the idea that the delta's demands should be shared was implemented with the sharing fraction determined by freshwater supplies. For example, if 80% of the natural freshwater entering the delta comes from the Sacramento River, 80% of the delta demands would be assigned to the Sacramento River analysis. Not working. There it goes. Based on a DWR supply forecast for April, the estimated percentage of natural fresh water entering the delta from the Sacramento River was 71%. Due to this high percentage, the supply and demand analysis performed in April 2015 for for the May 1, 2015 notice used the Sacramento River boundary for those diverters in the Delta. For the pre-14 notice on June 12, 2015 affecting Byron-Bethany, a global Sacramento and San Joaquin River boundary was chosen. While a local boundary could have been chosen, the results were the same as shown on the following charts. For the local San Joaquin River chart prepared in June 2015, we see the same DWR supply forecasts, except for the San Joaquin River stations, declined rapidly in June to within the repairing demand area shown in yellow. Had we used the local San Joaquin River chart, the impact to diverters would have been more severe. With the combined Sacramento and San Joaquin River global boundaries, all of the DWR supply forecasts for June, including the provisional adjusted 50% supply point provided at the request of division staff following an unexpected June precipitation event, were below the 1902 priority demand line. For Westside, the boundary was chosen to be the Sacramento River due to a higher proportion of freshwater entering the Delta from the Sacramento River. For Byron-Bethany, the combined Sacramento and San Joaquin boundary was chosen due to a deeper and earlier notice to just the San Joaquin boundary and the local Sacramento boundary producing similar results to the global boundary. The supplies are published by DWR in their B120 forecast every year from February to May, which includes the largest impact to a river's natural water supplies. For the May 1, 2015 notice impacting Westside, the stations include the Sacramento River at Bend Bridge, Feather River at Oroville, Yuba River at Smartville, and the American River at Folsom. For the June 12th notice affecting Byron-Bethany, since it was a global boundary, division staff added the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, Merced, Upper San Joaquin, McCollum, and Cosumnes River stations to the Sacramento River stations. For the DWR supply forecasts, since they are statistical in nature, various levels of uncertainty are provided for each watershed based on the snowpack and other data. Each forecast predicts how much natural flow is expected to be available upstream of each location for the rest of the water year, which is October 1st to September 30th. As emphasized, the forecasts incorporate upstream influences only. Downstream sources and depletions are not reported. Here we have a sample DWR B120 report. The exceedance percentage, which is listed as the header for each row in the B120 table, is the percent of time that the actual flow is expected to exceed the projected flow. The topmost table, highlighted as shown, is for the Stanislaus River below Goodwin Reservoir. Each row's values are the forecasted month's values in thousands of acre feet. For past months, which in this case are October to March, highlighted in yellow, the value is the same for each forecast since past amounts are known. There is no uncertainty. Beginning in May, the amount is uncertain. In the blue highlighted section, the April data is known, which is the same for all forecast rows. In May, since the month is not over yet, the forecast values differ. As the exceedance forecast drops from 99 to 50%, the forecasted amounts increase since there is now a smaller chance, just 50%, that the actual flows will be higher. Division staff used DWR's 50, 90, and 99% monthly exceedance forecasts for its analyses, together with DWR's daily full natural flow data. As seen in prior charts, we use both the monthly full natural flow, or FNF, as well as the daily full natural flow. Monthly FNF is based on historical and snowpack data, while the daily FNF is a calculation performed by DWR, which uses current stream gauge values, known upstream diversions, and reservoir data to arrive at the amount of available water that day. Daily FNF is used in two ways. One, to serve as a qualifier when division staff select which monthly forecast exceedance to follow, for example, the 99, 90%, or 50%, to use. The other is to serve as a backup supply in case the monthly B120 forecast is zero. In determining supply, the division makes every assumption in favor of the diverters. For example, in the summer of 2015, the last DWR update to the B120 forecast was in May. In this forecast, 3 rivers in the San Joaquin River watershed estimated as zero supply for August and September. However, the daily FNF, while low, was above zero for some days, so division staff used the daily F&F trend as a supply estimate. In WR78 shown here, which is a supply and demand chart for the San Joaquin River generated in August 2015, the blue daily F&F line is above the B120 supply forecast for July and August. Since the daily F&F is slightly positive, division staff use the daily F&F trend in our monitoring, since even a small supply is of more benefit. Here we have in WR52 the chart from August 2015 for the combined Sacramento and San Joaquin River watershed. We see the daily F&F above the B120 forecast point in June for the first half of the month, and below that for the latter half, averaging out to the daily average forecast point for the month. This averaging shows that DWR's monthly B120 forecasts were appropriate predictors. Since the full natural flows only incorporate upstream sources and depletions, and downstream adjustments need to be made to account for the full picture, here we describe adjustments to the supply to incorporate unimpaired flow from below the full natural flow stations in the valley floor, along with adjustments to either the supply or demand via return flows. On May 12, 2015, division staff met with San Joaquin River and Delta stakeholders to discuss an adjustment for return flows. Stakeholders indicated that incorporated a 40% demand reduction would be appropriate to address actual net irrigation demand. Without any data to support the 40% figure, division staff incorporated an increase to the supply amount, which was later routed to a demand reduction to the same effect, prior to the June 12, 2015 notice. For the 1977 dry year report, a return flow adjustment was made to the valley floor and the San Joaquin River watershed, along with a natural depletion amount for the delta. For the 2015 analysis, an adjustment was made to the supply for the return flows, but not for delta depletions. For the unimpaired flows below the full natural flow stations, division staff used supply estimates taken from a report prepared by DWR's Bay Delta office in 2007 titled California Central Valley Unimpaired Flow Data. The report provides unimpaired supply estimates for the regions within the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley. The estimates are based on monthly historical data. As a selection criteria for which year to choose, division staff chose 1977 to represent 2015 conditions, since the 1977 snowpack was better than 2015 levels. In summary, the supply used for the supply and demand analysis includes the monthly F&F station values, any return flow adjustments or equivalent demand reductions, and unimpaired flow from the valley floor. These monthly totals in acre feet were converted to a daily averaged cubic feet per second rate so that the daily F&Fs, which are provided in similar units, could be charted on the same time step. For example, on the table on the bottom, here is a summary for the total supply for the San Joaquin River watershed in June of 2015. The first row is a total for the 6 F&F stations, with the second row a supply adjustment for return flow, which, as I said earlier, can be routed to a demand reduction to the same effect, producing a 1,924 CFS total at the bottom. Here in WR78 is the corresponding chart for the San Joaquin River watershed prepared on August 19, 2015. The dark blue point labeled Adjusted 50% F&F Forecast directly above the month of June. I just lost my, where am I at? Where am I at now? 42. Okay. The dark blue point labeled Adjusted 50% F&F Forecast directly above the month of June has a value extrapolated to the flow axis on the left of 1,924 CFS. For the demand data, division staff relied on the reported use data from water right holders themselves, who are required to report this information to the best of their knowledge. Annual use data is required to be reported every 1 to 3 years, depending on the type of right. For riparian and pre-14 claims of right, use data is submitted every 3 years. For example, a third of the riparian and pre-14 users report in 1 year, the next third the following year, and so on. Byron Bethany reported their 2010 to 2012 use, as seen in WR85 through WR87, but will not have to report their 2013 to 15 use until June 30th, 2016. Due to the lack of recent data for all diverters for the 2014 drought, the division used the most recent completed demand data set, which was 2010 for riparian and pre-14 claims, in either 2010 or 2012 for post-1914 water rights, depending on the watershed. For 2015, the division used a 4-year average demand from 2010 to 2013, or whatever years were available within that range, to best represent demand for those not subject to the informational order. As mentioned earlier, the division issued an informational order in February 2015 to the top 90% of diverters as measured by reported use in the Sacramento and San Joaquin Rivers and Delta. The order required an advance reporting of the 2014 use, which was not normally due until June 30th of 2015, along with their projected 2015 use to assist the division's supply and demand analysis. In addition, those subject to the order were required to submit their past month's use in arrears in order to provide a check against their projected 2015 use. For the order recipients, their 4-year average demand was replaced by their 2014 informational order value, while those not subject to the order kept their 4-year average demand. Westside, holding a post-1914 water right, was not subject to the order, and their 4-year average demand was used, whereas Byron Bethany had their informational order demand used in the supply and demand analysis. Including the order data resulted in decreased projected demand, which means more water was available for various water right classes for a longer period of time in 2015, as compared to what would have been available using the methodology employed in 2014. This is another example of how the division's analysis in 2015 made every effort to err on the side of caution in favor of diverters. For an example, see WR88, which is Byron Bethany's initial response to the informational order. Special consideration of demand was made for those Delta diverters claiming both a riparian and pre-1914 claim of right. For these parties, any demand reported under their pre-14 claim of right would be rolled over into their riparian use, being treated as a higher priority for the supply and demand analysis, after being advised of the rollover by San Joaquin River stakeholders. Division staff, in order to realize the savings for the supply and demand analysis, assigned pre-14 demand for those redundant claims to the riparian category. Quality control of the demand data was performed by Jeff Yazell, who describes the method in WR11. All demand data was posted to the internet for public review. Outside comments were received on the 2014 use data obtained from the informational order, as well as the 4-year average demands for the remaining diverters. Since the Delta is hydraulically connected to both the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, and each supplies a different amount of water, division staff allocated, after management's direction, a proportion of Delta demand to each watershed based on their respective full natural flow supplies. The proposal was vetted to San Joaquin River stakeholders during the May 12, 2015 meeting, which was agreed to be more of benefit to their watershed in comparison to the 2014 allocation of the entire Central and South Delta demand. Here we have the April 29, 2015 chart, which was the basis for the May 1, 2015 notice. As you can see, there is insufficient supply to serve all the post-1914 rights between the 90 and 99% forecast supply points, which are the blue and violet dots. Here you notice the daily F&F trending near the lower 99 supply forecast. Looking hindsight, WR54 is the October 30th, 2015 graph of the same Sacramento River watershed, which shows the daily F&F trending in pre-1914 demand levels from May through August. This confirms there was not enough supply to satisfy Westside's demand from May 1 onwards. Here is WR48, which is the combined Sacramento and San Joaquin River chart prepared on June 10, 2015 for the pre-1914 notice issued on June 12th. The chart shows the daily F&F trending downward at around 11,000 CFS, while the B120 supply forecast was even lower at 9,000. Again, division staff erred in the favor of diverters where possible. Even using the higher daily F&F trend at 11,000, which is normally used for B120 forecasts of zero flow, the demand through the 1902 priority level was about 2,000 CFS higher. Looking hindsight, WR52 shows the same combined boundary graph 2 months later. Here you see the daily F&F dropping precipitously in mid-June into the riparian level before July 1, 2015. This shows there was not enough supply to satisfy remaining pre-1903 claims of right, thus confirming there was not enough waters available for Byron Bethany's junior priority from June 12th onwards. In closing, a separate analysis using the Vernalis gauge data in comparison to the downstream prorated delta demand was performed after the June 12th notice, which shows that even with gauge impaired supply data, not full natural flow data, there was enough water to meet that demand. There was not enough water to meet that demand. The Vernalis gauge is located upstream of the delta and is able to confirm whether there is enough measured flow, including storage releases which are not subject to priority allocation, at its location to satisfy remaining downstream pre-1903 demands, which are the demands senior to BBID's priority. Here you can see in the graphs the green and violet lines represent the prorated senior demand north of Mossdale Bridge and the full demand of the delta south of Mossdale with and without the 40% return flow credit. The red hash demand line also shown on the chart is the entire central and south delta demand, which is much higher than the prorated level. The blue line is the gauged Vernalis flow, while the vertical purple lines denote when unavailability notices were issued. Even under the best case scenario of using the smaller prorated delta demand, available flow at Vernalis was needed by downstream senior right holders, riparian and pre-1914 rights before 1902 priority, and was not available for Byron Bethany's diversion during the June 13th through 24th time period. In closing, this also demonstrates that no water was available to serve Westside's license at any time after the May 1 notice until November 2015. Now, I'll hand over the presentation to Jeff Yazell.
My name is Jeffrey Yazell. I have taken the oath. My written case in chief testimony is Exhibit WR11. I have reviewed Exhibit WR11 and it is true and correct to the best of my knowledge, with the exception of one item that I will identify at the appropriate time in my presentation. A true and correct copy of my statement of qualifications is attached as Exhibit WR12. I'm a water resource control engineer with the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Environmental Resources Engineering from Humboldt State University. I'm a registered professional engineer in California. Since August 2013, my primary duties have included compiling, organizing, and maintaining water supply data and demand data for purposes of conducting drought-related water availability analyses. The resulting deliverables were graphs comparing water supply to water demand in various watersheds. My testimony focuses on how these water availability graphs were generated. This slide presents Exhibit WR47, which is a graph showing the conditions at the time of the May 1 notice for post-14 rights in the Sacramento and legal delta areas. I will discuss what the various parts of the graph represent later in my presentation. And this slide presents Exhibit WR48, which is a graph showing the conditions at the time of the June 12th notice of pre-14 claims of right having 1903 and junior priorities in the Sacramento, San Joaquin, and legal delta areas. The basic approach to developing the supply-demand graph was fairly simple. I compiled and organized diversion and data and use data to represent demand. I compiled and organized actual daily and forecasted full monthly flow, or F&F, data to represent supply. I applied adjustments on these supply and demand data based on directives by my supervisors and then plotted the relevant data on time series graphs. Although the basic approach is simple, there are many intricacies involved in creating these data sets and graphs, which I have described in detail in my written testimony. Today, I would like to present a general overview of the tasks I undertook to develop the water availability graphs, beginning with developing the demand data set. The demand data set is also known as the Water Rights Use Data Set, or its acronym, RUDS. It is a living data set and is modified as additional information is made known to division staff. It is a single source of demand data that can be queried through filters and worksheet calculations to generate subsets and summaries of demand data to help answer questions posed by division staff and management relating to water availability. RUDS began with a raw data file provided by the division's data management unit in February 2015. The data file, which is presented as Exhibit WR70, contains available information from the Water Board's ERIMS and RMS databases. These databases were developed by the State Water Board to track information on water rights. Pertinent information in the databases include monthly diversion and use data from annual reports and statements of water diversion and use, water right types, hydrologic units, priority dates, face values, and net irrigated acreages, among others. The raw data file contained monthly diversion and use data as reported by the water right holders for the years 2010 through 2013. The file provided to me contained data for all of California. Because of the large size of the data set, the first order of business was to reduce it to a more reasonable size. I extracted data for water rights within the Sacramento, San Joaquin, Eel River, Russian River, and Legal Delta watershed areas, as these were the areas considered in the 2014 analyses. I also removed inactive or revoked rights as well as stock pond, livestock, and other minor water right types. The raw data file contained records by points of diversion, or PODs, rather than by individual water rights identified by application or statement numbers on which the analyses were ultimately based. Generally, riparian and pre-14 rights have single PODs, whereas post-14 rights can have multiple PODs. For post-14 rights with multiple PODs located in the same watershed, all but one record were removed so that one representative record for each right remained. For the rights with multiple PODs located in more than one watershed, the watershed in which the majority of the PODs resided was designated as the primary watershed. Next, each water right was assigned an analysis area based on the watersheds listed in RUDs. The three primary analysis areas were Sacramento, San Joaquin, and the Legal Delta. The Eel and Russian analysis areas were also assigned, however, they were not used in 2015. Once the raw data file was cleaned up, the next step was to develop the monthly demand estimates for each water right. Initially, each monthly demand was assumed to be the average reported diversion over the 4 years of data. For example, the June diversions reported by WSID under license 1381 were 3,442, 3,182, 3,320, and 3,163 acre-feet for the years 2000 through 2013, respectively. The resulting June demand used in RUDs for this water right was the average of the four values, which is 3,277 acre-feet. The same calculation was applied for each of the other 11 months. Although the water right holders are required to report their diversions and uses truthfully and accurately, on inspecting the raw data, it was apparent that this was not always the case. There were certain conditions where the demands should be adjusted or further evaluated. The three conditions I evaluated were potential over-reporting, power-only and non-consumptive uses, and potential duplicates. Beginning with likely over-reporting, some post-14 right holders reported diverting over 1 million times the face value, and some senior right holders reported diverting over 40,000 times a worst-case water duty of 8 acre-feet per acre. To compensate for these obvious excessive demands, I wrote formulas into the RUDS workbook to make adjustments to average monthly diversions for each water right if necessary. For post-14 rights, demands exceeding their respective face values were reduced to equal their face values listed in ERIMs. Each monthly demand was reduced in proportion to its weight of the initial monthly average diversion. Using the RUDS worksheet in Exhibit WR68, the version of RUDS used in supporting the May 1 notice, 584 post-14 rights with uses other than power only had average annual demands greater than their respective face values. Applying the adjustment formulas to these over-reported values reduced their combined demand from approximately 43 million to 380,000 acre-feet. Riparian and pre-14 claims do not have face values associated with them, but some have net acreage values reported in ERIMs. Net acreage is the amount of land in acres available for farming. For the water rights that had reported net acreage values greater than 0, the formulas would evaluate whether the total average reported demand for the year exceeded a water duty of 8 acre-feet per acre. If exceeded, the formulas would reduce the annual demand down to 8 acre-feet per acre, with monthly demands weighted in the same proportion as the original average monthly diversions. Again, using the spreadsheet in Exhibit WR68, 68, as an example, approximately 2,000 statements not subject to the information order had net acreage values greater than 0. Of these, 93 met the criteria to reduce demand. Adjustments to these 93 diversions resulted in a reduction of demand from approximately 173,000 to 51,000 acre-feet. To adjust for power-only demands, I reviewed each water right in the dataset that listed power as a beneficial use. I researched relevant permits, licenses, annual reports, and initial and supplemental statements of diversion and use in ERIMs to confirm whether the right could be considered a power-only diversion. If confirmed, I would then determine whether it was a direct diversion or diversion to storage right. If the right only had points of direct diversion, the use was considered non-consumptive and the demands for each month were set to 0. If the right had a diversion to storage component, the monthly demand was calculated to be the net diversion, which is the amount diverted minus the amount used. In months where the amount used was greater than the amount diverted, the demand was set to 0. To evaluate for potential duplicate reporting, I wrote a formula in RUDS that would flag groups of water rights that had identical owner names and equal monthly average diversions in each of the 12 months. I then reviewed relevant annual reports and statements in ERIMs for evidence that supported duplicate reporting. If the evidence was compelling, such as the diverter explicitly stated that the amounts are duplicates, then all but one right were flagged as duplicates and their monthly demands were set to 0. As I mentioned previously, RUDS is a living document and changes are made to it as staff is made light of new information. So the overall demand used for the May 1 notice will be somewhat different than what was used for the June 12th notice. Additional adjustments to the demand have been made after identifying inconsistencies while working with the data. For instance, Statement 8720 reported excessive diversions for domestic and fire protection use. It reported diversions of 138,000 acre-feet for 2013 compared to an average household domestic use of around 0.4 acre-feet. This is clearly an excessive amount and was ultimately removed from the demand. Demands were also adjusted to reflect stakeholder comments as presented in the testimony of Brian Coates. After the initial data cleanup and adjustments were made in RUDS, I incorporated the 2014 demands provided by the diverters subject to the 2015 information order by replacing the monthly average demands originally calculated in RUDS with their respective 2014 values. If 2014 data were not reported, the original monthly average values were still used for those diverters. Once the demand data was complete, the next step was to collect and organize water supply data, which I maintained in a Microsoft Excel workbook. The workbook contained daily F&F data reported on the CDEC website and monthly F&F forecast data provided by the Department of Water Resources. I collected data from the 10 river stations discussed by Mr. Coates in his testimony. To collect the daily F&F data, I would visit the CDEC website several times a week and copy new or updated data into the supply workbook. Formulas in the workbook would add the individual station values together to get combined daily supply data for each analysis area. For the monthly F&F forecasts, I compiled the 50, 90, and 99% exceedance values for the 10 stations from the May 1, 2015 Sacramento River and San Joaquin River water year forecast breakdowns into the supply workbook. Only 50% exceedance values are provided by the DWR for the Cosumnes and McCalmany rivers. Therefore, these 50% exceedance values were also used in the 90 and 99% F&F forecast calculations. Now that we have compiled the supply and demand data, we are ready to build the graphs. The graphs visually compare F&F supply to demand on a monthly basis. If demand is greater than supply in a given month, a water shortage is indicated. These analyses are not intended to be hydrologic models, but tools to compare supply and demand in defined areas of interest and to estimate at what priority year demand would be greater than supply in a given month. At this point, I would like to make the correction to my written testimony. Due to the large number of analysis iterations I've made, I lost track of the timeline as I prepared my witness statement. Exhibit WR77 is the true and correct spreadsheet that produced the resulting graph in Exhibit WR58. I used a June 9, 2012 version of the RUDS as the starting point for the supply-demand analysis in Exhibit WR77. As I previously stated, RUDS is a living document and is updated as additional information is made available. I reviewed earlier versions of RUDS and analysis workbooks, which were also provided in the PRA response, and found that prior versions of RUDS through June 12th did not contain certain adjustments previously requested by stakeholders that should have been included. After being made aware of this omission, I updated RUDS to include these adjustments. I also removed rights that had been revoked or inactivated since obtaining the February ERIMS raw data file and whose demands should no longer be considered. I saved this workbook as the June 15, 2015 version of RUDS, which is identified as Exhibit WR51. I did not keep a copy of the June 9th version of RUDS. Exhibit WR53 contains a supply-demand graph using the same analysis parameters that were used in Exhibit WR77, but includes demands from the June 15th version of RUDS rather than the June 9th version. The differences in demands are so minor that staff's recommendations on timing of issuing the June 12th notice would not have changed. This concludes the correction to my written testimony. Each analysis workbook started with the RUDS data set that was current at that time. For the analysis associated with the May 1 notice, I used a version of RUDS dated May 1, 2015. For the analysis associated with the June 12th notice, I used a June 9, 2015 version as the starting point. The area to be evaluated for each analysis was then defined. For the May 1 graph, the Sacramento and legal delta areas were considered. For the June 12th graph, the legal delta area, San Joaquin area, and Sacramento area, excluding the Cache Creek and Puda Creek watersheds, were considered. I then created pivot tables to filter and subtotal demands of the three water right types. For the May 1 analysis, I created a riparian demand pivot table, a pre-14 demand pivot table, and a post-14 pivot table. For the June 12th analysis, only riparian and pre-14 demands needed to be considered. For this scenario, I created a delta combined senior demand pivot table, which combined riparian and pre-14 demands reported under the information order and were treated as riparian demands. I also created a delta pre-14 pivot table, which was set up to consider pre-14 only demands. Riparian and pre-14 demand pivot tables were created for demands outside the legal delta. Using the filtering capabilities in the pivot tables, I subtotaled the demands by area and water right type and compiled them into demand summary tables as shown in the following slide for the May 1 analysis. The table shows the demands split out by three water right types, and underneath each of those, the demands are split out by analysis area. The table shows that the delta demand was prorated by the values in the F&F ratio row as described by Mr. Coates in his testimony. The monthly demands are shown to the right. The monthly demands are shown to the right for the months of March through September. After the monthly demands were calculated and totaled, they were converted from monthly acre feet to daily cubic feet per second and then arranged so that they could be plotted on the graph. This next series of slides show how the demands are stacked in order of priority type using the data and graph from Exhibit WR75. The x-axis represents the time period from March 1 through September 30th, 2015. The y-axis represents flow in cubic feet per second. So first, the riparian demand is plotted. The closer the demand is to the x-axis, the higher the priority it has. Next is the pre-14 demand. Then comes some of the post-14 demand. The post-14 demand here would represent the more senior rights. The next layer represents post-14 demands more junior than the previous. And again, addition of more junior post-14 demands, more junior post-14 demands, until all demands are represented. Now the supply portions of the graph will be constructed. For the forecasted F&Fs, I started with the water year forecast breakdown data, and I compiled into the CDEC breakdown data, and I compiled into the CDEC supply tables workbook. Adjustments were then made to account for minor tributary flow additions and return flows. For the May 1 analysis, minor tributary flow additions were added to the F&F forecasts. For the June 12th analysis, riparian return flows from the San Joaquin and riparian and pre-14 return flows from the Delta were added to the forecasted full natural flows in addition to minor tributary flows. This table shows the monthly minor tributary additions in acre-feet applied for the May 1 analysis. The bottom row shows the values in CFS. This table shows the monthly additions in acre-feet applied for the June 12th analysis. The additions were subtotaled, converted to CFS, then added to the forecasted F&Fs before plotting. This next series of slides show how the demands are stacked in order of priority type, and then the supply data values are added, this time using the data from Exhibit WR77, the supply demand analysis in support of the June 12th notice. So first, the riparian demand is plotted. Again, the closer the demand is to the x-axis, the higher the priority it has. Next is the pre-14 demand through the 1902 priority. Next is the remaining pre-14 demand junior to 1902. Next, I added the adjusted 50% F&F forecast points. The adjusted F&F points are plotted at the midpoint of each month to represent a monthly value. Next, I added the adjusted 90% F&F forecast points. Then I added the daily F&F data through June 7th, 2015. Back up. Then I added supporting text and put the finishing touches on the graph to publish Exhibit WR48, the conditions at the time of the June 12th notice. The same general process was done to create the graph in Exhibit WR47, the conditions at the time of the May 1 notice. Thank you. I will now turn the presentation over to Paul Wells.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Wells. I have taken the oath. I am a let me get to my slide, sorry. I am a professional engineer and a senior water resource control engineer with the State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Water Rights. My written case-in-chief testimony is Exhibit WR15. I have reviewed Exhibit WR15, and it is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. And I do not have any changes. Most of my testimony relates to Phase 2 of the BBID proceedings, and I will discuss it during that phase. But I will now briefly summarize the portions of my testimony related to BBID's diversions after June 12, 2015, as an offer of proof that BBID did divert during the 2015 unavailability period. BBID self-reports its diversions every day, and the diversion amounts are published daily on the Department of Water Resources CDEC website. There is a day lag between reporting and posting, so the June 1st diversions show up as June 2nd. I reviewed the relevant CDEC data and found that BBID diverted 1,887 acre-feet from June 12th through June 24th. Sorry, that's June 13th through June 24th. There is a difference from the ACL complaint diversion amount because of the day lag in reporting, which we weren't aware of until later. According to BBID's reports of diversions for recent years, BBID typically diverts 1,920 acre-feet in any 12-day period in June, so the CDEC diversion amount is reasonable. I have reviewed the information provided by BBID's witnesses and in their subpoena response, and they have not provided information indicating that any of their diversions during this period should be deducted from that reported on the CDEC website.
Hold on a second, please. Stop the clock. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Board Member Doug. I have an objection. The first part of this proceeding is supposed to be water availability. While I understand the testimony and what Mr. Wells is trying to explain, I think that's probably better part of phase 2, and I had in, because it deals with whether or not BBID diverted water and then how much water it diverted was not going to be the a subject of the water availability portion of the hearing. And so I just want to get clarification on whether it's properly part of this phase of the proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I was just wondering the same thing. Mr. Terriainen,
Arianen.
would you like to respond to that?
As Mr. Wells indicated, we're just offering this as an offer of proof. The key issues that no party objected to you skipping reading this morning indicated that the questions for the phase 1 of the proceeding are whether the water that was diverted by the two parties during the relevant periods, and then there's an if any in the key issues. And I took that to mean that we should at least make a basic offer of proof. Although you have ruled that parties can't move for directed verdicts or judgment on that, I just, out of an abundance of caution, had Mr. Wells and Ms. Baer, after Mr. Wells, are going to be making the same types of testimony regarding to the two phase 2 proceedings. If the parties are willing to agree not to object to us not putting on evidence about how much Byron Bethany or Westside diverted during the relevant periods during phase 1, we can skip the rest of our phase 1 presentation.
And reserve it for phase 2.
That's correct.
That's actually my preference.
Okay.
So you're hereby directed to do so.
I think that wraps up our phase 1 presentation.
Very much. How are the court reporter doing? Can we go through, or do you need a break? You good? All right. Because of the prosecution's team request with respect to the unavailability of Mr. forgotten his name, Nemeth, tomorrow, I would request that, actually, since the first party to conduct cross is the BBID, West Side, South Delta, Central Delta, Monte Cabrona ID, and Patterson ID, has a huge chunk of time. Let me ask, do any of the other parties, meaning San Francisco, San Joaquin Tributary Authority, DWR, State Water Contractor, and Westlands, do you have questions for Mr. Nemeth? This is only Mr. Nemeth, who will not be returning tomorrow. All right?
No as to the state water contractors.
Not hearing any takers, I will conclude that none of the other parties have questions or cross-exam for Mr. Nemeth. And now I will turn cross-exam over to the joint party of BBID, Westside, South Delta, Central Delta, Monte Cabrona, and Patterson, who have consolidated their cross.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Dudek. If I may, I know that there are court reporters here, and I think it'd be good for us to personally to talk amongst ourselves as we prepare. Can we take a 5-10 minute break?
You have not talked among yourself and coordinate before this?
We have, but in light of some of the corrections that were made to the testimony, we just would like a few minutes to confer, and maybe just take a couple of minutes before we then transition into cross-examination.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and resume at 1:15.
Thank you.
Right, if you would all.
Just so you guys are aware, there'll be 2 resets on the timer to get the full time.
All right, if people, if you could please take a seat. Just just an FYI for those who are watching the timer, it has a maximum of 60 minutes, or I guess 59. So Mr. Buckman will take care of it to make sure you all have your allotted time. But just because it's running down to 0 does not necessarily mean you're out of time. You're just out of time for that 59-minute increment. So yes, it will be reset every 59 minutes until you have your allotted time. The prosecution team, where are the rest of your witnesses? Somebody get them. Actually, I can't even let you start it since his counsel is not even here. Oh, there he is. A question, I don't see Mr. Collins and Mr. George. Oh, they're in the audience, so at least Mr. George is in the audience. Do you have cross-examination of Mr. George and Mr. Collins?
They haven't put on their testimony yet, so we're assuming that's going to be phase 2.
They are indicated, at least on their exhibits list, that their testimonies are for phases 1 and phase 2 of West Side.
I understand that, but the prosecution team apparently elected not to enter their testimony. We can confirm
Is
that.
that correct? Please confirm.
That's correct. Again, we listed phase 1 on the exhibit list out of an abundance of caution, but the phase 1 witnesses, actually now with the exclusion of Mr. Wells and Ms. Bear, are just the 4 seated there now.
All right, we'll have that on the record. Thank you. You may proceed then.
Hearing officers, if it would be okay, we're thinking that just from a logistics standpoint, it may make sense to go ahead and cross-examine Mr. Nemeth and get any redirect and recross done with him so that he can sit down and not have any need to come back tomorrow.
An excellent suggestion. Thank you.
Of an awkward setup, but good afternoon, Mr. Nemeth. My name is Jennifer Spalletta. We met before at your deposition. Thank you for appearing today. I do have a few questions to follow up on.
Actually, if I may interrupt and request that Mr. Nemeth move further down. That way it won't be as awkward for you. We would not want you to be uncomfortable.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Nemeth. My name is Jennifer Spalletta. As I said, I'm here asking you questions today on behalf of Central Delta, South Delta, West Side Irrigation District. And the first thing I wanted to have you do is just clarify that your work at DWR involves the calculation of actually 3 different types of full natural flows. There's the forecasted full natural flow, the actual daily calculated full natural flow, and then the monthly unimpaired flow. Can you just explain to us what the difference is between those 3 things?
The daily full natural flow is the expected, no, it is the actual full natural flow that has occurred over a 24-hour period. The monthly full natural flow in many cases is calculated with the same method, and it is for a monthly period going from the end of one month to the end of the following month. Part of the water supply forecasting effort that I help with involves calculating the full natural flow up to the date of forecast, and thereafter the full natural flows made on a monthly basis are expected.
And then is there an after the fact calculation of the monthly unimpaired flow?
In some cases there is, because some of the observed flows upon which the full natural flow calculations are based come from the USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey, and the following spring is a time when they publish their final monthly values, and it is during that time that I will look into what their final monthly values are, enter those into CDEC, and recalculate the monthly full natural flows.
Okay, so it occurs then that once you calculate the monthly full natural flows, they can actually be different than the dailies if you've corrected any gauge errors or other errors that occurred in the dailies, correct?
The equations for the dailies and the monthlies for some of the rivers are identical. In the end, there could be a slight difference between the sum of the daily values and the monthly value.
And isn't it also true that the after the fact monthly calculation can be different than the forecasted full natural flows?
Yes, unless our forecast is absolutely perfect to the nearest acre foot.
I'd like to mark West Side Exhibit 181. And let's see, can I approach? It's not, no, it's a cross-examination exhibit. Mr. Nemeth, I pulled the document that's been marked as West Side Exhibit 181 off of DWR's CDEC website from the monthly flow-out report. Do you recognize this information? Okay.
Yes.
And does this provide the after-the-fact monthly full unimpaired flow calculations for the Sacramento Basin stations and the San Joaquin Basin stations as well as others?
Yes, this is the monthly flow out report for May 2015, and I am responsible for this.
Now, I noticed that on this report, the monthly totals are expressed in terms of 1,000 acre-feet per month. So, for example, on page 1 for May, you see the Sacramento River above Bend Bridge, which is the last item on the page, shows a monthly total of 280,000 acre-feet per month.
Correct. For that month.
And then if we turn to the next page, we see the other stations for the Sacramento River with a total for the Sacramento River of Sacramento Basin, I should say, of 506,400.
Yes.
And then the total for the San Joaquin Basin being 360,900 for May.
Yes.
My next exhibit is going to be marked as West Side Exhibit 182. So to save all of us from having to flip through this lengthy document as we go here the next couple weeks, I went ahead and summarized the acre feet from the months for the Sacramento and the San Joaquin watershed from Exhibit 181 and put it on Exhibit 182. I just wanted you to confirm for me that that summary looks accurate.
Well, I'm looking at the report you provided me a moment ago, and it looks like the 506,000 numbers correct and the 306,000 numbers correct for May.
And then if we were to convert those monthly acre feet numbers into a CFS figure, is the generally accepted way to do it to simply divide by 30 and then divide again by 1.98?
I would divide by the number of days in the month, whether it's 30 or not, 30 or 31, to give me the acre feet per day, and then multiply that number by 12.1 and divide that by 24, which approximates the 1.98 ratio you mentioned.
Okay, very good. So I actually did it the rougher way on here. We might need to do a revised exhibit that does the calculation, but thank you for explaining it to me. Now, I wanted to confirm with you that when you put together the full natural flow, both the forecasts and the after the fact monthly numbers, and even the daily numbers, that's dealing with the amount of flow you would expect at the measurement station based on what's occurring upstream naturally, correct? It doesn't include any flow that enters the river below the measurement station.
Yes, the forecasts and the full natural flows that I calculate are at the foothill location and don't include anything below that point.
And then I also wanted to confirm that the data that you use to compute the forecasted full natural flows, some of that actually comes from other parties, right? Other parties provide you with information on, the daily full natural flows. Other parties provide you with information on changes in storage or other things that are happening upstream in order for you to make those calculations, correct?
Well, if you're referring to other parties as utilities and water agencies, then yes, I do get data from them.
And the daily full natural flows for the San Joaquin River, the Merced River, and the Tuolumne River, those actually are not computed by DWR. They're computed by other agencies, correct?
Can you repeat those three?
Sure. The San Joaquin River, the Merced River, and the Tuolumne River?
Yes, I get those daily FNF values from other agencies.
I don't have any other questions for you, Mr. Nemeth. Thank you.
No follow-up for BBID. Ms. Spilletta covered my questions.
What about the other members of this joint party? Any additional cross for Mr. Nemeth?
I do have just one thing that someone caught. There was a transposition on my attempt to do a summary exhibit. It says for San Joaquin Watershed, it says 306,900. Should say 360,900, correct? For May.
And does that complete your cross for Mr. Nemeth?
I'd like him to answer the question, and then it will, yes.
Yes, the flow report says 360.9. And yes, your sheet that you gave me that summarizes the 5 months as May is 306.
So fixing that, we'd put 360,900. Thank you.
Does that complete your cross to Mr. Nemeth?
It does.
You wish to redirect, and if so, for what purpose?
No need for redirect.
All right. And in that case, we are done with Mr. Nemeth. Thank you very much. You may now continue your cross of the other witnesses.
Ms. Moroka, my name is Dan Kelly. I'm General Counsel for the Byron Bethany Irrigation District, and I'm going to be asking you some questions, and then Ms. Spilletta and Ms. Solesi may have some follow-up. In your testimony today, and in other documents that I've seen, I see that you've used the word staff a lot. Like when you said that the water availability analysis was conducted, it was conducted by staff, and that when the notices went out, they were staff findings. Is that a correct representation of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
So, so then are you considered staff at the State Water Resources Control Board?
I consider myself staff. I'm not in the executive office, nor am I in the board level.
John O'Hagan, is he staff?
John is.
Tom Howard, is Tom Howard staff?
Tom Howard's in the executive office.
So he would not be staff in your view?
He's in the executive office.
So would he be staff at the State Water Board, in your view?
In my view, he serves as one of my supervisors.
Well, John O'Hagan is your supervisor, right?
Correct.
But you said that he was staff, and so I want to know if you consider Mr. Howard to also be staff.
Howard is one of the executive officers, and as such, I don't know that he would be considered staff in certain matters, but other matters he may be considered staff. It would depend on his role in that matter.
Can you explain to me how his role would change from staff to something else? Can you give me an example?
If I was working with Mr. Howard on a matter directly with him, then we may be working as staff together on the matter. In matters where there's a delegated authority and we're abiding by strict rules regarding that delegation of authority, then he may not be sitting as staff in that case.
How about Les Grover? Is Les Grover staff?
Les Grover sits in the same equivalent role as Mr. O'Hagan.
So he would be staff?
Yes.
Is Les Grover, if you know, a member of the prosecution team, or is he a member of the hearing team?
Mr. Grover is appearing on behalf of the prosecution team.
You remember me asking you that question during your deposition?
Yes.
Do you recall what your answer was during the deposition?
I don't recall.
Ms. Maroka's deposition is WSID 152. At page 167, at line 16, I asked you a question about who was on your side of the wall, and then I asked who was on the other side of the wall that you can't communicate with. Beginning on line 23, you said, I can't talk to and don't talk to Les Grover because he is the assistant deputy for the hearing side of the House. Was that your testimony, your sworn testimony at your deposition?
Yes, it was. And subsequent to that, because that deposition was taken very early in this process, we had asked for Mr. Grover's assistance on the prosecution side.
I'd like to strike the second half of that answer as non-responsive. I simply asked if that was her sworn testimony at her deposition.
Noted.
So Mr. Grover is now a member of the prosecution team?
Yes, he is.
You said that he supervises the hearing staff?
In general, although he's not participating in that function in this matter since we asked him to join the prosecution team.
When did you ask him to join the prosecution team?
I do not know. My attorney asked for his assistance. I didn't personally communicate with him on that.
So you don't know the date that Mr. Grover became a member of the prosecution team?
I wasn't party to that conversation.
I can approach the witness with an exhibit. This is being marked as BBID Exhibit 400. Can I approach as well? Ms. Moroka, do you recognize what's been marked as BBID 400?
I see that it's an email which I received a CC of.
And that email is from Les Grober?
It is.
So do you know whether Les Grober participated in developing the water availability analysis that was implemented in 2015?
He did not do so.
What was his role in the water availability analysis for 2015?
To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Grober was not involved in the water availability analysis performed for the drought analysis work. Mr. Grober also has other functions in the division related to Delta information, and my staff had current information in their databases regarding the water demands and uses of parties. So we may have been discussing with him about demands and uses.
As part of the water availability analysis?
Mr. Grober did not direct any of the water availability work.
But you
Mr. O'Hagan and myself did.
You indicated that you were asking information on, I believe you said supply and demand. Was that for the water availability analysis that you and your staff were conducting?
What I indicated was that my staff had the most current database information on demand data, that they had compiled it to use for our work in the drought curtailment issues, and that others in the division were aware that we had very current information.
So Mr. Grober was not involved at all in the water availability analysis for 2015?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Thank you. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's being marked as BBID 401. Ms. Morocco, were you here for the prosecution team opening statement?
Yes, I was.
And did you hear Mr. Tariainen explain that the reason the prosecution team initiated the enforcement action against BBID was because of statements made in the San Francisco newspaper on June the 25th?
I heard him make that statement.
I want you to take a look at what's been marked as BBID 401. Do you recognize this email and the letter that's attached to it?
I do.
And by this email, on Tuesday, June the 23rd of 2015 at 2:40 in the afternoon, Byron Bethany Irrigation District caused this letter to be sent to Mr. Howard. Isn't that what this email says? And then 19 minutes later, Mr. Howard sent it to you, Mr. O'Hagan, Ms. Evoy, and Ms. Turgovich, correct?
Yes.
And then 5 minutes later, you reported to somebody named Taro Morano that Tom wanted us to enforce ASAP. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so the decision to bring the enforcement action against the Byron Bethany Irrigation District wasn't made on June the 25th as a result of something that was said in the newspapers, was it?
No, it was made based on information we received from that newspaper article.
On the
Is that
25th?
that we were looking at the issue and determining whether or not we should bring enforcement action. We're going to look at all the factors that would help to ascertain whether we should bring enforcement action, and especially with respect to whether the violation appears to be continuing. And
Ms.
so the
Marocco?
newspaper article did inform our actions.
Ms. Morocco, wasn't the decision to enforce against BBID made on June the 23rd at 3:04 p.m.?
We received information from Mr. Howard that he would like us to enforce. However, you know, the enforcement task is delegated to the prosecution branch, and we had to look and make sure that we were going to take action. You're talking about a time differential of 2 days. In 2 days, we don't have everything lined up, and we're still looking at facts to decide how we're going to move on a matter. And then we looked at the newspaper article, and that helped to inform our decision-making process.
It seemed like somebody was able to make that decision in 24 minutes at the State Water Board, doesn't it?
I don't know how long Mr. Howard looked at this issue. I couldn't tell you that.
In your testimony, you testified that the units that you manage are responsible for the development of regulations at the State Water Board. Is that inaccurate?
That is, we just recently did the water reporting and measurement regulation.
Were any of your staff involved in the development of regulations in 2014 for the curtailment of post-1914 water rights?
As I said in my testimony, I didn't have this position during most of 2014. I stepped into this role on September 11th, 2014, so I can't answer that very well.
Subsequent to your assuming the position you're currently in, were you involved at all in the development of regulations for the curtailment of water rights?
No.
Are you aware of any regulations that were in existence? Any State Water Resources Control Board regulations that were in existence providing for the curtailment of water rights in 2015?
For 2015, no. Except insofar as there were ones relating to fishery-based curtailments. There were regulations pertaining to those.
And those would have been Deer, Mill, and Antelope Creeks, I believe?
That's correct.
Other than regulations for the curtailment to protect fisheries on those three tributaries, do you know of any regulations that were in effect at the State Water Resources Control Board for the curtailment of water rights?
We had the informational order type regulations that were for the purpose of obtaining information.
They didn't provide for the curtailment of water rights, though, did they?
No.
There were some statements in the opening statement of the prosecution team, and I didn't hear any testimony in this respect, so I need to understand something. Through this water availability analysis that you conducted and in issuing the administrative civil liability complaint, BBID is only accused of taking water that was needed for appropriators senior to BBID and riparian water right holders. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
So there's nothing contained in the administrative civil liability complaint, and certainly nothing that you've provided that would suggest that BBID had taken any stored project water, correct?
That issue was not evaluated in determining whether there was sufficient supply to meet demands.
And so you're not seeking to establish that BBID took stored water, correct?
The issue was simply not a part of what we evaluated because we looked at full natural flow, and full natural flow does not include the stored water element.
Who decided what water supplies would be included in the water availability analysis?
Again, I assumed this role after the initial 2014 work, but what we did look at, you can ask Jeff Yazel and Brian Coates. They were there for 2014 and 2015, and they can give you a better picture.
So then you were not involved in the decisions on which supplies to include? Is that a fair statement?
I was not involved in those decisions in 2014, which is when the modeling initiated. In 2015, I was involved in the decisions regarding refinements of the modeling.
What decisions were you involved in with respect to refinements in the model? And let me back up. I thought I heard testimony from somebody that this really wasn't a model, that it was a spreadsheet. You're using the word modeling. And so we seem to be getting different characterizations of what the effort was. Mr. Tariainen referred to this as simple math. In your view, was the analysis that was conducted a model?
The analysis was a series of calculations, and oftentimes people use lingo for a series of calculations saying the model. It's lingo.
Do you understand it to be a model?
I would characterize it as a model can, yes, I would say I'm using lingo, and my lingo would be a model or the derivations or the spreadsheet-based analysis. All of those are very equivalent in my mind.
Mr. Tariainen referred to it as a budget. Are you familiar with budgets?
Yes, I am.
Would you consider a budget to be a model?
Depending on, it depends on what I'm looking at.
A budget. Would you consider a budget to be a model?
It models my household expenses.
Okay. Do you know whether any return flows were included in what you're referring to as a model?
That is one of the adjustments that was made in 2015.
What return flows were included?
Again, I prefer, if you're talking about the specific numbers, to talk to persons that did that particular work.
Okay, one of the things I'm trying to understand is you had testified that you had become familiar with the supply and demand analysis, and in fact, you actually incorporated Mr. Coates and Mr. Yazel's testimony into yours, and so I'm trying to understand that if you incorporated it and you became familiar with it, what your level of understanding is about what the model did, what the inputs were, and what the outputs were. So you're telling me if I have any specific questions about the inputs or the outputs or how the model was run, I should ask Mr. Coates or Mr. Yazel?
Yes.
Thank you. To your knowledge, does the water availability analysis look at any particular diversion in any geographic location?
It looks at all the diverters in those geographical locations that were highlighted in Mr. Coates' presentation.
But it only looks at them on a priority basis, correct?
Correct. It looks at them and based on their relative priority of the rights.
As compared to each other, only based on priority, not on geography, correct?
Well, they are placed within the model, within the spreadsheets, based on where they are located, because if somebody is located in the San Joaquin River, we're well aware of that when we do our evaluation of their impacts on other right holders.
And so do you know which geographical area BBID was included within for the purpose of curtailments? Do you know? If Ms. Moroka, I prefer, if you know, you answer the question. If you don't know, we'll ask Mr. Coates. I'm just curious as to whether you know.
Yes, I would prefer you ask Mr. Coates.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Moroka, did you conduct any analysis of the availability of water at BBID's point of diversion?
That is a task which is delegated to staff to do.
Is the answer to that no? Did you conduct any analysis?
I did not personally conduct such analysis.
Thank you. I also noted, and in your written testimony, and you repeated it here orally, that you testified that based on the division's drought water availability supply and demand analysis, that water was not available for West Side or for BBID. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the lack of availability is based solely on the water supply analysis that staff conducted, the watershed-wide analysis.
Yes, and as you heard Mr. Nemeth say, we brought in information from Department of Water Resources. We used the 1977 drought report. We used all available reporting types of information that we had in order to assure ourselves a good quality product.
I'm going to show you what's being marked as BBID 402. Do you recognize what's been marked as BBID 402?
Yes, I do.
And BBID 402 is an email chain beginning on June the 16th of 2015 and then eventually running to August the 3rd of 2015. And the initial email is from you to several people within the Division of Water Rights with respect to the what's called here the State Water Contractors Water Rights Complaint. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And were you here for my opening statement?
Yes, I was.
And did you see one of the slides that I had on the screen that I indicated was from the State Water Contractors Complaint?
I did.
Did you recognize that as one of the slides that was contained in that complaint?
I did.
And after you sent that complaint that contained that information, you sent it to Barbara Evoy, John O'Hagan, Victor Vasquez, Diane Riddle, Les Grober, and Michael George, that Barbara Evoy responded to you to have you work with Les and Diane. Do you know that to be Les Grober and Diane Riddle?
I do.
And the modelers to see if it's an approach that can be supported. And then Diane emailed Rich Satkowski, who I believe is on the hearing panel, to assign someone to review and assess the basis of complaint, correct?
That is correct.
And then Mr. Satkowski responded to or emailed Larry Lindsay on August the 3rd talking about a discussion about the complaint, correct?
Yes.
And so you had that information as well, didn't you? The information contained in the State Water Contractors Complaint that dealt with water availability, particularly in the Delta?
Yes. On our complaints process, when we receive a complaint, we have to vet the complaint and we also ask parties to respond. This particular complaint has never gotten that far. They didn't include an attached list of the parties that were alleged to be committing the issue in the complaint. And so I could never send it out to a mailing list to get comments. So it hasn't gotten anywhere.
Well, Barbara Evoy's email to you on June the 16th says, the approach is along the lines of what we had proposed to look at in our, quote, Delta Pool, unquote, proposal of December. Do you know what that proposal was?
I am not privy to the Delta discussions. I don't know.
Well, that email was from Barbara to you and John O'Hagan. Was she talking to somebody else, do you know then?
Barbara frequently has conversations with John regarding the division and management of division resources, things like that. And so I can't speak to a discussion if she had one with John. I didn't personally have one with Barbara other than this little bit in this email with respect to the Delta Pool.
Do you know whether or not there was any consideration in conducting the water availability analysis of that concept?
I don't know which unit you're referring to. What portion of the division?
With you and your staff's water availability analysis, was there any consideration of the Delta Pool proposal that was considered apparently that prior December?
We are not a Delta modeling unit. That's why this email exists, is because we don't have the basics, we don't do Delta modeling as a general process in my specific unit. We do complaints type issues, we do the drought work, and so we just lacked the underlying information to assess the state water contractor complaint, and that's why this discussion occurred.
Was there ever any discussion with you or with you and Mr. O'Hagan, or you and your staff, about consideration of the water that was present in the Delta as part of your water availability analysis?
Because the model originated in 2014, I can't speak with certainty what discussions occurred in 2014 before I came to the unit. I only know as to 2015, and at that point we were making refinements based on return flow and issues of that nature. We didn't make any judgment calls with respect to adding an element on Delta Pool. We made none.
So is the answer then that no, you didn't consider any of the water present in the Delta channels as part of the analysis in 2015?
What we considered in the analysis was traditional engineering, water flowing down the stream system. That's what we considered.
And
Is
so
the
if I
answer
wanted-
no? Ms. Moroka, I would ask you to please answer the question
No,
as they're directly asked.
No.
And if I wanted to understand whether or not that was considered and who made those decisions in 2014, who would I need to talk to?
You would need to ask Mr. O'Hagan.
Mr. O'Hagan. Did Mr. O'Hagan make decisions with respect to the water availability analysis that was conducted in 2014 and 2015?
He was part of our team in 2015.
So is that a yes?
That is.
I want to show you next what's been marked as BBID Exhibit 403. Do you recognize what's been marked as Exhibit BBID 403?
Yes.
Ms. Moroka, do you remember me asking you questions about this graph at your deposition?
I recall that you asked questions about a graph.
Based upon the water availability analysis that you and your staff conducted in 2015, well, let me tell you what my understanding is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that if there were demands that were above the full natural flow line, that meant that those demands could not be met by full natural flow. Is that a correct summary of what the graph shows?
Yes.
And so when Mr. Tariainen in his opening and when Mr. Coates showed graphs on the screen that showed the full natural flow dipping below the 1914 demand and then dipping below the 1902 demand, that was that same concept, that BBID's priority was above that full natural flow line, and that establishes that there was insufficient full natural flow to satisfy that right, correct?
Yes.
And so now if we take a look at this graph, what's been marked as BBID 403, and if I pick the month of March of 2015, that would be the bottom left hand. The dates run monthly along the bottom axis, is that correct? And then up the left-hand side is time averaged CFS, correct?
Correct.
And so between March the 1st of 2015 and April the 1st of 2015, the full natural flow line on this graph runs anywhere from, it appears, about 15,000 CFS down to just below 10,000 CFS. Is that reasonably accurate?
The blue daily full natural flow line does that.
And is the blue the blue daily full natural flow line the line that we should look at for curtailments, for unavailability?
When we're looking at making decisions, we look at what has already occurred, which is that daily full natural flow line, and then we project forward as to what we expect to occur, which is those other forecasted lines. And so we look at both pieces of information.
And demands below that line can be met with full natural flow, demands above that line cannot be met, correct?
Correct.
And so for the month of March in 2015, it appears to me from looking at this graph that there was insufficient full natural flow to satisfy any water rights that exceeded the 15,000 CFS limit. Is that what this graph shows?
Yes.
And all of the orange is post-1914 demand, right? That's the demand that your staff analyzed and plotted on these graphs, correct?
The kind of burnt orange, there's two oranges on the graph.
So the darker orange. And so all of the demand, at least between 15,000 CFS and 50,000 CFS for the month of March could not have been met with full natural flow, correct?
Yes.
But there was no unavailability notice sent out yet, right?
Correct.
In your opinion, in your position at the Water Board, with your many years of experience at the Water Board, and based upon your analysis and the ACL that you issued to the Byron Bethany Irrigation District based on a lack of availability of water, didn't everybody within that upper demand section violate Water Code Section 1052?
In March, it's early in the year for us to know what, we want to wait and see to the last possible moment before we issue curtailments.
I'm going to object to this as being non-responsive. Ms. Maroka, I'm asking you, based on the analysis that you conducted and the lines that you used, not only to implement curtailments, but the lines that you used to issue the administrative civil liability complaint against the Byron Bethany Irrigation District seeking over $5 million in penalties. Is all of the demand between 15,000 CFS and 50,000 CFS, are all of those diverters violating Water Code Section 1052?
If they were diverting. We'd have to know they were
didn't your
diverting.
analysis, Ms. Maroka, didn't this analysis assume that they were diverting, which is why they were a demand on the system? Is this artificial demand?
No, it's from our water rights database.
And so from April the 1st of 2015 to May the 1st of 2015, when the notice of unavailability went out, is the same true that everybody above the 15,000 CFS line, all the way up to about 55,000 CFS in demand, did all of those people violate Water Code Section 1052?
If they were diverting.
If they were diverting. But your analysis certainly assumes, because it's part of the demand, that all of those people were actually diverting, right?
It is part of the demand.
And so can you explain to me why administrative civil liability complaints or cease and desist orders didn't get sent to the folks that diverted unlawfully in all of March and all of April?
We had not yet informed them that there was insufficient supply, and until we informed persons, we didn't take actions related to enforcement.
Why is the notice important?
It's important because we don't believe that all of the water diverting community has the resources to make this type of evaluation on their own. We certainly think that some agencies would have that resource, but not everybody has that resource. And we want to make sure we inform persons when we think that there is a problem with supply of the scale we saw during the drought.
So when I look at this chart, I think to myself, if this was all real demand in the system, that this chart it's impossible. It's impossible that there was less than 20% of the water needed to meet the total demand. Yet we didn't, in March, we didn't see people having a lack of water supply. Can you explain that?
I don't believe I have any testimony related to March diversions.
Also, the prosecution objects to that entire question as testimony by the council.
Noted.
WR joins in that objection. The whole hypothetical assumed facts not in evidence called for a legal conclusion.
Ms. Maroka has been designated as an expert witness on behalf of the prosecution team, and expert witnesses absolutely can testify with respect to hypotheticals. And she seemed to fully understand the hypothetical that I posed, and she gave answers to those hypotheticals.
Thank you. I will note the objections. Mr. Kelly, I appreciate your line of questioning, and I believe Ms. Maroka has addressed them. I would encourage you to wrap up this line of questioning and move on.
I will move on. Thank you. I'd like to show you what's being marked as BBID 404, please. Ms. Maroka, BBID 404 is an email from Tom Howard to Joe Schofield, who according to this email is the Assistant General Counsel with the Sacramento Municipal Utilities District. And when I looked at these emails, it appears to be a request from the Sacramento Municipal Utilities District, whom I will refer to as SMUD. Is that how you know that organization?
Yes.
SMUD, to get what can only be, I guess, described as an exception to curtailments or relief from curtailments for SMUD's license 11073 and 11074 for SMUD's reservoirs up in the Sierras. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
And by this email, Mr. Howard told SMUD that it could go ahead and divert water to storage, even in light of curtailments of post-1914 water rights. Isn't that correct?
Yes, the water was for subsequent power generation and would return to the stream system in the same volume as it had left it.
But at a different time, correct? It was actually being stored in those reservoirs, right?
Correct.
And if you turn to the pages that follow the letter, there are the two licenses, 11074 and 11073, and I will say that I attached these to these exhibits. They were not attached to the original email. But I would like you to take a look at something in these licenses. And it's on the second page of the license 11074. And it's about 4/5 of the way down the page. And it's a paragraph that starts with no diversion or use of water. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you read that aloud for me, please, into the record?
No diversion or use of water shall be made under this license which will in any way interfere with diversion or use of water for irrigation or domestic purposes, whether such higher uses are made under either prior or subsequent rights.
Thank you. And then if you look at license 11073, the second page of that license, just about in the middle of the page, does the same exact language appear?
Yes, this is fairly typical language for large power water rights.
And does this express a preference that to the extent there's water in the system, that it be used for domestic and irrigation purposes before it's stored for power uses?
It is a provision that allows for irrigation and domestic uses to be developed.
Do you know whether it expresses the State Water Board's policy that those uses are higher than the use of water for power generation?
I can't speak as to the policy issue. I do know it's very, very standard in power water rights.
But by Mr. Howard's email, SMUD was authorized under its post-1914 water right to divert water to storage, even with curtailments in place. and SMUD stored water.
Yes, and if you read further into the email, it talks about the fact that there would be full natural flow available downstream of Folsom Reservoir, and so they were not expecting any impacts to other diverters.
Well, BBID was curtailed on June the 12th of 2015, wasn't it? And so wouldn't the water that SMUD had diverted into its upstream reservoirs in light of curtailments made it down into the system and been available to BBID and other senior water right holders?
They are saying explicitly in this email that they would ensure that full natural flow occurred.
How can you ensure full natural flow occurs? Do you know?
If reclamation makes sure that if there was any shortage in full natural flow, that they put in a like amount so that there would not be a reduction in the quantity associated with full natural flow.
And do you know whether any of that water that the United States added to the system, and I take it that that would be at Folsom, would have been available then to BBID to divert?
I do not know as to how it would change the calculations in the spreadsheet because there was still full natural flow.
But what this shows is that SMUD was allowed to divert real water into its reservoirs in the face of curtailments, correct?
It does show that. It does show that it
Thank
was
you.
done under certain provisions.
I have no further questions.
All right,
Mr.
Ms.
Kelly, I'm sorry, is that no further question for Ms. Moroka or no further question?
Yes, I'm sorry. I have no further questions for Ms. Moroka. My associate, Aaron Ferguson, will be cross-examining other witnesses, but thank you for the clarification.
If it's okay with the hearing officers, what we'd like to do is go witness by witness so that it's more cohesive, if that's okay.
Thank you. Actually, I appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moroka. Jennifer Spalletta. I'm asking you questions this afternoon on behalf of the Delta agencies and WSID Irrigation District. I wanted to look at page 3 of your testimony, which is Exhibit Water Rights 7. On page 3 of your testimony, after explaining that you are the prosecution team lead for both of these enforcement actions, you have 2 paragraphs that state that based on the division's drought water availability supply and demand analysis conducted on May 1st, 2015 and on June 12th, no water was available to satisfy either Westside or BBID's priorities of right, correct?
Correct.
And then you conclude each of those paragraphs by stating that both the May 1st, 2015 notice and the June 12th, 2015 notice are based on an appropriate drought water availability methodology and incorporate the best available supply and demand information, correct?
Correct.
And the May 1st and June 12th analyses that you're referring to are reflected in what was previously shown as prosecution team exhibits 47 and 48, correct?
I don't know the numbers.
Let's go ahead and put 47 up on the screen, please. Okay, so we're looking at 47, and this is the analysis for the Sacramento River Basin that was dated April 29th that Mr. Yeasel testified supported the May 1st notice. Is that the one you were referring to in your testimony?
I believe it is.
Okay. And regarding your opinion that it incorporates the best available supply information, this graph actually does not include the after-the-fact DWR monthly full natural flow calculations, does it?
It includes them on the blue line.
Ms. Moroka, isn't it true that the blue line includes only the daily F&F calculations from DWR?
That's correct.
And actually, those daily F&F calculations include no adjustments upward for anything like return flows, correct?
It's full natural flow up at the perimeter reservoirs, and so that's above the area where you would see much of the return flow.
So the answer to my question is it's correct. It does not include any return flows that get into the system below the rim reservoirs.
It doesn't include any from below. It would include anything that they incorporate into their calculations of full natural flow for above the rim reservoirs, they being DWR.
But you don't actually know that they do that, right?
You would have to ask Jeff Yazel because he's far more familiar with what they do.
And the blue line there also doesn't include any abandoned releases of stored water, does it?
No.
And in this West Side enforcement action, you have actually brought an enforcement action against West Side related to a threatened diversion of treatment plant discharges from the city of Tracy, correct?
Yes.
And that blue line there doesn't include any supply attributable to treatment plant discharges such as those from the city of Tracy, correct?
That's not part of full natural flow.
And there's also the Sacramento Regional Treatment Plant discharges that get included in the normal delta inflow calculation. You're familiar with those, right?
Only in a periphery fashion.
You know that the Sacramento Regional Water Treatment Plant discharges right above the delta?
Yes, I do.
And those treatment plant discharges are not included in your blue supply line on what's been marked as Exhibit 47, correct?
No, because on the treatment plants, we don't have the information on all their varied sources of water, so we don't put it in as full natural flow.
But you agree, don't you, that all of those treatment plant discharges and all of these return flows that are not included in your blue supply line are actually sources of supply available to appropriative rights, including BBID and Westside?
They are sources of supply for appropriative rights. What we don't have is the data on how many of those discharges have already been assigned to existing rights and already are being diverted under valid rights.
You also stated on page 3 of your testimony that this was the best available demand information, correct?
Yes.
But what we just looked at, which was Exhibit 47, doesn't actually include the 2015 actual diversion data, correct?
Does not.
And the 2015 actual diversion data came in lower than what's depicted on Exhibit 47, correct?
Correct.
And then if we look at Exhibit 48, which is the other analysis that you opined was the best available supply and demand information, isn't it true that Exhibit 48 also does not include the actual 2015 diversion information?
That is correct. We obtain that information 1 month in arrears, and so it takes a while for us to obtain it, to check it through our system, make sure it looks okay. Not everybody files those on time either.
Even though you received that information 5 days in arrears after the actual month, when you prepared in final the draft CDO and ACL that were sent out in July of 2015, you did not have your staff update these analysis to reflect the actual 2015 diversion data that you had received up till that date, did you?
I asked my staff regarding that data and whether it would make any differences in our determinations, and we reached the conclusion that it would not make a difference. There just was such a horrible supply situation.
But you have since done that analysis.
The staff has now formalized that discussion in an analysis.
But you did not rely on that for your testimony. You relied on what was done on May 1st and June 12th.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the North Delta Water Agency contract with North Delta Water Agency and the Department of Water Resources?
Only in a very peripheral fashion.
We've marked it as Exhibit 100. It's West Side Exhibit 100. You're aware, Ms. Merck, are you not, that under that contract, the State Water Project is obligated to maintain certain water quality and water supply in the North Delta?
Yes.
But you did not include any of the supply provided by the State Water Project to the North Delta Water Agency in either Exhibit 47 or 48 that form the basis of the water availability analysis, correct?
Reservoir releases are not part of full natural flow.
But all of the demand in the North Delta Water Agency was in fact included in both of those water availability analyses, correct?
The demands under prior rights are included.
I don't think that responded to my question. Did you make any adjustment to the demand for the North Delta Water Agency to account for the delivery of stored water under the North Delta Water Agency contract with DWR?
We'd have to ask Mr. Yezel that question.
So you don't know.
I don't believe we've made one, but you'd have to confirm.
I'd like to have you look at what the prosecution team produced as Exhibit 58, please. This is one of the exhibits that Mr. Yezel testified that he prepared related to 2015 water availability analysis. This one was prepared after the fact, October 27th, 2015. Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
And on this graph, which is for the San Joaquin River Basin with proportional delta demand, prosecution team Exhibit 58, the green line depicts the actual 2015 diversion data, correct? For the San Joaquin Basin?
Yes.
And the blue line depicts what you and your staff understood to be the actual supply, correct?
I'm just reading the notes, bear with me. So you're saying the blue line was the actual demand?
No, I said the green line was the actual 2015 demand, correct?
Yes.
And the blue line, that's jagged up and down, is reflective of what you and your staff believe was the actual supply, correct?
Yes.
So in this graph, it shows that in the end of the month of June of 2015, the actual supply in the San Joaquin Basin was hovering around 1,500 CFS, correct?
June, it appears that way.
But for that same period of time, this graph is depicting that the actual demand on that supply that was satisfied was in the neighborhood of 5,300 CFS?
The green line is indicating about 5,300, right? It's hard to interpolate.
More than 5,000.
Right.
So isn't it true, Ms. Maroka, that if the actual supply in this system was only 1,500 CFS, that it would have been physically impossible for demand of more than 5,000 CFS to have been satisfied?
No, it just says that's the adjusted senior demand in the notes. It doesn't say supplied. So that's the demand itself, and demand can be greater than supply.
But this is actual. This is supposed to be depicting what actually happened in the system.
And I understand that. I cannot explain to you why, when supply is so low, people thought they could divert that much water.
Well, couldn't it be because your graph is either omitting a significant source of supply or that your graph is overstating demand?
These are based on records that we are provided by diverters.
So if, for example, in this graph, you had the San Joaquin exchange contractors' demand, which was satisfied almost exclusively with stored water during this period of time, and you had characterized it as riparian demand, wouldn't that have caused the problem with the visual display here?
I do know that if We take people at their word on their submittals as to what they're saying their water diversions and demands are, and we just have to plot it as it shows it based on whatever they send to us.
So when your staff was generating these graphs that showed there was a 3,500 CFS discrepancy between actual diversions and actual supplies in the river, you didn't question whether or not that was accurately depicting what was going on?
We simply put on there what information we receive in the door.
This time I'm going to turn the questioning over to Ms. Salesi. Thank you.
While you're making that change, Mr. Buckman, could you give me a time check? How much time do they have left? Sorry? 90 minutes. Thank you.
Questions, Tim?
I'm going to wait until they finish with Ms. Moroka before taking a break.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Maroka. I have two questions. You testified in your written testimony that the failure of junior diverters to cease diversion when no water is available under their priority of right has a direct, immediate impact on other diverters. What do you base that statement on?
I base that statement on the fact that when the junior diverter takes water, it's not physically present in the stream to serve any other senior right holders that are located downstream of that junior right holder.
So you have no evidence that the failure of WSID or BBID to cease diverting actually harmed another more senior diverter?
We know from our supply analysis that there was not enough water to serve these priorities of right. And so the presumption that I made was that when somebody takes water and there is not enough water for those priorities of right, there would be a shortage to the other right holders.
I'll ask you the question again. Do you have any evidence that the failure of WSID or BBID to cease diverting actually harmed another more senior diverter? It's a yes or no question.
I did not go in the field and collect evidence.
Thank you. One more question. You also testified about 10 minutes ago. Quote, when we do the evaluation of their impact on other water rights holders, presumably referring to BBID or WSID or any other junior water right holder, you actually didn't do an evaluation of their impact on other water right holders, correct?
We do the spreadsheet analysis, which is an evaluation of potential impacts because it tells us which priorities of right would be able to divert under the current supply situations.
So you did an evaluation of potential impact if those senior diverters were actually diverting as much as they projected.
It is based on the demands, as was explained during the earlier information. It's based on, depending on if it's from the informational order demands or if it's from the 2010 to 2013 demands. So it's based on that information.
Right. So it's
rather
projected,
than face value of water
it's
rights.
projected demand, not actual demand.
It is based on our recorded demands.
Recorded from where?
2010 to 2013, statements of water diversion and use, reports of licensee and permittees, informational order reporting demands for 2014. So quite a few pieces of information on demand.
But you had no information on actual demands in 2015 or whether or not they were impacted by junior diversions.
Well, actually, no. What we had in 2015 was the month, we had the projected use for the persons, the top 90% of diverters in the Delta that were sending us in information on their projected 2015 demands and their month by month in arrears reporting on what they actually used. So we did have information.
And those are the figures that were in the charts?
There's been a number of different charts presented.
Well, my understanding is you didn't use that 2015 actual number to put in the chart, correct?
We looked at the numbers and made our own assessment as to whether or not it would have changed the conclusions on lack of availability, and we decided it wouldn't.
So the answer is no.
The answer is we didn't think it would change the availability situation.
So you didn't use it.
We evaluated it.
Did you use it?
We certainly did in making an informed
It's a yes
decision.
or no question.
Well,
Did
we
you
used it
use
to
the
make an informed
information?
decision. Yes, I used it for informing my decision making.
I think we've had enough on this, Ms. Alesi.
Thank you.
Hearing officers, our preference would be that we have any redirect by the prosecution team of the witness before the break. We think it's probably improper for the witness to be discussing matters with her counsel prior to redirect. So if Mr. Tarianen is willing, we'd like to do that now before the break.
Objections?
Yes.
Mr. Laughlin, what is your objection?
I'm not, I understand the
Please, I can't hear you.
sorry about that. I understand the concern being put forth by Ms. Spalletta, but there's still other people who have the ability to cross-examine who haven't had their cross-examination yet. And I would prefer that we finish the cross-examination first and then go to redirect.
Thank you. That is
I
the
agree
next-
with that.
That actually is an excellent point. Does that conclude your cross-examination of Ms. Moroka?
Yes, it does, unless there's any issues that come up on redirect that we have to deal with.
Right. Let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break now, and we'll resume at 2:40.
Hearing officers, I'm sorry, could we request a direction to the witnesses on the prosecution team panel that they not confer with their counsel while they are still on the stand and subject to cross and redirect? It's a standard instruction.
They are so directed.
us is what keg your hero, Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer.
Nice job. You know what? You never cease to build these. That's what
I'm just going to. I said you could come back. I'm just going to.
Yes, sir. Names that are exhibits in front of exhibits here. Yes. Vowel letters T, R, S, T. Can you spell Russell Frank for me? Great, thank you.
All right, if you could take your seats. It is 2:40 and we are resuming with, I believe, the cross-examination of Mr. Coates.
I think there's continued cross-examination of Ms. Mroka by the other parties.
No, I'm going to, I was going to finish your cross-examination before I get to them.
Oh, I thought that we had talked about the opposite before the break. Let's just make sure we're clear. Our understanding was that we would do one of these witnesses at a time, do all of our cross and the redirect, and then do the next witness. That way it's
That
cohesive.
causes a little bit of a challenge in timekeeping. Are you all right with that, Mr. Buckman?
Officer Dodek, the state water contractors would prefer to stay to the original order.
I'm sorry. Yes.
State water contractors would prefer to stay to the original allotments and the original order of cross-examination.
For what reason?
Going first, just so that we can hear the cross-examination and have our chance to sort of fully understand what the case in chief is, or what the cross-examination of the case in chief is. So
I would prefer that myself. So I would prefer that the joint BBID West Side et al. Party complete your cross-examination of this panel before we move on to the cross-examination by San Francisco and others.
Okay.
Mr. Duck, also, when you, all these new exhibits, could you also provide us with a electronic PDF copy of those exhibits too, that you're entering?
Yes, as long as I can do it this evening.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Dan Kelly for BBID. Mr. Mona, I believe that the flash drive that Mr. Buckman has all of the exhibits that we marked additionally. We can either cross-reference them for you because they'll have a depot exhibit number as well. And so maybe at the next break we can talk about how best just to line those up for you. Thank you.
Ready? Good afternoon, Mr. Coates. My name is Jennifer Spalletta. I'll be conducting some cross-examination this afternoon. First of all, I just wanted to confirm that you do not have any formal education in hydrology. Rather, you are educated as a chemical engineer, correct?
Correct.
And you are not a civil engineer.
Correct.
And despite stating various things regarding water law in your testimony, you are not a lawyer.
Correct.
The methodology that you describe in your testimony regarding the May 1st and June 12th notices, you actually did not develop that methodology, correct?
Please describe what you mean by develop.
Did not make any decisions as to what would be included in that methodology.
I helped develop the methodology over the past 2 years.
When I took your deposition, isn't it true, Mr. Coates, that you told me that you made no decisions regarding what went in the methodology, that all of those decisions were made by?
Upper management.
Correct.
Correct.
Isn't it also true, Mr. Coates, that you did not make the decision to issue either the May 1st or the June 12th notice?
Correct.
All of those decisions were made by Mr. O'Hagan or his supervisors, correct?
The decision to make those were forwarded by John O'Hagan to Tom Howard, who actually signed the order or the notices.
So none of you on the panel today actually made the decisions?
No.
I want to look at what was marked as Prosecution Team Exhibit 54. This is a graph of the Sacramento River Basin Supply Demand Analysis with Proportional Delta Demand prepared on October 30th, 2015. This graph was prepared by Mr. Yazell under your direction, correct?
Correct.
You actually have never gotten in and worked with Mr. Yazell's spreadsheets, correct?
Correct.
In fact, there's no one who got in and reviewed the work done in Mr. Yazell's spreadsheets, correct?
Line by line, cell by cell, no.
Which spreadsheet contains the information that's depicted on this graph?
You would have to ask Jeff Yazell to that.
You don't know.
No.
I want to be able to compare this graph to the one that you and Mr. Yazell and Ms. Maroka all testified to as forming the basis for the May 1st notice, which was Prosecution Team Exhibit 47. So we're going to be kind of flipping back and forth. I just wanted to let Mr. Buckman know that. So looking at Prosecution Team Exhibit 47, I want to look at the differences between these two things. The demands reflected on Exhibit 47 do not include the actual 2015 demands, right?
They do not include the actual 2015 informational order reported demands.
But the demands on Exhibit 54 do include the actual demands, right?
Those include the reported uses from the informational order.
And approximately what was the reduction in demands that resulted from looking at the actuals in the month of June for the senior demands? Looks to me like it was about 2,000 CFS.
You're asking an engineer. I got to make sure it's exact here. To about 8,800 to about 60, yeah, about 2,000. 8,800 to 6,800 is a fair bet. It's about 2,000 CFS difference.
And you had the actual demands in the state board's system at the time, well, the actual demands for April, May, and June at the time that you issued the draft CDO and ACL in July, correct?
We had not processed the demands at that time, but we had the uses reported to us.
But you hadn't taken the time to actually plot them and look at them before you issued the draft ACL or CDO?
We didn't have the time, no.
Now, looking at the supply, the supply that's depicted on Exhibit 54 in the solid blue line, that's your daily FNFs, correct?
That's the daily FNF supply.
Now, flipping back again to 47, you also have the daily FNF supply here plotted through, approximately the end of April, correct?
Along with a forecasted monthly FNF, yes.
And then for the forecasted FNF, that's actually more than just the 10-station FNF, correct? It includes something else.
The FNFs that are depicted here, because it didn't incorporate the additional adjustments, that's just for the Sacramento River Basin. And if you note on the legend, that indicates which stations are there.
But doesn't the legend also indicate that that forecast also includes the minor stream FNFs that were obtained from DWR's 2007 unimpaired flow data report?
For certain UF basins, yes.
Okay. So you included those additional unimpaired flows for the non-FNF basins in this chart, 47. But again, if we flip over to the other one, 54, you don't have the unimpaired flow from the non-FNF basins depicted in this chart, right?
And that's because we don't have the monthly FNF plotted.
Right. So this chart actually only includes the daily FNF, and it does not include any additions that were reflected in the other chart.
Nor depletions, correct.
Actually, you said nor depletions, but you actually didn't include depletions as an issue with supply for any of the charts, correct?
Not initially, no.
And then when we looked at the other chart, which was WR 48, this one has even more stuff added to those dashed supply lines. It has the return flows for the San Joaquin River and Sacramento River. Well, actually, you assume those were zero, right? So just the San Joaquin River return flows and then the Delta return flows?
And then the Delta 40%, correct.
Okay. But then again, if we switch back over to water right 55, or I'm sorry, is it 54? 54? That does not have those river return flows in it. And you've actually changed the way you're depicting the delta return flows. Now, instead of being an addition to supply, they're a reduction in demand, correct?
We never made any adjustments to the daily FNF to account for those return flows.
So just to be clear, in the graph that was June 10th and marked as Exhibit 48, you adjusted the monthly FNF to include a 40% return flow from the delta. But you never added a similar adjustment to any of these daily blue lines in any of the charts.
Correct.
And in none of these charts have you included in the supply line, the solid blue line, any additional flows that might be present in the delta channels regardless of FNF, correct?
Well, you're referring to the daily FNF as the supply. I'm referring to that as a qualifier for which monthly FNF forecast to use. So could you repeat the question?
Why don't you explain to me what you mean? You said you're referring to the daily FNF as a qualifier?
As a qualifier as to which monthly FNF forecast to choose.
So which line on this graph is intended to depict the available supply in your supply-demand analysis?
In this particular case, due to the daily F&F trending slightly above the 50% adjusted forecast, we would be using the adjusted 50% forecast in this case.
So you were using the adjusted 50% forecast, which is the dark blue dashed line?
Correct.
Okay. But actually at this point in time, you had received information from DWR indicating that that 50% forecast was being adjusted even further upward. And that's denoted by the red dot on this graph, right?
That particular red dot forecast was provided by DWR at our request in response to a precipitation event that happened in June, which was unexpected, and they specifically indicated it was something that they didn't have a lot of confidence behind because it wasn't a publicly produced product.
Wasn't a what?
Publicly produced and reported product. You won't find that on their website.
But they performed the calculation using the exact same method that they do to perform the calculation for the data that is posted on the website.
You would have to ask them for that. I'm not an expert on their calculations.
But you just told me it wasn't the same.
It wasn't actually produced and posted on the website.
So the fact that data is posted on the website makes it more reliable than data that's not posted on the website?
To me, it indicates they have confidence behind it.
It couldn't indicate that this is just their practice to only post it monthly?
You have to ask them for that.
Now let's look at Exhibit 52, please. Okay, so Exhibit 52 is a combined Sacramento-San Joaquin analysis that was generated on August 19th by Mr. Yizel at your direction, correct?
Correct.
And as of August 19th, you would have received from diverters the April, May, June, July, so 4 months of actual diversion data?
For the majority of them, some of them it indicated they wouldn't have enough time to report, but yes.
But at this point in time, you still were not graphically depicting the actual diversion data for 2015.
On this graph, no.
But on a later graph?
I believe so, yes.
For the combined?
You have to check the exhibits, but I think we did.
You don't know which one that is?
Sorry, I'm not a computer, sorry.
Now, on this particular graph, was there any effort made to remove the demands that could not be satisfied with the available supply in a given sub-watershed? So, for example, on the Tuolumne River, if the demand exceeded the supply that was available on the Tuolumne River, did you remove the demand, or does this graph include all that demand that could not be satisfied?
This particular graph includes all of that supply.
Even though you knew at this point in time it could not be satisfied.
We weren't focusing on that at the time.
So when you were doing these supply and demand analyses, you weren't focused on whether the supply actually was unavailable to meet any particular demand in the watershed?
We did do sub or tributary level analyses graphs, but for this particular graph, since it's a combined basin, we included all the demands and supplies within the basin.
Well, actually within the two basins, right? The
Sacramento and San Joaquin.
San Joaquin. Okay, so in the spreadsheet then, what was happening is since you were dividing things up based on priority, someone with a high priority right on the Tuolumne River was essentially able to pull water out of the Sacramento River to satisfy their right, even though there was no water physically available on the Tuolumne.
At this, on this graph, yes.
And wasn't that also the case for the other two graphs that preceded this? That would be exhibits 47 and 48 that served as the basis for the curtailment notices?
I'd have to look at those graphs again to refresh my
Let's
memory.
look at them.
Sure.
So did you remove any of this excess demand on exhibit 47 that could not have been satisfied with the available supply in the watershed?
I think on this graph, we had removed Cache and Poudre Creek demand.
Those were the only two.
I believe so, yes.
And then let's look at 48. On 48, had you removed any of the excess demand that could not be satisfied with available supply in the subwatersheds?
Same answer here. The Cache and Poudre have been removed from this.
Those were the only two.
Correct.
You pulled up exhibit 42 yet? I'm sorry, 52? You'll have to excuse me. There are so many graphs and so many spreadsheets that sometimes I have to take a minute to get my bearings. Okay, I think we looked at this one already, but I just want to confirm on this particular graph, I think I asked you this with a different graph, but I'll confirm it here. For this one, this blue line that's depicting the adjusted, I'm sorry, not the adjusted, but the daily full natural flow, the blue jagged line.
Correct.
Does it include the 40% return flow for the delta?
We didn't make any adjustments to the daily FNF.
And for the month of June, isn't it true that those adjustments for the return flows for the delta and the return flows for the San Joaquin River, they totaled more than 2,200 CFS of supply?
Now, which area are you looking at again for June? And what was your question again?
Didn't the adjustments as a result of looking at return flow in the San Joaquin River and return flow in the delta amount to more than 2,200 CFS of supply?
I don't have the spreadsheet in front to confirm that.
But if you were to add them, wouldn't you have to bump this blue line up by 2,200 CFS?
I don't make any adjustments to the daily FNF.
You don't make any adjustments. So even if you, in your spreadsheet, were analyzing additional supply that was available as a result of your discussions with your supervisors, Ms. Maroka and Mr. O'Hagan, you would not be depicting it as part of the blue supply line on the graph.
Not to adjustments to daily FNF, no.
And then you didn't provide any alternative supply line on this graph that showed what the daily supply would be if you added that.
The only adjustments we made to those particular, on that graph with respect to supply are the adjusted 50 and 90% forecasts.
But again, those are forecasted data, not actual supply.
Correct.
So let's just go ahead and confirm what that adjustment was for June. If we could look at the spreadsheet, which is Prosecution Team Exhibit 77. And if it's not loading very quickly, that's just because it's big and it doesn't load very quickly. So if we could hold the timer while it's trying to load, that'd be great.
If I would suggest, Mr. Buckman, look in your downloads folder. I think it just downloads the spreadsheet files rather than opening.
If it helps speed things up at all, we have every exhibit on the flash drive that we provided to Mr. Buckman. So instead of trying to download them from the website, Mr. Buckman can access any exhibit on the flash drive if it's quicker.
So here we go. This is the spreadsheet. So let's go look at the chart just to make sure it's the right one. So you're going to go all the way over. There's the chart on the, there you go. You have to scroll over more. There's more charts. No, use the scroll on the other side of Excel. There you go. Let's pull up the senior chart. And let's just make sure it's the right chart. Okay, so we're looking at the same chart.
I can't speak to that because it's not listed as an exhibit for me to compare to, but if you say it is.
So you don't know which spreadsheets go with which charts?
No.
So then that needs to be a question for Mr. Uzel.
Correct.
All right.
Get the timer rolling again, please.
Turn the questioning over now to Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coates. My name is Aaron Ferguson with Somac Simmons and Dunn on behalf of the Byron Bethany Irrigation District. I'm going to ask a few follow-up questions related to your work in this matter. So just at the broader level, oh, excuse me. In performing these water availability analyses, did you use a specific definition of water availability to perform your analysis?
A specific definition by what?
Well, did you actually have a definition or a set of rules in order to conduct this water availability analysis that you followed?
Well, generally a water availability analysis, as what we did, includes using full natural flow in comparison to reported demands.
Did you rely on any sort of written procedure that the state board has or any regulations that the state board might have in order to perform this analysis?
No.
Were there any formal hearings held to determine what water availability methodology to use?
I don't believe there was, no.
And the methodology was never formally adopted or approved by the State Water Board, right, prior to the board issuing the ACL or the CDO in this matter, correct?
By formally adopted, what are you referring to?
Well, did the State Board have an opportunity to review this methodology in a formal proceeding
No.
of some sort before the enforcement actions are commenced?
No.
Even though, you know, there wasn't a formal set of rules or written procedures, and the board hadn't reviewed the methodology, you still believe it was the appropriate standard?
Yes.
So other than your job at the State Water Board, do you have any formal education in creating a water supply methodology?
No.
Before 2013, had you ever performed a water availability analysis?
No.
And then the method you relied on in 2015 had never been used before, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
How did you come about selecting the 1977 drought year as a reference point for your 2015 analysis?
In June 2014, I was approached by John O'Hagan after we had received word that due to declining water supplies that we would be likely looking at a drought year. And then I went downstairs into our file room and researched relevant correspondence dating back to the 1970s on drought year. I found some information there that appeared to be helpful, and from that point on, we used that.
So other than the 1977 report, did you rely on any previously existing standards to develop the methodology or scientific standards of any sort?
No, we just relied on what had been done in the 1977 report and then just adapted it to current technology and use reports.
Are you familiar with the models, CalSim and DSM-2?
I'm not intimately familiar with them, no.
So you'd never used a model like CalSim before?
No.
Okay. Those clearly didn't factor into the water availability analysis in these proceedings?
No.
Did the curtailment analyses or the water availability analyses that supported those look at actual water availability in the delta at all?
What do you mean by actual water availability?
Well, did you actually evaluate water availability at the delta level, say at the points of diversion of the two districts in this matter?
We did a comparison, which is different than a formal water availability determination using gauged flow at Vernalis, but that's not a water availability determination.
What do you mean by a comparison?
Well, in that case, as I indicated earlier, a water availability determination, as we use the term, compares full natural flow to reported uses. The comparison that I had indicated in my testimony in our presentation relating to the measured flow at Vernalis, which since it's a gauged flow is not full natural flow, I can't use the same term as a water availability determination, so we use it as a comparison.
So based on your analysis at the watershed level, was it your understanding that water essentially that would be available in Reading could essentially be available in the delta on the same day?
The way we conducted the analysis, yes.
Is that realistic or scientifically realistic?
From the resident or the actual travel time, as I indicated in my deposition, not with current technology, no.
Yet you still stand by your position that the watershed-wide analysis was the appropriate analysis, water availability analysis to support these enforcement actions?
Because we're forward-looking, correct.
Can we do a time check here? Is that the entirety of time that they have left, Mr. Buckman? Okay. Even though you do have an hour, I would encourage you to move a little bit faster. This is becoming a bit redundant.
Okay, I just want to cover a couple items. Your analyses used 40% return flow for the delta, correct?
As a return flow credit, either as an addition to supply or reduction demand, yes.
And also use return flows for the San Joaquin River as well, based on the dry year report?
Based on the monthly percentages outlined in the dry year report, correct.
Are you aware that the 77 report also includes return flows in the Sacramento River system?
No, I'm not.
Go ahead and bring up WR79. And then pages 76 and 77. If you go to the next 77, The lines at the bottom, actually the third line up, I believe, is talks about monthly outflow from the Sacramento River system. They're documented, and then the previous lines also address various outflows from the district systems within the Sacramento River watershed. So you were not aware of this?
I don't recall seeing that table, no.
You didn't use this information at all in the water availability analyses?
As I haven't seen that table, no.
I just have a quick question. Couple questions. There was some discussion in your testimony about the ability to evaluate water availability at a global scale, Sacramento or San Joaquin watershed scale, a tributary and subtributary scale. Did you ever consider whether that sort of analysis could be done for the Delta, recognizing that you can do it on sub-watershed bases?
Not for the Delta, no, we didn't.
I don't have any further questions.
Does that complete your cross-examination of Mr. Coates? All right.
We'll move
Mr.
on.
Mona, would you like to step out and get some water? Go ahead, Ms. Spalletta.
Okay, so we'll go ahead now and do our cross-examination of Mr. Yazell. All of our questions regarding the spreadsheets have been directed to you, so we'll start there. I asked Mr. Coates about the amount of the adjustment in June 2015 that was included in the June 12th water supply availability analysis. So which spreadsheet do I need to pull up to find that number?
I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head.
And actually, at your deposition, when I asked you which spreadsheet, which had been produced to us on the drive by the prosecution team, supported the June 12th analysis, you also were not able to tell me. Recall that? Okay. So do you need to look at your testimony to figure out which spreadsheet
That would help.
includes? Why don't you do that? And if we could keep note of the time. I think that you previously said in your presentation it was either Exhibit 53 or 77, but there was some confusion about which one it might be.
Put it up on the screen, please.
Which one do you want, 53 or 77?
My testimony.
Testimony? Which is Exhibit 11. Okay, so which spreadsheet should I look at to know what analysis supported the June 12th curtailment notice and the one that Ms. Maroka is relying on for prosecution of BBID?
For the June 12th, that would, can you scroll down? It's either 75 or 77. Keep scrolling down to where it says construction of the graph. Oh, thank you.
Mr. Buckman, the clock, please.
This is Dan Kelly for BBID. The clock here is actually running. That clock's not. They differ now, but I think that Ms. Spalletta requested that the clock be stopped until Mr. Yazell could, or Yeasel, I'm sorry, could determine which exhibit he actually needs to find. So I don't know that the clock should run on cross-examination time while he's trying to figure out what he relied on.
That will be the official clock.
Thank
over
you.
there.
Thank you.
Is it on hold? Well, yes, it is on hold.
Okay, you can start the clock now. It is
Maybe we shouldn't start the clock yet.
I thought I had it in front of me.
This is Dan Kelly again. I'm informed it might be on page 14. of the
Yes, it's a WR77. Now you can start the clock.
WR47 is...
77.
I'm sorry, 77? Okay, good. I thought you said 47, which is the graph. So 77 is the supporting spreadsheet? Okay, so now you're having the same technical difficulty that I had when I tried to open two spreadsheets at my office. Okay, so do we have the right spreadsheet up on the screen?
Scroll a couple tabs over to the right and look at the senior chart. Okay, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so in this analysis, did you look at adjustments to full natural flow to account for return flows?
Those are included in the forecasted F&F forecasts.
So the tab says F&F adjustments. Should we click on that one?
Yes.
On that. And can you tell me what the total adjustment for June was in CFS?
That'll be 2,252.
That's in cell E29, right?
Correct.
So that's adding up all of these additional flows from the smaller watersheds below the F&F stations that you got from the 2007 DWI report, right?
Correct.
As well as a San Joaquin River return flow component of 13,262 acre feet from the 1977 report, but no return flow for the Sacramento Valley, and then plus 92,730 acre feet of delta return flow for a total adjustment of 2,252 CFS.
Correct.
And then you actually used that adjustment to increase the forecasted F&F lines on the chart, right? So if we switch back over to the senior chart, so those dashed blue and purple lines, those reflect that adjustment, correct?
Correct.
But that solid blue line, which is your daily F&F, does not include the adjustment.
Correct.
So for the entire month of June then, which is basically where we see the blue line dropping off, if we were to compare apples to apples here, we would have to actually increase that blue line by 2,252 CFS. Correct?
That makes sense.
And that would actually place the blue line near the top of the pre-1914 demand that you've depicted on this chart, correct?
I'd say in the neighborhood.
And the demand that you've depicted on this chart is based on prior year's data and does not reflect the reduced actual demand in 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned in your direct testimony that there was some confusion over which one of these spreadsheets actually supported the June 12th notice, whether it was the spreadsheet that's marked as Exhibit 77 or whether it's the spreadsheet that's marked as Exhibit 53. And I think you said that one of them contains some kind of an update. Which one contains the update?
believe that was 52.
52 is a chart, so which spreadsheet contains the updated data?
A 53. 53 is the graph, is the spreadsheet.
And isn't it true, Mr. Yazell, that one of the major updates that was made between the spreadsheet that's Exhibit 77 and your updated version, that's Exhibit 53, is corrections to the joint board demand that were provided to you by MBK engineers?
Correct. They were minor, but correct.
Consider 740 CFS reduced demand to be a minor correction?
Compared to how low the full natural flows were, yes.
Consider that to be a minor correction.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and look again at the graph, Exhibit 48. Now, we just went through an exercise where we established that if that blue line had been adjusted to reflect your return flows of 2,252 CFS, that it would actually be hovering right there along the top of what you've depicted as the demand in June. Isn't it true that if you had actually made this adjustment of 740 CFS, that supply line would have been clearly above the pre-1914 demand line?
With my understanding that it was the monthly F&F forecasts that were used for the basis of the decisions.
Mr. Yazell, I asked you a yes or no question. I'm
Okay, I'll
asking
say
you
yes.
if the solid blue line, once adjusted to include the 2,252 CFS of return flow that you did add to the F&F lines, but you did not add to the blue line, if that blue line had been similarly adjusted so that it would hover right around the top of the senior demand, wouldn't that 740 CFS of demand reduction have made a difference?
Yeah, but I can't quantify as to how much or how the picture would look with all those included.
So if to quantify it, you would have actually had to regenerate this graph right after the state board staff had issued the June 12th notice, right? And it might have actually depicted that supply was exceeding demand in June.
No, because that's how it looks now.
What do you mean that's how it looks now?
That's the graph. Wait, which? That's the June 10th graph. The 742 would still be the 19, I forget what their priority year was or what type of water right, but the 1902 line would still be above the blue line.
Are you absolutely positive of that?
Not without recreating the graph that way. That's what the other graph shows.
So I'm looking at this graph, and call me crazy, but between the end of the blue line and the top of your red dashed line looks to be about 2,000 CFS to me.
From the top to the, okay,
That, do you agree with that?
okay.
And we just established that your blue solid line omits 2,252 CFS of supply in the form of return flows, right?
You established that, correct?
So that actually would put it above your dashed blue line, or dashed red line, excuse me.
One more time?
If you add 2,252 CFS to your solid blue line, it would end up above your dashed red line.
It would end up near it. I'm not going to say above.
And then if you further reduced your dashed red line by 740 CFS, it wouldn't even be close, would it?
Yeah, I can't argue that.
And again, we're talking about demand data that's based on prior years and not the actual 2015 demand data that turned out to be lower.
I just put the numbers in the spreadsheet, so yeah.
Well, let's move on. You've made your point, at least to me you have, so let's move on.
Let's go back to that spreadsheet we pulled up. I think it was 77. It actually doesn't really matter which one. You have all of the senior demand in here, right? It's a cut and paste out of the REDS database.
As it existed at the time I made that particular spreadsheet, yes.
So you could actually, if you wanted to, we don't necessarily have to do this today, but if you wanted to, you could simply use the filters on your data set here to identify the top 40 or 50 largest diverters in this watershed.
Correct.
And it would take you about a minute.
About that.
I've seen you use the spreadsheet. You're very good at it. So it would take you about a minute to identify the top 50 diverters in this spreadsheet. Did your supervisors ever ask you to identify the top 50 diverters so that you or Mr. Coates could call them and verify their demand data so that this analysis could be more accurate?
I know that I did that for the riparian pre-14 demands as part of the information order.
What do you mean you did it?
I determined the top 90% for the information order of the demand holders.
Right, so you knew how to do it to get the information order, but you could have even further refined it to pick a manageable number of people to call that would have represented a very large chunk of the demand in the spreadsheet.
Yes.
But you did not do that.
I was not requested to.
I went over earlier today with Mr. Nemeth from DWR the fact that DWR publishes the monthly unimpaired flow data. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
On these graphs, it's interesting to me that you've depicted the demand in monthly chunks as a bar, but you've depicted the supply as a varying line. You actually had the ability with DWR's monthly unimpaired flow data to do a visually apples to apples comparison of monthly FNF to monthly demand, right?
Possible.
But you did not do that. And none of your supervisors have actually asked you to update these graphs with the final monthly FNF numbers from DWR?
No.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Ferguson, do you have questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Izell. I do have a couple of quick follow-up questions. I just want to be clear and confirm something. You indicated when Ms. Spletta was questioning you that on this exact graph, WR48, that you used the forecast to issue to make the water availability determination. Is that correct?
Well, that's somewhat of my understanding. I'm not the decider. I just put the graphs together.
Okay. In Mr. Coates' testimony on WR9 at page 18, he indicates that since daily F&F was tracking higher than the 50% exceedance, that in fact daily F&F was used to inform the decision in terms of water availability. Is that correct?
That's what he said, yes. Yeah.
I'd like to go to WR47, please. I want to know in terms of plotting demands on this graph, would it be possible to draw demand lines that identify priority dates, essentially for groups of water users, similar to what you've done for WR?
Right, yeah, the graphs are set up to do that, to basically slice it at any year.
Okay, so say 1930, you could chart it there?
Correct.
1940, 1950? Okay, great. I just want to ask you a couple questions about the quality control procedures, because you addressed some of these in your written testimony. So I understand you did a handful of things. One of the procedures you mentioned had to do with correcting for those demands that showed greater than 8 acre-feet per acre of demand. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and you adjusted that demand to downwards, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What demand amount did you set those to when you made that adjustment?
Just whatever their net acreage that they reported in ERMS was, and
Set that to 8, is that correct?
oh, why that was set to 8? That was a number that was given to me. I don't recall where it came from.
Okay, so you didn't do anything to verify, say, with those water rights holders, whether that number would be correct or not?
No, it was just basically, from my understanding, the intention just to weed out, to filter down the worst of the worst. Like I said, we had that 40,000, times the, 8 acre-feet. That's obviously big. So we just wanted to do some sort of correction for the obvious super over reporters.
Did you independently make the decision to make that adjustment?
I suggested it.
You guys have no idea whether 8 acre-feet would be the right number?
I can't comment on that. I don't know.
WR47, can we bring that up again? Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. So just real quickly, I have a quick follow-up question onto the questions I asked you about charting the demands by year. If you had to chart the 1940 demand, the 1950 demand, how would you actually go about doing that?
Excuse me. There's one of the sheets in workbook. I just pull the, if we're looking at post-14 demand, I just pull the post-14 cumulative post-14 demand for that year, and then I tell the, and then there's a placeholder in the spread.
Would it help if we went to the spreadsheet?
It would help, yeah.
WR75, is that correct?
75, yes. So if you click on the junior demand tab, and so basically that's cumulative demands sorted by year. So if you pick a year 1940, then I would just copy that row of demand and then paste it into, I believe it's the prorated chart data tab.
And the witness have a mouse to actually do this?
I do? Oh, can I? No.
Is there a mouse so that the witness can actually manipulate the spreadsheet?
I'm having deja vu.
Or does the clicker have a pointer? Oh.
Is that okay?
Yeah, so why don't you move over there? And there should be a microphone over there.
Pick a year.
Go ahead and restart the clock.
All right, Mr. Yazell, you ready? Yep. Can you go ahead and create that line on the graph at, say, the 1950 priority level? So cumulative demands up to 1950, I guess it would be.
Actually, this spreadsheet isn't quite set up to do this. But I can give it wouldn't exactly show the line, but it would reduce the post-14 demand down to whatever that year is, if that makes sense. So basically, I would take the so I have the appropriative demand for the Sacramento area. This is just for demonstration purposes, so I'm not claiming that these are the right numbers. So I copy the 1950 data, and I'm just going to stick it in the post-14 all. In other spreadsheets, I have a separate little table for to pick particular years. Oops. I'm missing a column.
Yeah, Mr. Yazell, as you walk through this, if it's possible to kind of explain the steps you're following, it'd be helpful.
Yeah, I'm trying to set some things up. I'm not quite used to with this version of Excel either, so bear with me.
While he's doing that, Mr. Ferguson, perhaps you can help me understand what is it that you are demonstrating through this experiment?
I think this relates to Mr. Kelly's line of questioning previously about what sort of actions were not taken with respect to the early season water demands and where that line was just essentially drawn on that chart with respect to daily F&F and comparing the two. So we wanted an understanding of, if they needed to make some calls by priority date along this line, where exactly those demands would fall.
Thank you.
That's
That's helpful.
okay.
Okay. And so you picked the 1950 as an example. Okay. Let's go ahead and stop the clock while he's doing this.
Mr. Yazell, it looks like some of the numbers in the columns are changing. Is there?
Yeah, it was just missing a column for June. I had to stick it back in there. It was there, but it just wasn't on the spreadsheet.
Showing up in the chart?
Yeah, it is showing up in the chart.
Okay,
It happened to be in the state that it was saved, that the column wasn't there. Okay, so for 1950, so you can see that it's a running cumulative demand by priority. So 1915, and then it just adds up. So I pull so this is for the Sacramento appropriative area, analysis area. So copy those, paste them into the Sacramento area post 14 table. And then the same thing for the legal delta.
Point of clarification, at what point should the clock start back up again? Mr. Yazell's actually doing things that he's been asked to do by the cross-examiner.
As soon as he finishes doing them.
Not while I'm doing them. This is part of my testimony.
That's spreadsheet on demand.
Better speed up then. So okay, so here we have the delta demand for post 14 demand for 1950. Put that there.
Okay. Are you done?
Nope. And then I take this subtotal, put it on the chart data. So I have post 14C, so that's post 14 all. Why isn't it changing?
Oh dear. I'm going to suggest we take
I'm sorry, this is
a
kind of hard to
break
do on demand under
rather than
pressure.
sit here and wait for this to happen. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 4 o'clock. So it looks like everyone's ready, so we might get started a minute early.
I have a couple things. Robin McGinnis, DWR.
Oh, yes.
I'm wondering if the court reporter can read the question back. I'm a little unclear on what question Mr. Uzel is trying to answer.
That's a good point.
And the second thing is I'd like to object to council's request for Mr. Uzel to manipulate the spreadsheet. I'm not sure if this is an attempt to muddy the record or do an analysis that council thinks should have been done, or to do an analysis that should be done in a workshop. So I just wanted to file that objection.
I will note your objection, but since I'm interested in it myself, I will allow it to continue. Could one of, since you're our official court reporter,
It'll take a few minutes. I'll have to do a few things.
then why don't I ask Mr. Ferguson, could you restate your, or repeat your question?
Okay, so just to clarify, first of all, can I make a quick request? Can you make that, the red dashed line, it looks like you've now drawn visible or more visible? I don't know if you can change, it's really hard to see it. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, I just want to back up and walk through what we've asked you to do, and then and have you confirm what you've done. So,
And next, you can actually start the clock again.
so I asked you if it'd be possible for you to chart demand at the 1950 priority level on this chart. Is that what you've done here?
Yes, that's what the data in the database at that time says is the 1950 demand.
So in March, demand is at around 36,000 were in, is that correct? 38,000.
Yeah.
So I just want to confirm that, you know, those demands are well in excess of the daily F&F line. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so any demands in excess of the daily F&F line, according to the testimony we've heard today, should have been water rights are essentially curtailed and been issued a curtailment notice on May 1. Is that correct?
That's not my decision to make. All I did was create the graphs and present what the data shows.
Do you think it'd be possible to mark this graph that he's created as an exhibit? BBID 405, if possible to save it and mark it?
Any objections?
Not sure. I'm still not clear exactly what the purpose of the questioning is. And in effect, this is new. And Jeff has admitted, Mr. Yazell has admitted that, you know, it's difficult to manipulate this spreadsheet. So we're not exactly sure if the questions and the answers are matching up. Yeah, or accurate for the purposes to which Mr. Ferguson is putting questions forward.
All right, Mr. Laughlin?
If I heard the chair correctly, the question wasn't whether or not the questions match up with the answers. The question was whether or not this should be admitted or marked for admission. And the answer is unequivocally yes. It's a demonstrative exhibit by an expert to prove a point. So this is done all the time in court. It's no big deal. Mark
So
it.
you're objecting to the objection. Thank you, Mr. Laughlin. Let's go ahead and mark it for now, and I will consider the objections. At some point, you'll be entering your exhibits into the record, and we'll...
Yeah, it'll be BBID exhibit 405.
Then let's move on, please.
Did you save the chart, Mr. Yazell? Okay, thank you.
That was a yes for the record.
I would ask also that he save the spreadsheet and that BBID be directed to enter the spreadsheet as a marked exhibit.
I saved the spreadsheet in the current state it's in.
Under a different name.
Yes, it has my initials after it.
I would also ask that you verbally explain.
Ms. McGinnis?
Yes?
It would just be very helpful for me if you guys could raise your hand or something. Otherwise, voices are coming at me from everywhere.
It would be helpful for the record if Mr. Yazell could explain what he did to create that line so that we know for the future when we're trying to recreate this, what it is we're looking at.
I walk back to the computer.
No, I think we all saw what he tried to do.
It's just a matter of, there's a box in the, if you go to the prorated chart data.
You know what, let's not. The chart was revised to reflect the new yellow line that shows the 1950 level of demand, and let's leave it at that.
Okay.
Right?
I just have one final set of questions. And WR81, can you bring that up real quickly?
Not going to modify this one too, are we?
Nope, we're not going to modify. I just want to confirm that this graphic has been offered a couple of times today by the prosecution team as claimed confirmation that of water unavailability per BBID. But I just want to confirm that this graph is simply showing measured flows from the San Joaquin system. Is that correct?
It's been a while since I spent any time with that, but yeah, I believe that's the case.
And then WR48, which is the graph that the prosecution team has indicated supported the water availability determination for the BBID enforcement action. That's a combined watershed graph, right? So it would incorporate supplies from the Sacramento and the San Joaquin, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Delezzi, does anyone else have questions? Does that complete your cross-examination of the prosecution team witnesses? Thank you.
Yes.
Let's move on now. Just for your information, I would like to complete the other parties' cross-examination of the prosecution team today, if possible. So we'll start with the City and County of San Francisco, followed by the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. You will each have 10 minutes. And yes, Mr. O'Laughlin, I might grant you additional time for showing of cause and relevance and yada, yada, yada. So please don't ask me. I take it you're not representing City and County of San Francisco.
Tim O'Laughlin, San Joaquin Tributaries Authorities. We've worked out our time together in our questioning, and I'm going to do the questioning of this panel, so I would like to take the full 20 minutes if I could.
You had asked that
Necessary.
parties
If
notify
it's
us
necessary.
ahead of time
We're-
when you are going to consolidate and coordinate your efforts.
Yeah, well, it didn't come up until today, so based on how the witnesses went down and they excluded part of their panel, that went into part 2. So
Let's just do this. Let's just give you your 10 minutes, Mr. O'Laughlin, and then you will need to demonstrate to me that you have sufficient justified cause to continue. Yes, you need to do both. Only for you, Mr. O'Laughlin.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Maroka, you were present when the prosecution team made their opening statement, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and your attorney stated that 2 factors were in play here in regards to bringing this action. One was water right priority, and the other was injury to senior water rights. Did you hear him make those statements?
My attorney make his statements.
Okay, did you make any inquiry as to what water right priority was impacted or harmed by an alleged diversion by BBID in this matter?
I know that parties that are senior to the BBID.
No. I want a particular water right. I want to know exactly. I want to know the name. I want to know the water right, and I want to know the location. So,
Mr. O'Laughlin, this question has been
He's
asked.
harassing the witness.
But this question has been asked earlier.
no, it hasn't, because the question was asked, but there was no response. I
The
want to know.
question was asked whether there was evidence of harm to anyone else, and she answered the question.
No, she didn't. She answered the question in this fashion. She said that on a water right priority basis, there was. So what I want to know is which particular water right priority was impacted by the alleged diversion by BBID. Not a general statement that water rights were impacted. I want to know the specific water right priority that was impacted. It's a pretty simple question.
Fine, answer it so that we can move on. Actually, repeat your answer, which you had before.
Right, I believe before I said that we did not investigate which parties would have been impacted specifically.
So we are
Did
moving
any-
on, Mr. O'Laughlin.
No, well, here's the thing. I understand that the chair wants to move on. I have my time and it's allocated to me, and I don't want to get in a fight, but I have a due process right to conduct my cross-examination the way I want. So if I want to ask additional questions, I can ask additional questions.
I will allow you to ask additional question as long as it furthers this discussion rather than just repeating the same question over and over again.
Well, that's your decision.
Ask
That's not
your
my
question,
decision.
Mr. O'Laughlin.
I'm making a record for not only here, but for afterwards on appeal. So
Fine,
I have to
ask your
protect.
question.
I am going to ask my questions. Thank you. Okay. Did you make any inquiry as to an injury to a senior water right holder rather than water right priorities in general?
I did not investigate any individuals in this matter other than the parties named in the actions.
Has there been any determination by your office as to whether or not stored water was being illegally diverted in the Delta?
This action was related to our water availability analysis, which is based on full natural flow. The stored water is not a component of full natural flow.
Questions can go to either Mr. Coates or Mr. Yazell. In April and May on your spreadsheet, if landowners in the Delta reported that they had both pre-14 and riparian rights, how were they treated in April?
If they in ERIMS, if they claimed both riparian and pre-14, in other words, both boxes were checked in ERIMS, they are treated as riparian.
In April? In the April spreadsheet?
As far as I know.
Okay. Were you aware, Ms. Moroka, in your testimony, you were, in your deposition, you talked about the change that was made to pre-14s and riparians in the Delta that claimed those rights were changed to all riparians for the June spreadsheet? Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So in fact, then in April, it may have been that they weren't treated that way. Is that correct?
I don't believe I entered testimony on April.
Okay. So who decided to make the change that people who reported that they were both pre-14 and riparians were changed to riparians only?
I believe I discussed that with Mr. O'Hagan, and we wanted to make sure that parties who have a senior right are credited with that senior right.
But who made the decision?
I believe that we jointly made it.
Okay. So when you were making that decision, did you take into account the Millview case that, except in limited circumstances, you can't claim both a riparian and a pre-14 water right at the same time?
We were well aware of that.
And did you take that into consideration when you were making your decision?
When we were making our decision, it was based upon the fact that these parties assert that they had a valid right. We had sent out informational orders. We had asked for title deed documents. And so we made our decision because we had asked for these documents. We hadn't had opportunity to fully review them yet, but we had done work to gather information on their claimed senior rights.
And these are claimed senior rights rather than adjudicated pre-14 rights. Is that correct?
As to riparian and pre-1914?
No, pre-14.
Pre-14?
Yep.
So our database includes both adjudicated right holders, such as in the Stanislaus River adjudication area, and non-adjudicated pre-14s.
In the Delta, though, were there any adjudicated pre-14 water rights claimed?
We did not run the database looking for that, so I can't say yes or no.
Okay, so this is a question for the panel. Anyone who feels comfortable answering it can respond. By changing the pre-14 riparians to strictly riparians, does that mean in effect that all those claimants now had priority over any pre-14 person who claimed strictly a pre-14 right?
So on our database, what we did was we based it upon information that we have from the diverters themselves as to their
But here's the question. Maybe I'll rephrase it. When you made the change from pre-14 riparians to strictly riparians, based on your analysis that you did, all those people now had priority over any pre-14 water right claimant. Is that correct?
in the way that we use the data for the evaluation.
I'm assuming that's a yes.
Well, their water rights are their water rights.
Yeah, but if you, okay, well, you testified earlier about you understood water rights. So under the analysis that you did, if you made everybody a riparian, they now had priority over anybody who claimed a pre-14 right. Is that correct?
In our evaluation work, yes.
Based on the change in the evaluation, can either Mr. Coates or Yazell tell me what the change in the demand was in the Delta?
I think we'd have to actually look at the spreadsheet to find out what the pre and post conditions are.
Okay, that'd be great.
I'm not an expert on the spreadsheets. I'll have to defer to Jeff to see if he can potentially answer that question as to far as an
Sure.
actual amount.
So all I want to know is how the change from pre-14 and riparian to strictly riparian changed the demand in the delta. You
When?
can take the April one and take the June one.
Okay. Which ones are they? I guess pull up WR75.
And here's the point
And you,
for
I'm
this.
sorry, you're not able to give a qualitative answer to that question?
They should be the same.
If you're fine with that answer, I'm willing to
Qualitatively,
go with that.
it should be if,
I think the total statement demand didn't change,
Right.
but the amount, I think the question is going from that duplicative claim, going from a pre-14 and riparian, how much of the pre-14 amount declined and how much did the riparian increase?
That's an excellent way to restate the question. And the reason, just so the chair knows, the reason I'm asking this, so you wanted an offer of proof, is if that change was made, how much that change looks like in a demand basis based on CFS.
so if you go to prorated demand tab, and then add up riparian and pre-14 values for the delta.
So in June, under that graph, there's 250,000, 923,000 acre feet of pre-14 delta demand. And in June, there is pre-14 demand. And then for riparians, there's 51,152. Is that correct?
No, riparian for delta would be unadjusted or adjusted, prorated or unprorated.
Just up on the top, it says
Okay, 12,072 riparian and 109,666 pre-14, whatever that totals out to be.
Compared to the June one?
That would be actually 10966.
Spreadsheet.
Then that would be WR77. And then scroll to the right. I believe the senior demand summary. So that would be riparian 105,820. Pre-14, 15,940.
They basically flip-flopped. Basically, qualitatively.
Correct.
So looking at the difference in those numbers now, the 105,000 acre feet in a month equates to what? And I usually just divide by 30 and divide by 2. I'm not very precise on this. Would that be an accurate display of how much CFS difference there would be in the delta for riparian? 105 divided by 2 would give you roughly 55, 50, divided by 3, divided by 2 again, divided by 30. So it'd give you about 2,000 CFS, about 1,750, Ballpark? A lot of water. Okay, so then based on this analysis then, so in June then.
Objection.
Oh,
Objection. He didn't let the witness answer the question. It sounded like testimony rather than a question to which the witness was allowed to provide an answer.
oh, okay, I'll wait. Sure.
My own calculation here.
And while he's thinking about that, Mr. O'Laughlin, you've already used your 10 minutes. How do you, I assume you want more time. How do you propose to use that time, and what do you propose to demonstrate?
I have one more line of questioning about diversions on the lower San Joaquin River and in the delta immediately upstream of BBID and West Side. That should provide insight into what water was available for BBID and West Side. It's pretty limited.
All right, I see a hand from Ms. Spalletta.
Actually doesn't have to do with Mr. O'Loughlin's questioning, but there was just an objection from an attorney who I believe is with the Attorney General's office. And I understand that the Attorney General's office is actually defending the State Water Resources Control Board in the litigation related to this case. So can we get some clarification on the role of the Attorney General Counsel in this proceeding?
Mr. Tariainen.
Thank you. I'd be happy to do that. Yeah, sitting to my left, I apologize. This morning, first thing, I did not recognize all my co-counsel here. From my immediate left is Jennifer Kalnins-Temple with the Attorney General's office. To her left is Ken Petrozelli from the Office of Enforcement, and to his left is John Prager from the Office of Enforcement. The Attorney General's office represents the state board in matters, including at times provides assistance in administrative proceedings such as this one upon request. Very similar to the way the prosecution and the hearing sides of the State Water Board have separation of functions, the Attorney General's office sets up and maintains a separation of functions for the various units that are representing the Water Board in the litigation, for example, in this case, and this administrative proceeding. Ms. Kalnins-Temple is part of a group of Deputy Attorney Generals who are assisting the prosecution team in this enforcement proceeding, but are not participating in the litigation, and that litigation team is not participating in this enforcement proceeding. And the OE is not participating in the litigation as well.
Thank you for that clarification.
I think we have a number.
What was your number?
My number was 1,700. What's yours?
1,500-ish. So
Oh, okay.
same ballpark.
Same ballpark. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to something real quickly. And if anybody feels comfortable answering these questions, just raise your hand and answer. Is anyone on the panel familiar with Reclamation's permits at its diversion facility in the Delta Banks?
Only in a cursory fashion. I don't know the terms and conditions of the rights.
Okay. Did anybody from your office look at whether or not Reclamation was allowed to divert San Joaquin River flow in June of 2015?
I did not direct staff to look into that issue.
Do you know whether or not Reclamation has the right to divert San Joaquin River flow and under what conditions?
Again, I have cursory knowledge. I don't know the specific terms and conditions without refreshing my memory on that.
No, would you agree that Reclamation has the right to divert previously stored Sacramento River water from Shasta or from Folsom at its diversion facility located on Old River?
I believe it's an authorized point of diversion.
Did you or your staff, or did you ask anyone at DWR to assist you in determining what amount of water the Reclamation was diverting in June and where the source of that water was from?
I believe that in June, the temporary urgent change petition was very directive as to what could be diverted.
Okay, and at the time, it said that at the diversion that there would be 1,500 CFS of stored water being diverted at both the CVP and SWP facilities. Is that correct?
It's up to.
Up to, thank you. That's much more. Did your staff request DWR to do any particle tracking model to determine whether or not Reclamation was in fact diverting previously stored water in June of 2015?
I could not answer for other division program functions, but in enforcement, we did not do that.
Do you know if DWR has the capability based on salinity analysis to determine what water is being taken in at Clifton Court Forebay and or at Banks?
Repeat, please, I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you know if DWR has the capability with salinity analysis to determine the source of the water coming in at either Clifton Court Forebay or at Banks?
I am not familiar with their capabilities.
So that would mean that you didn't ask for that then, correct?
I did not.
I have a hypothetical for you, and anybody can answer this one. If Reclamation was diverting 500 CFS of San Joaquin River water that was flowing in from Vernalis flow, and they were not entitled to do so under their permits, wouldn't that water be available to senior appropriators in the South Delta?
That hypothetical, are you assuming they're taking released stored water? Because that wasn't part of what we're doing here.
No. Let me go back. Real simple. Water's coming in from Vernalis. Reclamation diverts 500 CFS of San Joaquin River flow at their facility at Banks that under their permits, they are not entitled to do so. Now, this is hypothetical. You don't have to agree with that. Would that water then be available to senior appropriators in the South Delta?
I believe Reclamation's water rights have specific end dates for their diversion period. Are you assuming they're diverting outside of their diversion period?
I'm going to tell you that they have no ability to divert San Joaquin River water when the Delta is not in excess. And clearly, you would agree that the Delta was not in excess in 2015, correct? June of 2015?
It was imbalanced, yeah.
Okay, so if it's in balanced conditions, I will make an offer of proof to the state board and the hearing officers and to you that Reclamation is not entitled to divert San Joaquin River water at Banks. Given that, if Reclamation was diverting water from the San Joaquin River and that water, and they weren't entitled to do so, wouldn't that water be available to senior appropriators in the South Delta? Oh, Jones, not Banks, sorry. Sorry, it's late in the
So
day.
you're basically asking us to hypothetically decide that Reclamation was diverting from a specific source, but that's but that's outside of our scope of testimony.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's outside the scope of your testimony because unfortunately when I get to ask cross-examination questions and the chair can correct me if I'm wrong, I get to ask questions outside the scope of your testimony, your direct testimony, to elucidate information that I can use at a later date. So I just want an answer to the question.
So in general, if a diverter is not authorized to divert, if it's past their diversion period and their water rights, if it's a source that's not authorized in their water rights, then it's a non-authorized diversion.
Okay, and then if that's the case and they diverted, whether it was 100, 200, or 300 CFS of San Joaquin River water in June of 2015, if they had bypassed that water, it would have been available for senior diverters downstream, correct?
If they had bypassed the flow instead of diverting it, then
Yes.
it would be in the stream.
For senior diverters, correct?
It'd be available under whatever priority of right has that season, that source.
Okay, so I have one final question. In your testimony earlier, you mentioned that the complaint by the State Water Project contractors didn't go anywhere because no specific illegal diversion had been listed. Yet CalSPA filed a complaint and identified that the Bureau was illegally diverting water at the Jones pumping plant, and yet you made no inquiry at the time of June of 2015 to determine if in fact they were diverting water illegally that would have been available to senior appropriators downstream. Is that correct?
As to the CalSPA complaint, I have staff assigned to investigate it.
That's a non-responsive. What I wanted to know is, did you look at it in June of 2015?
I believe it's an ongoing investigation.
Did you look at it in June of 2015 to determine if in fact Reclamation was illegally diverting water they weren't entitled to that may have been available to downstream appropriators?
I'm not sure, I haven't asked the staff if they looked at it specifically in June. I know it's an ongoing investigation. I have staff assigned and that they are evaluating it.
Is that a no?
I don't know what work the staff did in June. It's likely they were all diverted to the drought effort, and likely they didn't work on that one in June.
Mr. Laughlin, is it your intention to ask if in the course of determining water availability, Ms. Maroka and her staff look at that issue in June as they were determining that?
That was going to be my next question, but since they couldn't answer the first one, it's pretty hard to ask the second one. So I'm going to assume.
Well, I did not ask staff to look at any of the complaints, materials that are pending in their work on the water availability issue.
Sorry, I'm just perplexed. But if somebody is claiming that there's a major illegal diversion occurring in the Delta that is without right, how do you make a determination that a downstream appropriator is illegally diverting water without first determining whether the people immediately upstream are properly taking the water that might be available to them?
If you recall the testimony here today, the full natural flow is calculated up at the rim reservoirs, and then we subtract the demands from that full natural flow. Now, we quickly curtailed the post-1914 right holders. They did not have any basis to divert. Once we told them there was no supply available to them, certainly in June, the post-14s had no right to divert. So, you know, when we look at who was diverting, we would evaluate whether those parties were out there diverting. We did 1,325 inspections to see if these people that we said there's no water for your right are diverting. And so we did a lot of inspections to try and elicit information on just this question.
So, but I have one question. You did 1,300 or wait, was it 1,300 or 3,000 inspections?
1,325.
Okay. And yet you have one of the largest diversions occurring in the Delta immediately upstream, and you didn't go and inspect whether or not they were illegally diverting water?
Staff were assigned to inspect reclamations diversions.
And what was the report?
That is a work in progress. It's confidential until such time as it's public.
I thank the chair and the hearing officers for the indulgence in time. Thank you.
Mr. Laughlin? Department of Water Resources.
No questions for these witnesses, thanks.
State Water Contractors?
I have just a very few questions.
Come up.
Afternoon. I'm wondering if we could call up an exhibit that BBID brought in earlier on their cross, which is BBID 403. I wonder if the witnesses still have it before them when it was passed out.
We would need to have BBID identify where on the flash drive that is.
What's the exhibit number 403?
And is that the same exact chart as WR 47?
I believe that it is, but I don't know if WR 47 had the depot exhibit sticker on it. And because it was a subject of deposition testimony, I wanted to make sure I used it. So it may be that it's the same exhibit. But we have to look. But are we getting?
If no one has any objections, whatever is easiest to call up. I don't want to, cause undue delay. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. So the electronic version, for whatever reason, doesn't open. I have BBID 403 here. You're welcome to use my paper copy.
I have a copy here. I just wanted whichever one was easy enough just to flash up.
So I'll just say, it appears as though it's the same exact graph. It's just simply missing the deposition exhibit number. That is, oh, there you go. Okay.
Thank you. For such simple questions. So earlier today, Ms. Maroka, Mr. Kelly was questioning you about the water availability analysis, which you said was based on the full natural flow. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And the full natural flow did not include stored water. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then he was questioning you with regards to, I think the graph is shown a little low here, but he was questioning you with regards to if full natural flow, and I believe he used the number, he was pointing at the 15,000 CFS mark. He was questioning you about the demand that was above the full natural flow level. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Question? Could some of the diversions, as indicated by the demand shown in the upper part of the graph, have been partially composed of stored water supplies?
As to the, I'm sorry, the demand itself, yes,
Yeah.
the demand could be for stored water.
Okay. And then
the March period is when a lot of reservoirs are still collecting to storage. You know, it is that time window, very typical for storage period.
Well, looking at the graph then, above the full natural flow line, the forecasted full natural flow line, let's say mid-March forward, the demand that is above those levels could have been partially comprised or satisfied by stored water releases. Is that correct?
Yes, it could have.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been submitted already. So it is already submitted to the board as SWC 007. Which is a joint letter from the DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation to the Division of Water Rights, dated July 23rd, 2014. And I have
Yes, please. Is there copies for all we're supposed to bring 13 copies? Yes. Thank you.
and take a moment and look it over if you like. Are you ready? And I just have a couple of just very, very basic questions. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes. I believe so.
And you have reviewed this letter as a member of the Division of Water Rights Program Manager for Water Enforcement?
This type of material is generally referred to my section.
Okay. Does this appear to be and please take your time looking it over, does this appear to be a true and correct copy of this letter that was received by the Division of Water Rights?
I believe so.
Then my final question, and like I said, please feel free to take your time. I don't mean to plop a large letter on you, but in this letter, is it your understanding that the DWR and the Bureau are asserting circumstances under which unauthorized diversions of stored water may be occurring, just generally?
Yes, and I do recall the letter better now. Thank you. So
I don't have any further questions for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Westlands?
Thank you. Rebecca Aykroyd for Westlands Water District. I'd like to start with just a few questions for Ms. Maroka. Earlier today, when we were looking at various graphs with Ms. Spalletta, she referred to, I believe, as abandoned releases of stored water. I'd like to discuss that with you a little bit. Now, I'd like to specifically ask a few questions regarding releases from Central Valley Project and State Water Project storage. When previously stored water is meeting specific fishery requirements in the Delta, the State Board does not treat that water as abandoned, correct?
I am not aware of any decisions that would say that was abandoned flow. In fact, what I'm aware of is State Water Board decisions requiring flow standard to be met at specific locations.
True as well then, when reservoir releases are meeting water quality standards in the Delta, that water is not treated as abandoned either?
I don't believe it's abandoned.
When reservoir releases are traveling through the Delta for export from the South Delta, the State Board does not treat that water as abandoned either, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct to say that while releases from Central Valley Project and State Water Project storage are fulfilling the requirements of a State Board order or being conveyed through the Delta for export, they are not treated as available for appropriation?
That is my understanding.
I'd like to turn to Mr. Coates. Good afternoon. I'd like to start by asking you a few questions regarding Delta return flow.
Okay.
Earlier today, you summarized the treatment of Delta return flow. And specifically, I believe you explained that the 40% Delta return flow credit was first proposed during a May 12, 2015 meeting. Is that right?
That's the meeting date that it was proffered by the stakeholders. And then from that point forward, we ended up incorporating that into our analysis, yes.
Return flow in this context refers to water pumped off of the irrigated islands in the Delta that results in a net consumptive quantity less than that diverted. Is that right?
Correct.
I understand that there are a number of factors that may be relevant to calculating return flows. Would you consider the quantity of water being diverted and applied on the Delta Islands a relevant factor to the calculation of return flow?
Correct.
And the quantity of water being pumped off or drained off of the Delta Islands would be another relevant factor to the calculation of return flow?
Yes.
And data regarding consumptive use or evapotranspiration could also be another relevant factor to the calculation of return flow. Is that correct?
Yes.
Historical records or trends in drainage and pumping off of Delta Islands would also be a relevant consideration in the calculation of return flow.
Correct.
Now, prior to applying the 40% Delta return flow credit, you didn't consider any quantity, historical, or consumptive use data for 2015, did you?
Could you rephrase the question?
No quantity, historical, or consumptive use data was used to calculate the 40% Delta return flow credit.
Correct.
And you're not aware of Mr. Ezel or any other State Board staff considering any of those types of data in the calculation of Delta return flow for the unavailability determinations?
We just applied the 40% factor blindly.
Thank you. So then no other data was provided no other data was considered to inform the 40% return flow credit. Is that right?
Correct.
No data was provided to support the 40% return flow credit during the May 12th meeting. Is that also right?
Correct.
And there hasn't been any data subsequently provided to support the 40% Delta return flow credit. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge.
Excuse me. Excuse my laryngitis. I'd like to turn now to the topic of supply from unimpaired flow subbasins. Is it possible to get WR47 on the screen, please? Thank you. Leading up to that, earlier today, I believe that you confirmed monthly adjusted F&F forecasts were used to determine water availability. Is that correct?
The unimpaired flow from those subbasins was added to the monthly F&F forecast, correct?
And during the cross-examination by Ms. Spalletta, you confirmed that the adjusted F&F lines on the graphs underlying the May 1st notice and also the June 12th notice included supply from the unimpaired flow subbasins, correct?
Yes, because they're referenced in the legend, so yes.
Looking at that legend for the analysis that was underlying the May 1st notice, we can see the adjusted F&F included supply from 7 of 13 subbasins. Is that right?
1 through 5, 7, and 10.
Turn to Exhibit WR48, please. And looking at the legend there, it indicates that the adjusted F&F included supply from 8 of the 13 subbasins. Is that right?
I'm showing in the legend UF subbasins 1 through 5, 7, 10, and 17.
Now, I understand that in the written testimony submitted by other parties, Mr. Bonsignor has criticized the State Board analyses for failing to consider supply from the unimpaired flow subbasins. Based on what we've just read in the legends, that isn't correct, is it?
He critiqued that there were additional subbasins that we did not include.
But we just confirmed that there was consideration of flow from 7 and 8 of the subbasins, respectively.
Correct.
Switching again to a different topic, I'd like to speak about agricultural return flows. Now, earlier today, there was some brief discussion in your direct summary of the State Board's treatment of agricultural return flows. You testified, and I'm paraphrasing, that your treatment of return flows on the San Joaquin and Sacramento rivers was guided by the 1977 dry year report appendix, correct?
There was monthly figures for the San Joaquin, and then I think page 6 of the dry year report indicated that nothing was added for the Sacramento, so correct.
Could please pull up what has been marked as Exhibit WR79. It's the dry year report. And can you please turn to page 13 of the report? I think it's 24 of the exhibit. There we go. Thank you. And scroll up or zoom out, please, so we can see the whole page. Thank you. So beginning on page 13, the report identifies a number of assumptions that were made in estimating the water supply available to pre-1914 appropriators in the Sacramento River Basin. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'd like to look at the fourth assumption, which is toward the bottom of the page. The fourth assumption reads, the estimation of return flow was based on the assumption that the United States Bureau of Reclamation does not assert claim of right to recapture return flow originating from the use of project, stored or imported water. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, please turn to page 18 of the report, which is marked as page 29 of the exhibit. And there we can just see that we're beginning to discuss San Joaquin River supply. Now, on the next page, you can go to the assumptions, similar. Thank you. Begin seeing again assumptions that were relating to San Joaquin River supply. And I'd like to go to the fourth assumption, so one more page forward, please. Thank you. They're similar to what we just read a moment ago. The third sentence reads, the calculations assumed that the Bureau does not assert a claim of right to recapture return flows originating from the use of Central Valley Project water in the upper San Joaquin River Basin.
I see that.
Now, when the State Board staff incorporated the 1977 dry year report's treatment of return flows, it didn't change that treatment in response to the assumptions about project water that I just read. Is that right?
We used the assumptions that were based on a different page within that report.
But for the treatment that did occur, including returns for the San Joaquin River or the Sacramento River, I understand it was 0, but for the San Joaquin, there was no backing out or specific treatment, change of treatment for project return flows. Is that right?
Correct.
Today, the State Board recognizes that the Bureau does assert a claim of right to project return flows.
I don't have an answer to that.
I have read some of the Bureau of Reclamation contracts where they make such claim.
So to the extent, I understand I'm out of time. Is it possible for me to ask just a few more questions on one additional topic?
On what additional topic?
Well, I'd like to ask Mr. Coates a few questions regarding the treatment of demand for the San Joaquin River Exchange contractors. I can be more specific.
More specific.
To establish that the state board treated the demand of the San Joaquin River Exchange contractors consistent with how that demand was reported by the exchange contractors.
And how does that relate to, make the connection for me in terms of how that relates to the key issues that are before us?
In terms of looking at whether the calculation of demand was correct, there have been criticisms that San Joaquin River Exchange contractor demand on the San Joaquin River shouldn't have been included and that it should have been backed out of that demand. And I'd like to establish that it's a proper demand on the system because it's consistent with how the San Joaquin River Exchange contractors reported that demand.
All right, I'll allow it.
So earlier today, I believe, and I think this is Mr. Coates that you were testifying about this, you testified that the demand included in the water availability analyses incorporated the demand reported in response to the 2014 and 2015 informational orders.
The 2015 informational order in response to that order, which gave us the 2014 use as well as the projected 2015 use, correct?
Thank you for the clarification. Now, the Water Board initially used reported demand from the San Joaquin River Exchange contractors' responses for 2014 demand, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the specific reported demand of the San Joaquin River Exchange contractors?
I briefly remember looking at the submittal that they submitted in reply to the informational order, which indicated what their 2014 uses were. And then as far as the 2015 projected use, I ended up having to call them to find out what their uses were since they failed to provide it in response to that. And the gentleman I spoke to on the phone had indicated that their 2014 uses would best represent their 2015 uses.
The exchange contractors' responses to the informational order included reported demand on the San Joaquin River. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, going back to the State Board's analysis, I understand that to assess demand, the State Board relied on information provided by water users. Is that right?
Correct.
So then in the water availability analyses underlying the May and June notices of unavailability, the State Board treated the demand of statement holders consistently with how they reported that demand, correct?
Correct.
Turning back to the San Joaquin River Exchange contractors, the State Board treated their demands consistently with how they reported it. Is that right?
They reported in their submittal that it would be very difficult to separate out the repairing from the pre-14 uses.
But in terms of they reported demand on the San Joaquin River, the State Board then treated their demand on the San Joaquin River consistent with how it was reported. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And that concludes the cross-examination of the prosecution team's witnesses. Mr. Toriainen, are you requesting redirect? And if so, for what purpose?
Press brief redirect on two specific points, which will involve just a few questions in a few minutes each, not much time at all.
What are the points?
The first is generally addressing what most of the cross-examination today focused on, the methodology and the analysis underlying the June 12th and May 1st notices. That's not the subject of this proceeding. The proceeding is whether there was water available for Byron, Bethany, and Westside during certain periods. I'd like to redirect Jeff Yazell very briefly to focus or refocus some of the questioning that Ms. Spalletta asked to him regarding water availability, instead of on June 12th, to focus it on the actual period, June 13th through June 24th. It will take me less time to ask him the questions than it just took me to explain that. Very close. Don't hold me.
And what's your second point?
I'd like Ms. Maroka to discuss a little bit more how investigations and enforcement actions commence and go forward. there's been a strong implication, I don't think it's even been implied, it's been expressed, that there's been some sort of target placed on Byron Bethany. And we can talk about that, and Ms. Maroka can explain why that's just not the case, that there's a different process that just hasn't come out through the cross-examination regarding investigations and enforcement actions, specifically regarding to the I believe it's WR47 that has the post-14 rights that were in March and April of 2015 that, allegedly involved a lot of violations that we haven't gone after.
I'll allow you time to make the second point, but not the first. The first point you've made in your opening statement, the first point you've made in, I believe, briefs as well. So I will allow you
I'll go
10 minutes to make your, do you need less?
I'll take 10. I'll probably use less.
All right.
I'll try to use less.
10 minutes for your second point
I'll
to
go up to the
redirect Ms. Maroka.
Okay, we can go. First, Ms. Maroka. Kathy, I'd like to redirect you to the BBID 401 exhibit, which is an email, it's an email chain from you.
Okay.
First question, who has the delegated authority to commence enforcement actions in the Delta?
The Delta Watermaster.
Delta Watermaster on this email chain?
No.
Second, broader question, and can we bring up, I believe it's WR 47. It's the one that BBID and the others have Exhibit 10 on for their BBID 43, but number 47 we can go with. Okay, earlier today you had, you heard cross-examination and faced cross-examination suggesting that there might be a number of potential violations in the March and April period.
Are you trying to get in your first point on this?
I thought this was my second point.
This is your second point. So you're going to go ask your question.
My first point was about Mr. Yazell, and I thought that was the one you said that I'd already addressed.
Your first point, okay, go ahead. Ask your question. My apologies.
I'll talk to Mr. Yazell if that's
No,
the case.
go ahead.
Okay.
Ask your question of Ms. Maroka.
Just generally describe, how does the enforcement process work? From the beginning, what triggers an enforcement action?
An enforcement action can be triggered in different manners. We can evaluate whether a water right holder is in compliance with their water rights on our own motion. We can evaluate whether there's a violation because we've received a complaint. Or in the case of the drought inspections, we did a large field effort to validate whether persons had stopped diverting when there was no water under their priority of right. And so we started investigations based on those field investigations also.
How many investigations, just regarding the drought, would you estimate are ongoing now in your enforcement unit?
Oh my goodness. Right now, the number of investigations, each staff has got, I would say anywhere from 4 to 10 active cases that they're working on. There's about 25 or so staff, so quite a few. Yeah, we had for this past year about 125 coming out of our complaints branch that we're investigating. And then we have also got, we did the 1,325 field inspections. And out of that, I would say that we're doing And some of these are 2014, 2015 combined investigations where we've had issues both years. We're doing a minimum of 30 ongoing investigations right now. Some stuff is queued up where staff hasn't yet become available to finish out work or to make recommendations to me whether to move cases forward. So I would say at least 30 actives on that portion.
And what does it take to turn an investigation into an issued enforcement action?
It takes quite a bit of effort. Basically, we'd have to evaluate whether there was in fact a violation of the water code, or whether there's a threatened unauthorized diversion. So we would have to, basically decide, is there a threatened unauthorized diversion, or is there an actual unauthorized diversion? Is it an action which we have sufficient data? There's just a huge amount of data we have to collect to bring a matter forward, because we have to make the case that there was a violation or threatened unauthorized diversion.
Everyone forgive me for putting words in your mouth, but you're describing evidence.
I am describing evidence, that's correct.
It takes evidence to...
It takes a lot of evidence to bring a case forward.
Okay. Do you know whether there are any investigations ongoing for potential unauthorized diversions from the period that Mr. Kelly was so enamored with? But certainly you can go across the entire year in post-1914 demand.
Yes, there are investigations ongoing with that.
Can't comment on those.
Well, they're confidential until such time as we issue an enforcement item, such as a draft cease and desist order or the ACL complaint.
Let's go back for a second to the BBID 401. There's a letter. The email chain has a letter attached to it. Is there any language in that letter that clearly indicates to you that BBID is still diverting on June 23rd? The letter's dated June 23rd.
It indicates that they have discussed obtaining alternate supplies, and they intend to continue to provide minimal water supplies to lands within BBID. It talks about a lot of these efforts. Hang on a minute while I look further. It says that the notice is not an actual curtailment of BBID's pre-1914 appropriative water right and was issued solely for informational purposes to BBID and the general public. Because the curtailment notice does not actually require a cessation in diversions and does not, as the State Water Board's opposition provides, mandate any action by BBID, BBID will independently assess the water supply situation and determine appropriate next steps. Moreover, because the curtailment notice is solely a courtesy.
Please stop. There's no need to read the entire letter.
Is this the kind of evidence that might trigger an investigation?
Yes.
Is this evidence are the statements in this letter as clear and as definitive? I mean, it took you had to leaf through the whole thing. Are they as clear and as definitive as the quote from Mr. Gilmore that we put up on the slide in my opening, in which is part of our exhibits?
No, Mr. Gilmore's was more clear.
Okay. Again, don't speak to any investigations that might be ongoing, but just ballpark. What sort of evidence along the nature of either the letter that came from BBID's lawyer on June 23rd or the statement by Mr. Gilmore on June 25th might be comparable, if any, to any evidence that you might have? 47 is the one I would want to point out right now, but is there any evidence comparable that you're aware of alleging unauthorized diversions by any of the post-14s that Mr. Kelly accused of unlawfully diverting.
As to that, if there was information coming from the complaints process, then we were evaluating it under that process. But under this process, we hadn't yet issued any notification to parties that there was lack of water for them. And so, you know, we had not yet issued those notifications.
So there might be, but investigations are ongoing. Again, pardon me for paraphrasing
We
the witnesses.
didn't really begin a lot of the curtailment inspections until the June 1st date. That's when we really sent the troops out in the field to look and see what's going on.
You're about out of time, so.
Oh, I want to make sure we know too, regarding the evidence leading to the west side diversions. We heard in my opening and in our exhibits. Could you describe just generally what the nature of that evidence was?
For West Side, we had information came in through our complaints process with respect to use of treated wastewater.
Can I scratch that and so I can ask you one more different question? We heard earlier today that there had been no discussion between the board or the enforcement unit and West Side regarding whether or not West Side had a right to divert under the Tracy Water Agreement.
Actually,
was there any discussion?
Your time
like
is out,
that?
and that actually was not part of what you outlined to me as the point that you were going to make with Ms. Maroka. So I will stop you right there.
Okay.
And I will hear from Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, hearing officer Dudek. I actually don't think I don't think I have any recross based on what just happened. I'll let the letter, the June 23rd letter, speak for itself. I do, though, ask for 3 minutes to allow perhaps the witnesses to clarify their testimony for the benefit of the record. And I'm going to make an offer of proof to you right now that there was some testimony that came out on what I would consider kind of a friendly cross about the demands shown on this chart, including demands on stored water. And that's inconsistent with everything we've been told for the past 6 months, that the demands in this chart were demands on the flow of the river and not demands on stored water. And I just want to make sure that the witnesses intended to say what they actually said in response to Ms. Ainsley's question about what was in that demand.
Well, thank you for your offer, but that's not cross. It's not recross. So any suggestion, Ms. Kenzie, on this legal request?
And if I can say, everybody,
Mr. Terriine, since they are your witnesses, do you have any objections?
I would object that this isn't within the scope of anything that you would consider recross at all. It wasn't within the scope of my redirect.
I appreciate that. So for the record then, I will just say that BBID had to cross-examine these witnesses first. And the parties that followed BBID were entitled to ask questions about BBID's questions to the witnesses. And I've not been given a chance to ask questions to these witnesses about the questions that followed me. And so I'm at a disadvantage here. And like I said, I think the record is now inaccurate. And it's not inaccurate from my witnesses. It's inaccurate from these witnesses. These aren't my witnesses, and I'm just trying to make sure that the record is clear. If you don't want me to ask the questions,
all right,
I won't ask them.
Repeat your question again for me.
The question is on WR 47.
WR 47, which is up.
Are the demands shown in that dark orange shading water right demands on the full natural flow of the system, or do they include the demands on stored water, contract demands on stored water?
Right. I will ask for an answer.
As far as the water right demands, that's the demands that are reported to us in our system. If a diverter elects to report stored water under their water rights, then that demand could potentially include stored water. It just
But it's not-
depends. What's that?
But is it reflected?
It depends on each diverter and how they report the water that they divert, if it's from full natural flow and stored water or one of the other. Every single water right diverter is independent. So,
That's enough. That's all I will entertain on this.
I would like to
Can I-
just follow up very briefly.
Mr. Terrine?
And just ask that in the future, if the Delta parties want to reserve a portion of their cross-examination time, which by any definition has been ample, so that they can do what he just did, which is recross after other party cross-examinations, that he make that request and do that request in the future, and maybe give an offer of proof for it. But
Okay.
otherwise, I would object to any attempt by the Delta parties to recross after
I
cross-examination.
appreciate that, and I understand, but he raised an interesting question that I was curious about.
I would just
Ms.
like to
Ainsley?
I'd just like to lodge an objection that I merely asked a simple question, which the witnesses understood, which now I feel is slightly mischaracterized. So I wanted to lodge that objection for the record, that I do believe that my question was simply, there had been much discussion about how there were so many diversions, how there was so much demand above a very low-looking full natural flow line. And my simple question was, could not some of that demand during that time period that Mr. Kelly was asking, how, in a sense, how were they diverting? I just simply asked, could some of those people in the upper part of the chart...
Thank you. I was there. I heard your question. Mr. O'Loughlin?
I have a simple question. Are we allowed to keep our materials here overnight, or should we take them home?
I believe you should take them home.
Thank you.
We are not going to assume responsibility for anything taken from this room.
We were told we could leave our supplies here and the room would be locked.
This room is never locked. Mr. Buckman?
Can I ask who told you that? Because our standard response is this room is never locked. You are free to leave your equipment here. You are free to leave your books, your bindings, but just know that there is security, so the access into the building is restricted to some degree, but these rooms are never locked.
All right.
Jane, actually, I had spoke to Jane on Friday. She
Well,
clarified
whomever
that.
I don't think we're finished here. Is this the time for me to ask the prosecution team to enter their exhibits? So before we get to the mundane stuff, let me at least wrap up this proceeding. Mr. Tariainen, would you like to enter your exhibits, including your PowerPoint presentation or whatever else you produced today?
Just produce the PowerPoint presentation in addition to the witness statements and the exhibits going with them. The PowerPoint presentation, I believe, was marked as Exhibit WR253, and I've served that via email to all the parties and to the hearing team, and provided a copy of the PowerPoint to the hearing team here, and then a PDF version of it. So we would offer that into the record, as well as given that Ms. Baer and Mr. Wells were essentially asked not to testify today, I won't seek to submit their witness statements as relevant to the Phase 1 issues, but I would ask to enter Ms. Maroka, Mr. Coates, and Mr. Yazell, and Mr. Nemeth's witness statements, which they identified in their testimony, and the Phase 1 exhibits relating to those witness statements into the record at this time.
Right. As I noted earlier, we have already received some objections, and we've ruled that we will consider your objections in weighing the evidence based on the whole record. So I don't want to hear the same objections again. Are there any other objections to the prosecution team's exhibits as just specified by Mr. Tariainen? Ms. Boletta?
My objection is really more a request for clarification of which numbered exhibits he is requesting to enter, because there are many exhibits listed on his exhibit list, and not all of them were referenced in his witness's testimony.
I would ask to know which ones weren't referenced, because it's the prosecution team's position that the witnesses referenced all of the exhibits.
Well, I can give an example. There are numerous additional spreadsheets and graphs that I believe were probably prepared by Mr. Yazell that represent alternative analyses that were not discussed during testimony today. So is it the prosecution's team position that they are admitting into evidence as relevant to this proceeding every single spreadsheet and graph in this list?
Our witnesses had 90 minutes. They couldn't speak to everything, and in fact, were directed not to speak to everything in their written testimony. These were summaries today. We submitted something like 252 exhibits before today, and there's no
So
way to talk.
is it your intention to move everything except the testimony and statement of qualification for Paul Wells and Catherine Bear?
I can actually go from the other direction probably a little more simply, and that is Mr. Coates, which is WR9, all of his exhibits, with the exception of the ones he references at the the last 2 pages of his testimony, relate to Phase 1.
Okay.
Mr. Uzell, all of his exhibits relate to Phase 1. Ms. Maroka, and so his testimony is WR11. Ms. Maroka is WR7. She has a mixture. She discusses some Phase 2 issues in her testimony as well. I'm prepared to list all of the exhibits that they reference, but without taking a little more time to go through their witness statements and specify which ones are specifically Phase 1, which is identified on the exhibit index. I wouldn't be able to read the entire list. I can read the entire list of all the exhibits that they reference in their testimony, in their written testimony, and that would take some time. I don't know if that's necessary either. I would just suggest that we submit the witness statements as drafted, and the ones that are relevant to Phase 1 issues, the exhibits that are referenced within, should be pretty self-explanatory as to which ones are relevant. And then by the end of each Phase 2, when I resubmit the relevant witness statements for Phase 2 purposes, that will capture all the rest of the exhibits for the proceeding. And then by the end, the entire witness statements and all the exhibits will have been submitted.
All right. So that would be water rights 7, water right 8 as appropriate to Phase 1, water rights 9, water rights 10, water rights 11, water rights 12, and all the other exhibits mentioned within those exhibits.
In addition, Mr. Nemeth's testimony, which is water right 17, and his statement of qualifications, which is water right 18. Oh, and all of his testimony and exhibits that he references are Phase 1 as well.
And I assume you also want to enter water rights 1 and water rights 2?
That's correct.
And
And as referenced by,
5
I think
okay.
Mr. Coates and Ms. Maroka both discuss, water rights 1 through 6 actually are all addressed in that testimony.
Right. Thank you. And Ms. Paletta, your objection is noted.
I honestly just need to have a list of numbers for the record at some point, so maybe after we get through a few days of testimony, we can have a time where we designate that everyone kind of comes and compares numbers, just so that we're clear in the record at the end.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that at the end of the West Side Phase 2 proceeding, which is when all of it will be.
All right. Mr. Kelly?
Yes, I was going to just make sure that we move the cross-examination exhibits into evidence as well, BBID 400 through BBID 405, that were all marked and used on cross-examination.
Yes, I have a pile right here.
I would also ask the same exact thing for the one exhibit that I also submitted.
That was Ms. Ainsley?
Which was I'm also asking the same thing as Mr. Kelly, that the one exhibit SWC 007, also similarly used on cross, also be admitted at this time.
All right. With that,
Of the additional exhibits that were moved in by West Side and the Delta agencies, it was West Side Exhibit 181 and 182.
yes, I have 181, 182. I have BBID 400, BBID 401, 402, 403, 404.
405 was the revised spreadsheet that Mr. Uzell prepared and saved with his initials on it on Mr. Buckman's computer.
Yes. All right. All right. Thank you very much for that. And with that, we are concluding today's session. We will resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow when we will hear from Mr. Kelly presenting BBID's case in chief.